Chapter 151. It seems that the cooperation between Qualcomm and other telecommunications companies must be destroyed. Henry frowned, picked up the phone and called John Chambers. Chambers, come to my office. Okay, he'll come right now. After a while, John Chambers came to Henry's office. Please sit down. John Chambers thanked him and sat opposite Henry. Chairman, what's the matter? Henry said in a serious tone. Qualcomm is actively discussing cooperation with other telecommunications companies, and we have to find a way to destroy them. John Chambers nodded when he heard the words, showing a thoughtful look on the road. Henry was thinking about it himself, but he had no clue. He is far less powerful than John Chambers when it comes to playing business tricks. Henry looked forward to what John Chambers could think of a good way. John Chambers said at this time, Chairman, I have thought of several ways. First, we must try to entangle Qualcomm and make it overwhelmed. The best way is to file a lawsuit. Means to acquire a small wireless communication technology company, and then immediately make a specious CDMA technology to sue Qualcomm for infringement. In this way, Qualcomm will be in trouble, and until the court's trial results, other telecommunications companies will never dare to cooperate with it easily. Second, to slander CDMA and devalue CDMA. Weaken by Qualcomm employees and explode all kinds of inside information, saying that the CDMA technology is very flawed and cannot be used for commercialization. Which discourages many telecommunications companies interested in Qualcomm. Third, pressure is applied. At this time, Cisco MCI is acting hard, forcing Qualcomm to reach an agreement as soon as possible, and they cannot allow them too much time to consider. Henry was speechless after listening. The business struggle is really dark, but I like. Chambers, since you think so in detail, you are responsible for this matter. No problem. After watching John Chambers leave, Henry couldn't help but sigh. The men are too powerful. Brother is useless. I just thought about how to use the Blackwater Company to get those guys who didn't agree to merge Qualcomm into Cisco. It scribbled. Hee. Of course it's just thinking about it. This bad idea will definitely not work. The weather is fine and Henry is in a good mood. The money-grabbing team sent by Henry to Japan is ready. In terms of capital, it has collected $500 million from the major companies under Henry's name to sell the Nikkei index with a leverage of 20 times. At this moment, the situation in Iraq is very tense, and the media often report things over there. According to reliable sources from the Blackwater Company, the US military is doing some military exercises, and they are still military exercises aimed at ocean warfare. Nima, what does this mean? What? Henry's heart is almost like a mirror. This is the United States preparing to do Iraq. Henry thought that he would sweep a lot of money in Japan, and he was suddenly excited. At the same time, Haishui will also develop because of the war. A few days later, John Chambers told Henry that Cisco had acquired a wireless communications technology company, and then it would prepare materials and sue Qualcomm. Qualcomm really suffered a disaster. Just as it had a good talk with other telecommunications companies, suddenly a court summons came over. What made Qualcomm very upset was that Qualcomm was sued for patent infringement. It was quickly known and reported by the media. Out. WL Wireless Communication Technology Company. What kind of small company is this? Actually sued us for patent infringement? Exclamation mark. In the meeting room, everyone was angry. I didn't have any reputation before. This is blackmail. They also have some technologies. They are just a bit similar to CDMA technology, but the essence is completely different. We have no infringement at all. At this time, there was a knock on the door. A female secretary walked in. The WL Wireless Communication Technology Company has sent us the materials suing our company. Look, Irving Jacobs took the lead out of the meeting room. However, when they saw the materials sent by WL Wireless Communication Technology Company, they were all dumbfounded. Here is a truckload of materials. My God, after reading the material, I don't know how much time it will take. WL Wireless Communication Technology Company is going to drag us down. right? Everyone is babbling, full of unrest. Irving Jacob frowned and said nothing. The campaigner's lawyer said, everyone, depending on the situation. You must be prepared for a protracted battle. I guess it will take at least 2 or 3 months for this case to end. Everyone is almost fainting, and it can only be over in 2 or 3 months. What about the cooperation between Qualcomm and the telecommunications company? Irving Jacob asked in a deep voice. Can't the case be over soon? The lawyer explained, we will definitely win the lawsuit, but the other party's purpose is to delay time. You know, in the United States, lawyers can have many ways to delay time. It's normal to fight a lawsuit for 3 to 5 years. I think, this time it should be someone deliberately targeting Qualcomm. Deliberately targeting Qualcomm? Who will deliberately target Qualcomm? AT&T? Or Cisco MCI? Or other wireless communication technology companies? Not long after, an AT&T employee said nonsense at reception. CDMA technology is rubbish. AT&T refuses to use it, and other telecommunications companies will never use it. This is good. Someone lifted the cylinder for Cisco, and Qualcomm immediately turned its skeptical gaze on AT&T. Henry laughed happily when he heard the news. AT&T has worked hard. Henry picked up a glass of red wine, tasted it, and thought, Qualcomm's tragedy is yet to come. Within a few days, 4 employees of Qualcomm revealed to the media that CDMA technology has huge defects. Yes, I am an employee of Qualcomm, and I have participated in the development of CDMA. The technology is not yet mature. Mobile phones using CDMA technology will often have no signal. A Qualcomm employee said to the camera. CDMA technology should not be launched on the market for the time being, but Qualcomm is too eager for success, so it will definitely fail. I have already planned to resign and leave this helpless company, another Qualcomm employee said. 4 Qualcomm employees resigned and stabbed Qualcomm against it, which immediately made Qualcomm even worse. The telecommunications companies that had contact with Qualcomm some time ago broke off their cooperation. Qualcomm Corporate Headquarters, Chairman John Chambers of Cisco MCI is here suddenly. The secretary reported to Owen Jacobs. Why did John Chambers come? Owen Jacob was puzzled, and said to the secretary, hurry up and invite him in. Okay. The secretary nodded and stepped back. Owen Jacob took off the cigarette, stood up, and adjusted his clothes. There was heavy smoke in the office, and Owen Jacob went to the window and opened it. When the breeze blew, Jacob felt a little chill! Knock on the door. Please come in. Jacob stepped forward, the door opened, and the secretary brought in John Chambers. Welcome to you, Mr. John Chambers. Irving Jacobs stretched out his hand and said, Mr. Jacob, hello, take the liberty to visit. How disturbed you are. John Chambers shook his hand and smiled. Where? Jacob smiled and asked Chambers to take a seat. Then the secretary made John Chambers a cup of coffee. Mr. Chambers, may I ask if the purpose of your coming to Qualcomm is? Jacob had already guessed what John Chambers was going to say, but he still had to ask. John Chambers took a sip of coffee and said in a serious tone, Mr. Jacob, have you considered Qualcomm? Do you want to incorporate into the Cisco system? You know www.intelnovel.com. Recently Qualcomm's troubles continue. Our Cisco board of directors has very big opinions on this. In the end, thanks to the assurance from the chairman, Mr. Williams, he decided to acquire Qualcomm. But at the end of this month, you must give us an answer. Huh? Probably not. There are 3 days. 3 days? Jacob frowned. Mr. Chambers, is 3 days too tight? Please let us think about it for a few more days. John Chambers shook his head and said, this is the decision of the board of directors, and I have no right to interfere. In addition, I heard that AT&T is working with other telecommunications companies to block CDMA technology. You make the decision early, the sooner the better. Otherwise, let AT&T unite more telecommunications companies, CDMA technology is considered useless. You should know that technology is updated very quickly. If it cannot become a standard, it will soon be eliminated. With AT&T's strength, it's not impossible to introduce a better wireless communication technology than yours. Did AT&T cooperate with other telecommunications companies to block CDMA technology? Chambers didn't know. Anyway, Qualcomm couldn't find it out, which just scared them. If it does exist, it would be better. Qualcomm can't worry about it. Chambers finished speaking and left immediately, showing Cisco's tough and resolute attitude. Jacob looked at the back of Chambers' departure, sighed slightly, and told the secretary, "You go and inform the board of directors at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All major shareholders must participate." Is www.mentalnovel.com welcome book friends to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 152. Qualcomm's board of directors is solemn. Irving Jacobs said with a sullen face, "Cisco has given us an ultimatum, and we must reply to them in 3 days." In addition, Qualcomm is in a very bad situation recently, and it is said that AT&T is working with others. The telecommunications company is going to block us. After finishing the words, everyone looked at each other and talked. "We have just been sued for rights infringement, and now AT&T is going to block us again? Yes, what should I do?" Owen Jacobs glanced at everyone, stood up and said, "I suggest joining Cisco as soon as possible, and then promote our technology." "Jacob, what conditions will Cisco give us?" one of them asked. Jacob shook his head and said, "The details have not been discussed yet, but they promised to maintain Qualcomm's independence after acquiring Qualcomm, and Qualcomm's treatment is the same as Cisco's, enjoying option rewards. Up until now, I can only join Cisco." "I agree with Qualcomm to join Cisco," said a shareholder. "I agree." Owen Jacob looked at the number of votes everyone had voted. Most people agreed to incorporate Qualcomm into Cisco, so he said, "Okay, then we will formally negotiate with Cisco right away." After the meeting, Owen Jacobs immediately called John Chambers and told him that Qualcomm agreed to merge into Cisco, but the specific conditions need to be discussed in detail. John Chambers acted quickly and immediately organized a negotiating team, and went to Qualcomm to meet with him the next day. "Mr. Jacobs, this is a condition that our Cisco company offers you." After John Chambers and his party arrived at Qualcomm, they immediately handed the printed documents to Owen Jacobs and other senior staff, and said, "We at Cisco invested $100 million in finance in Qualcomm, holding 70% of the shares. In fact, in the current situation of Qualcomm, it is not worth $100 million at all, but we are optimistic about its future development. Therefore, we are willing to give such a much. If you think there is no problem, we can sign the contract immediately." Owen Jacobs and others were shocked by the conditions that Cisco offered. If CDMA technology is promoted, Cisco will offer this price. Qualcomm and others are no exception. But now, Qualcomm is obviously struggling, and Cisco has not taken advantage of the fire and deliberately underestimated the price, which is really touching. Irving Jacobs and others did not speak, but looked at each other. Before the formal meeting, they had guessed what conditions Cisco would give Qualcomm. They believed that the best condition might be to win a controlling stake in Qualcomm by $50 million. But Cisco directly offered $100 million, which shocked everyone. "Mr. Chambers, please allow us to discuss it before we make a decision," Irving Jacobs said. John Chambers smiled. "Of course, no problem. Then we will wait outside for your news." Then, the Cisco team stood up and walked out of the meeting room. After the Cisco team left the meeting room, Owen Jacobs said, "What do you think of the conditions?" "I think it's very good, but they want 70% of the shares, which is a bit too much." One of them said, "I think it is acceptable. If Qualcomm has $100 million, we can develop more advanced technologies, and we can even design our own chips." There was a lot of discussion in the meeting room. However, The temptation of $100 million is not small. And finally, one by one more vote, Qualcomm decided to agree to Cisco's terms. Then, Owen Jacobs called John Chambers and others in and said, "Mr. Chambers, we at Qualcomm finally decided to agree to Cisco's terms." John Chambers was overjoyed and said with a smile, "If this is the case, then we will sign the contract now." "No problem." Soon, Cisco signed a contract with Qualcomm. The next day, Cisco CEO John Chambers announced to the public, on the afternoon of February 27, 1990, Cisco and Qualcomm formally signed a contract to invest $100 million in Qualcomm, holding 70% of the shares. Cisco MCI, a subsidiary of Cisco. The company will build 1,008 signal towers across the United States to fully support CDMA technology. After Cisco issued the statement, it immediately sent out invitations to many world-renowned mobile phone manufacturers, and 1 month later, participated in the Cisco Technology Licensing Conference. For CDMA technology to become a standard, the attitude of mobile phone manufacturers is very important. If they support it, it will be half done. After Qualcomm's acquisition, Henry breathed a sigh of relief. "When I was free, I picked up the newspaper and read it." A piece of news immediately caught his attention. On February 20, 1990, Apple invested in ARM, the chip design department of the British Acorn Computer Company, to ensure the supply of chips for its Newton handheld computer. After reading this news, Henry slapped his forehead sharply. How can he use ARM? Forgotten. Today, Acorn Computer Company has not spun off ARM and established a separate company, but it will be in 1991, so investment must be made as early as possible. That allows Qualcomm to acquire ARM, just in time to design CDMA chips. Henry was excited when he thought of this, as if he saw a stripper posing and pole dancing in front of him! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Henry immediately called Qualcomm's CEO Owen Jacobs. Of course the chairman became Henry. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Owen Jacobs: "Hello, I am Henry Williams." "Oh, Mr. Williams, hello," Henry said solemnly. "Mr. Jacob, I now recommend that you buy a chip design department under Acorn Computer Corporation in the United Kingdom. I think Qualcomm can design its own chips in the next step." "Oh, do you mean ARM? A processor chip specifically designed to streamline the instruction set?" "Yes, ARM has great potential. This streamlined instruction set has the characteristics of high efficiency and low energy consumption. It is especially suitable for mobile phone chips. For Qualcomm, if it acquires ARM, it will be like a tiger." Henry finished. Owen Jacob pondered for a moment, and then replied, "Mr. Williams, I will then arrange for someone to go to the UK to acquire the ARM department." "Well, that's good. Are you busy?" Hanging up. Henry hung up the phone and thought to himself that both Qualcomm and ARM only have design departments and no factories for producing chips. It seems that if you have money in the future, you have to build your own fabs and production bases! Exclamation mark. And now that you have been involved in the semiconductor industry, you can't let go of the very famous companies in the past. AMD, Tower Semiconductor, a display chip manufacturer, which can all be acquired. Of course, there are many more. Henry feels that he is already a little bit enthusiastic. Ha ha, the hero of the world. Enter my heart. Seeking a recommendation ticket, and the book friend group, 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join. Chapter 153. On the evening of February 28, Henry attended a charity party. This is a charity party organized by California Governor Ted Lynch and many famous charities. Henry has to give the governor a face. The venue of the charity party is on the top floor of the San Francisco Hilton Hotel, which is also the most luxurious and stylish place in the entire hotel. When attending the party, it is natural to bring a female companion. The female partner Henry invited is Helen Wheeler. Recently, Henry has been busy acquiring other companies, and she has been a little ignored. Just taking advantage of this charity party, Henry brought her out to relax, and at the same time deepen mutual feelings. Helen dressed up very glamorous tonight. When Henry saw her, he could hardly believe that it was Helen Wheeler. She wore a white tight-fitting Othzelder evening dress. Her hips became more plump and breasts, and the bareback skin was as creamy, smooth as silk, and she couldn't help but touch it. The evening dress is covered with a layer of white gauze, and the beauty is hazy, like a fairy descending to the world. There is a white ribbon tied around the waist and tied into a butterfly shape, which looks very cute, and under the action of this ribbon, the figure becomes more and more graceful, especially the pair of big white rabbits on the chest are almost ready to come out, as if they are blown up! Why are you wearing such clothes today? Henry glanced at the white flowers on Helen's chest and couldn't help but slap his tongue. Helen lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and asked nervously, "Do you not like me wearing it like this?" Helen was very happy when she heard that Henry was going to take her to the charity dinner. A while ago, Henry had been busy all day long and had not been with him for a long time. Helen was always worried, and even a little worried, whether Henry didn't like him anymore. So when choosing clothes, she consulted many people and asked them how can they catch a man's heart. Someone told her that a man is lustful, and you have to dress beautifully and wear to attract his attention. Therefore, Helen decided to wear clothes. So under the special recommendation of the shopping guide, Helen chose a strapless tight-fitting evening dress. "No, I like it very much." Henry stepped forward, hugging Helen's soft waist, and said affectionately, "Publicly declare sovereignty to other satyrs who are stealing a glance." Henry leaned into Helen's ear and whispered, "But, because it's so sexy, it always attracts the eyes of perverts. I don't want to let those perverts feast their eyes, so you will wear them at home for me in the future!" Helen blushed and responded in a low voice like a mosquito or fly. The beautiful woman was in his arms. Henry couldn't help but feel contemplative, kissed her earlobe, and whispered softly, "Helen, I'm going to be 16 years old, and then, you will move to my house." Helen's face was instantly red like a ripe apple, and people couldn't help but want to take a bite. She dared not look at Henry's gaze. She lowered her head and held the corner of her clothes tightly with her right hand. "He wants to live with me." Helen felt nervous, thinking about living in a house and some things that might happen afterwards after cohabiting. Her heart thumped and quickly accelerated. Henry smiled at this time. If you don't speak, it means acquiescence. On my birthday, you will move over." "Helen, do you remember when my birthday is?" I remember," Helen said shyly. Her voice was as small as a mosquito, but fortunately Henry was right next to her and could hear her clearly. Henry heard this, and there seemed to be a sudden fire in his body. Then, Henry took Helen into the Hilton Hotel. John Chambers came to the banquet early. His female companion is his wife, and Henry saw him for the first time. "Mr. Williams, this is my wife Allen," John Chambers introduced. "Miss Allen, hello." Henry smiled at her. "Chambers hasn't told me before that he actually has such a young and beautiful wife." "Henry, young genius, your mouth is so sweet. I am now 45 years old, still young and beautiful." Chambers' wife, Allen, looks very dignified, elegant, and very temperamental. Although she is 45 years old, she looks like a woman in her 30s. "Miss Allen is well maintained." Henry smiled. At this moment, not far away, a few people were surprised and said, "Look, what is the identity of that boy?" Cisco CEO John Chambers actually had a great time talking to him. "I can't figure it out. It feels very mysterious. I don't know if it is an illusion. How do I feel that John Chambers is more like to please him?" "Damn, what are you talking about? John Chambers is trying to please that boy." "How is this possible?" In the hall, many people began to notice Henry's side. Henry couldn't help but smiled bitterly. "Chambers, your reputation is too big. I will talk to you for a while, and it will become the focus of everyone." "Whatever you want." Helen and I were walking around. "By the way, is Gilly Hutt coming?" Gilly Hutt came early, but he seems to have gone to the bathroom. John Chambers smiled mysteriously at Henry, but didn't say much. Henry was taken aback for a moment, but did not delve into it, and immediately took Helen to go elsewhere. Not long after he left John Chambers, Henry saw a lot of people deliberately approaching Chambers and flattering around him. John Chambers dealt with a wave of people, and then another wave, almost endless. "Brother, it's better to be loc." Henry sighed inwardly, while silently mourning for John Chambers. A waiter passed by and Henry ordered 2 fruit drinks. Novel.com. Helen likes oranges, and he ordered an apple-flavored one. Just halfway through the drink, I saw Jill Hutt come out of the toilet suddenly, as if doing some violent exercise, blushing and panting, and still looking disheveled. As for going to the toilet, Henry shook his head. Then when Jilly Hutt approached, Henry saw that there was a trace of lipstick on his neck. Damn, this girl, who was in the toilet. Henry was speechless suddenly. No wonder Chambers just smiled mysteriously. It turned out to be like this. "Jilly Hutt, where is your female companion?" "Oh, she went to the bathroom. Men's toilet or woman's toilet?" Henry teased when he saw that he was still pretending to be garlic. When Jilly Hutt heard Henry's words, he immediately understood that the good deeds he had just done must have been seen through, and he couldn't help but laugh twice. He, "I know I can't hide from you, this little genius." Immediately, Jilly Hutt leaned closer and said, "I'm about to come out to fight the wind. She still hasn't come out," and sighed. "Whether there is no one now, don't you ask her to come out." Henry was speechless and shook his head, but also to the wind. "There really is you!" Exclamation mark. "Okay, I'm going to call her out now," Jilly Hutt replied, then went into the toilet, and then walked out with a woman wearing a black sheer gauze. Henry glanced at it. "Hey, why is this woman so familiar?" Henry took a closer look, and even bought Karma. It turned out to be Juliet, the big-mouthed movie star. "Fuck, Jilly Hutt is amazing!" Exclamation mark. Recommendation tickets, and book friends group, 424,930,141. Chapter 154. "Let me introduce to you," Jilly Hutt said, pointing to Juliet Roberts. "This is my current girlfriend, Juliet Roberts, a Hollywood movie star." Then, Jilly Hutt pointed to Henry and Helen. "This is Mr. Henry Williams, well, and his girlfriend Ms. Helen Wheeler. Nice to meet you." Juliet Roberts stretched out his hand and smiled. "We too." Henry and Helen shook hands with her. Just as the two women were discussing cosmetics, Henry pulled Jilly Hutt to the side alone, and laughed. "That's right. How did you soak Juliet?" Jilly Hutt shrugged. "I'm the CEO of a company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars at any rate. Why don't I pursue a female celebrity?" Jilly Hutt smiled again and said, "Of course, if you expose your identity to the boss. I bet that 80% of American women will marry you." Henry rolled his eyes and said, "Do old women count as well?" "Come on, I thank you Bumin. Besides, I am not a lover." "Really?" "Kaylina, that's the Chinese female, I heard." Jilly Hutt was interrupted by Henry before he finished speaking. "Please, Helen is still there. If she hears it, I won't have any fruit." Jilly Hutt chuckled and shook the glass. "Boss, do you want me to teach you some tricks?" "I'm a lover." "Just you?" Henry curled his lips in disdain. "You are a guy who chases women on money." "Money is also a kind of capital. If you drive a Ferrari and go around the bar for 2 rounds, I guarantee that there will be beautiful women coming up to chat. However, if you drive a $1,000 second-hand car, no one will pay attention to you at all. So, boss, you have to learn how to spend money and use your advantages to pick up girls." Henry suddenly had a black line on his face, and said in a bad mood, "My advantage is to be handsome." Jilly Hutt and Henry chatted for a while, and Helen and Juliet came over. Henry looked around and found that Helen's complexion was bad, so he frowned and asked, "Helen, what's the matter with you?" Helen didn't speak, and Juliet couldn't help but say for her, "There was a gangster who was entangled with Helen just now, and he said that he wanted to pursue her." "Look, It is the man in black clothes and white trousers with shiny hair and a hooked nose. He also said that he is the young director of a cutting-edge technology company. Henry followed Juliet's swarthy direction and saw a man in the pile of women with his arm around a woman. So romantic. A new technology company? Henry frowned, looked at Juliet and asked, "Do you know what a new technology company does?" Juliet nodded. Xinrui Technology is actually an electronic product foundry, but it is quite large. Hearing Chambers mentioned, it seems that some of Cisco's products are manufactured by them. Henry responded, expressing his understanding. It seems that Cisco has to change to another foundry. Helen, you go call John Chambers. Helen replied in a low voice, walked to John Chambers, and whispered to him, "The chairman called you over." "Okay, I'll go right away." John Chambers finished speaking, and followed Helen to Henry's side. "Chairman, you have something to do with me?" "Does Cisco find cutting-edge technology for OEM production?" John Chambers thought for a moment, and said, "Yes. Cisco doesn't have many factories. The main thing is to find other foundries for OEM production, and cutting-edge technology is one of them." "Well, Cisco will not find new cutting-edge technology OEMs in the future." Henry paused, and then said, "Huh? You can find any suitable factories in Asia. If the technology is available, you can find them for OEMs. The price is higher. It should be much cheaper." "No problem. I will make fun of cutting-edge technology sorta tomorrow." John Chambers nodded. Although he doesn't know what happened, it is certain that cutting-edge technology company must offend his boss. Henry then took Helen to sit in a corner to taste the food, accompanied by Chambers' wife Alan and Juliet. Juliet and John Chambers have to entertain many business people. Said it was a charity party. In fact, this kind of gathering is often to expand contacts and conduct business exchanges. Cisco and Nicholas Group are very dazzling companies, and the CEO is naturally praised and sought after by everyone. Mr. John Chambers, hello, I am Simon Jeffrey, the son of the chairman of Xinrui Technology, and I am now working as a product manager in the company. Ying Gubai admitted that he had a good relationship with Cisco and rushed to John Chambers. He said hello in front of him. However, if the cutting-edge technology company was a partner of Cisco before, John Chambers would naturally give him some face. But now, John Chambers said lightly, "Oh, you are a cutting-edge technology person. It just so happens that I am going to inform you that Cisco products will not be produced in your company in the future." Eagle Hook-Nose Simon Jeffrey was secretly proud at first. He could talk to John Chambers, but unexpectedly, John Chambers actually gave him a thunderbolt. "Cisco actually cancelled the foundry order?" Simon Jeffrey was immediately dumbfounded. "I'm sorry, let me." John Chambers passed him and left. At this time, the group of people next to Simon Jeffrey sneered. "Jeffrey, ha ha, what's the matter with you? Your face is pale. Did you overwork last night?" Jeff.mentalnovel.com You said, if your father knew that Cisco had cancelled the foundry order in cutting-edge technology, would he kill you? Ha ha. Simon Jeffrey had a gloomy face. He didn't expect that Cisco would cancel the foundry orders for cutting-edge technology. Hasn't it been a good cooperation before? However, some people observed carefully. Simon Jeffrey had entangled Helen before, and then he saw that Helen knew John Chambers. He must have said something, which made John Chambers change his attitude! This Simon Jeffrey is simply cheating. That woman has a lot of background, and even John Chambers can command it! However, they are taking a closer look. That woman is actually a teenage girlfriend. She is sitting in his arms and talking. Damn, is that young man really promising? At this time, they saw that Global Online CEO Jonathan Jackson walked up to Henry with a glass of red wine. He looked a little respectful, said something, and then left. Then, he saw Bob Gallagher, the CEO of Noah's Ark, walked to Henry, said something in the same way, and then left. Before long, California Governor Ted Lynch also walked over, and everyone was almost dizzy. Who is he? PS. There is only one watch today. My relatives get married. I'm going to help. I don't have time to code. I won't be back tomorrow afternoon. At that time, I will work hard to make up for what I owe before, okay? In addition, ask for a recommendation. Group 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 155. Henry rarely shows his face in front of the media, and most people still don't know his true colors. Perhaps they have heard of the name Henry Williams, but it is only the name. Henry appeared in front of the media or attended a book signing event in London, England when he wrote Harry Potter a few years ago. But over the years, his appearance has changed a lot. If it is not a familiar person, it is basically difficult to recognize him. Of course, for the governor of the United States, especially the governor of California, Henry's identity is not concealed. Others have a way to understand his details, and California Governor Ted Lynch asked his assistant as soon as he entered the hotel, "Has Henry Williams arrived?" "Here, I am eating in the corner of the lobby now." "Eat? Didn't he have dinner before he came?" Ted Lynch couldn't help but be astonished. "It's already 8 o'clock in the evening. I should have eaten it long ago." He. Sure enough, genius is different from ordinary people. Everyone busy talking about business at the party, he is the most maverick. Ted Lynch was shocked, but he was praised. Henry said to Helen as he ate, "I went to pick you up just now. I only ate a few bites for dinner. I am very hungry now." "Eat slowly, no one will grab you," Helen said, peeling him a bowl of golden shrimp, then took the apple and peeled it, then cut it into small pieces and placed it on the plate. Henry was eating with relish, but not long after, California Governor Ted Lynch came over. "It's nice to meet you, Henry Williams." Ted Lynch walked up to Henry and introduced himself. "I'm California Governor Ted Lynch." Henry looked at him when he heard that he was the governor of California, and saw that he was about 50 years old, wearing a black suit, a purple tie, big eyes and thick eyebrows, and sharp short hair. He looked like a spirit. Henry stood up immediately, stretched out his hand and smiled and said, "Mr. Governor, hello." Ted Lynch shook hands with Henry, and said, "It's too bad to call the governor. You can call me Ted or Uncle Lynch." Henry was taken aback for a moment. Is the governor of California so approachable? Henry didn't have time to think about it. Since other people gave face, he would follow suit, so he shouted, "Hello Uncle Lynch." Ted Lynch suddenly laughed when Henry called him that. "That's right." Ted Lynch sat down beside Henry as if he was familiar with him. "When I started, Henry was inexplicable." "Henry, here is my business card, with my personal phone number on it. If you want to ask me for help in the future, just call this." When finally leaving, Ted Lynch handed Henry a business card. Henry held his business card thoughtfully. Helen whispered to Henry, "It's strange, this Ted Lynch has always been cold to people. How can he treat you so well? Who knows?" Henry shrugged. "It doesn't look like a bad thing." On the other side, Ted Lynch drank a glass of wine, turned his head to the assistant and asked, "Is Murdoch here?" "Here, he is in the box." "Well, let's meet him," Ted Lynch said lightly. "Yes." The assistant nodded, and then asked, "Mr. Governor, as far as I know, Henry Williams has a very clear support for Clinton's campaign for the presidency of the United States. Can we win him over?" "There is more than a year left. I will let Henry Williams change his mind." Ted Lynch believes himself. The assistant was silent for a while, and said nothing. With Helen serving him, how could Henry's food be comfortable? Pour wine, feed grapes, the enjoyment like an emperor is nothing better than that. At this time, the hall suddenly became quiet. Then, I saw Ted Lynch and Murdoch walk out together, followed by a dozen people behind them. Ted Lynch picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Welcome to the charity gala tonight. The theme of this charity gala is to give love to disabled children. Therefore, we have prepared a small charity auction tonight. We'll use all the funds auctioned tonight to help disabled children. Happiness! Exclamation mark. After speaking, applause suddenly sounded from the audience. Ted Lynch smiled in satisfaction, thinking, that's how it should be for a reputation. Immediately, he announced on the spot, "Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction has officially started." Next, Mr. Andrew, the head of the Fusabai auction house, will host this charity auction. Henry raised Erlang's legs and looked at the stage with interest. While drinking the juice, he said to Helen, "I want to understand one thing now." "What?" Helen was taken aback. "I mean, what do you want to understand?" "Ha ha, have you noticed Murdoch?" "Well, it's the old man in a white coat next to California Governor Ted Lynch with a red rose embroidered on his chest. This old man is not simple, but a super tycoon in the media industry in the United States, has a very big influence." Seeing him and Ted Lynch appear side by side, "I understand that Ted Lynch may want to run for President of the United States." "So, he wants to win you too?" Helen murmured. "Murdoch is the real media tycoon, but you are the king of the internet, dominating online public opinion. If Ted Lynch can get you with the help of the two, he will have a very big advantage in running for the President of the United States." "Yes." Henry smiled and nodded. "Didn't you support Clinton before?" Helen wondered. "Now Ted Lynch wants to win you over, how do you choose?" Henry smiled, put a small piece of apple into his mouth with a fork, and said as he ate, "Hee, whoever has the big chance of winning and benefits me more, I will support whoever." In fact, Henry had already thought about it. Intend. Ted Lynch suddenly stepped in www.mtlnovel.com to run for President of the United States. That is the best. Although I definitely support Clinton, I have to make Clinton nervous. Otherwise, it should be taken for granted that you should help him, as if you have to help him! However, I want to let you know that there are actually other candidates. Your sister, if you don't quickly get some benefits, I will change the banner and change the banner. See if you are anxious when the time comes. Helen doesn't know what Henry is thinking, but she agrees with Henry's saying that whoever gives more benefits is supported. Let's get the price, isn't that? Helen smiled at Henry. You are really cunning. Cunning will not suffer. Henry smiled and scratched Helen's nose lightly. At this time, the auction has already begun. On the one hand, Henry felt obligated to help disabled children. On the other hand, this is an important moment for Ted Lynch to gain his reputation. If he supports him, Clinton will feel very nervous. When the time comes, my goal has been achieved! One stone two bird. Not only do good deeds, but also warn Clinton, why not do it? So he cares. The time to witness the local tyrant has arrived. The book has been signed, so I won't be supervised. The relatives got married in the past 2 days. I went there to help, because I was busy. I didn't have time to code. I didn't come back until after 5 o'clock this afternoon. Although I was dizzy, I still need to code quickly. The last chapter. Don't worry. The chapters you owe will be added in the future, and there will always be outbreaks in the future. Finally, thank you very much for your support. Bsha has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 156. At the auction, the price calls came and went one after another. The first few auction items were foreign paintings and calligraphy. Henry expressed no interest at all, and he did not bid for the wine. I thought that doing good deeds can't be all-inclusive, isn't it? Other people finally come back, and they can't leave empty-handed. TSK. Even a few modern paintings and calligraphy works can be sold so expensive. Helen shook her head and secretly smacked her tongue. Henry laughed and said, where do they buy paintings and calligraphy works? They actually buy it for the sake of face. Doing charity in the United States can avoid taxation. It doesn't matter if you bid a little bit more. You see, Ted Lynch treats those who bid high prices. They all looked up and smiled. encouraging them to bid as high as possible. Everyone likes to hold the governor's stinky feet and keep bidding. Aren't you going to hold the governor's stinky feet? Helen laughed out loud. I'm totally different from them, Henry said righteously. I really want to do charity work. I am poor and good at my own life, and I will help the world. Disabled children are too pitiful. I am going to build a disabled children's schools, give them more care. Everyone has self-esteem. Teaching people to fish is not as good as teaching people to fish. I want to build a school that can teach them survival skills so that they can support themselves without relying too much on others. At the end, Henry's eyes were reddish, and he was rather sighed. Although in this life, he has never touched disabled children, but in the previous life, he participated in the Wenquan earthquake relief operation, and also went to a special school for children with disabilities and intellectual disabilities, where he witnessed how disabled children overcome their own obstacles, become self-reliant, and work hard. That kind of spirit and the touching pictures now make Henry's eyes moist when I think about it. Helen looked at Henry almost crying. This was the first time she saw Henry on the other side. In her eyes, Henry has always been confident, strong, and indifferent, and it seems that nothing can make him sad. Helen subconsciously hugged Henry in her arms and comforted, "Okay, we will build a special school for children with disabilities." Henry blinked, calmed down, and said slowly, "There is more than one school. I want to build this kind of school all over the world. Cisco Care for Children Special School, Nicholas Care for Children Special School, Global Online. Henry said a lot. Helen couldn't help but smile when he heard it behind him. Are you advertising for the company under your name or something? The school is all with the name of the company under your name. Doing charity and advertising are not wrong. Is there any problem with this? Henry said, if a person does a good deed, if he does not receive the respect and the honor he deserves, then who is willing to do good deeds in the future? Not everyone does it. It's God. We're all saints. We're all ordinary people. We all have vanity. I'm just setting an example for everyone. Maybe someone has done good deeds just because of a little sense of vanity, no matter what his purpose is, but he has indeed done good deeds. Isn't it a contribution to society? Well, what you said makes a little sense. Helen nodded. Then, the good man, when will you bid? 5 things have already been auctioned. Henry stared at a dragon head on the stage. His face changed, and his tone was firm. This time I must shout. Although Henry was born in a foreign country, he still has a quarter of Yanhuan blood, and he was a 100% Chinese child in his previous life. Henry didn't realize that he was in Cao Ying's heart. The moment he saw the dragon's head, Henry's heart trembled in vain, and the lyrics suddenly sounded in his mind. Even though the dress is worn on the body, my heart is still Chinese. Heart. The heads of the 12 zodiac animals are scattered around the world, and the shame of the year has not yet been snowed. Henry saw the dragon head and decided to buy it anyway. At this time, the host introduced, this collection is one of the dragon heads of the 12 zodiac animals in the old summer palace of the Qing dynasty. It is cast in bronze and has fine carvings and lifelike life. It has a very large collection value. Now, the starting price is $500,000 Exclamation mark. The host's voice just fell. Henry didn't even think about it, and directly shouted, $1 million. When the price was raised to $1 million, everyone was shocked. Generally speaking, it was an increase of 100,000 and 100,000. Simon Jeffrey, that guy is shouting. The pig friend beside Simon Jeffrey, the young director of cutting-edge technology, pointed to Henry and said. Simon Jeffrey's face turned cold, and he looked at Henry and Helen in his arms with sinister eyes. Simon Jeffrey, the girl you are after is acting like a baby in the arms of others. If it were me, I would never look past it. I must teach him a lesson. Jeffrey, you won't be persuaded anymore. Ha ha. As everyone said, they burst into laughter. Simon Jeffrey said angrily, Fart, will I counsel? Simon Jeffrey said. He raised his right hand and shouted, 1.5 million. Henry followed the voice, and he was actually the young director of cutting-edge technology and the suitor of Helen. Henry couldn't help being slightly surprised, but immediately calmed down. How does an ant challenge the dragon? Henry was not a bird, and said lightly, 3 million. Henry had just finished calling the price, and the hall suddenly became quiet. At this time, the animal head of the Chinese zodiac was not as valuable as it is now and later. In the eyes of everyone, $1 million is enough. Simon Jeffrey also surprised everyone when he shouted 1.5 million. But soon he was shocked by Henry's 3 million shouts. It's just a bronze statue. As for $3 million, everyone is really puzzled. At this time, Simon Jeffrey's pig friends and dog friends said to Simon, "Hurry up, Jeffrey, you hurry up and shout. Are you going to persuade you? 300.3.5 million. Simon Jeffrey couldn't help but shouted the price after receiving the excitement from the crowd. However, his complexion was like pig liver. If his father knew that he had spent millions to buy a piece of broken copper and iron, he would have to kill him. Jeffrey, good job. Jeffrey, awesome. Everyone touted. Simon Jeffrey was full of vanity. Just when he wanted to continue to enjoy this sense of vanity, he saw Henry say loudly to him, "If you have the seed, continue to follow." Then Henry raised his right hand and said to the host, "I will give $10,000 US." Everyone was shocked as soon as he said this. Although many people are very rich, they don't use it like this! There is too much money and no land to burn? Or are you jealous? Helen hurriedly pulled Henry. "Henry, don't be angry for such a high price. I understand your intentions," Helen said, but lowered her head shyly. At this moment, she felt happy in her heart. She thought Henry was calling this price for her. Henry smiled without explaining, and kissed her on the cheek. At this time, Ted Lynch looked at Henry. Henry looked up and saw him, and then the two laughed at each other. But Henry and Ted Lynch laughed in their own minds. Ted Lynch thought Henry was expressing his position and supported him with practical actions. But Henry thought, Clinton should be anxious now. 10 million to buy a bronze beast head, which fool can do it? But obviously Henry is not a fool, so what is his purpose for doing this? In Simon Jeffrey's view, he was jealous of competing with him. In Clinton's view, this is Henry's support for Ted Lynch. There was a silence in the audience. Simon Jeffrey flushed, wishing to find a hole to get in. His whooping friends didn't dare to speak anymore, but looked at Henry in surprise. The host of the auction sale is a man who has been on the battlefield. He has encountered a wealthy tyrant like Henry. www.mentalnovel.com but was stunned, and quickly reacted, and then said loudly, "This gentleman bid $10 million. Is there any higher bid?" The host paused and glanced at the crowd, but no one seemed to be ready to continue shouting. "So," he said, "I count down 3 times at the end. If there is still no one bidding, then this dragon head belongs to this gentleman. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, this collection belongs to you. Wait a moment, we can complete the transaction in the background." Henry nodded, expressing his understanding. After the first auction of the dragon, the auction will continue. Now everyone knows that Henry is a local tyrant. Sure enough, in the following auctions, Henry was also a local tyrant, and when he saw something he liked, he gave a lot of money, such as Tang Bohas beauty pictures, blue and white porcelain of the Yuan dynasty, and so on. After the auction ends, the charity party is almost over. Henry went to the back office to complete the auction transaction and asked them to deliver the things to the designated address. Subsequently, Henry sent Helen home. When he got out of the car, Helen gave Henry a kiss affectionately. "I'll give it to you today." Helen smiled, her face blushing. Henry looked at Helen running away carrying the skirt and smiled slightly. "This girl actually took the initiative to give me a deep French kiss. It is really rare! Ha ha. Henry had a little fun, and then ordered the driver to drive home. Please ask for votes and collect. The author June has established a book friend group. 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www Novel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 157. Silicon Valley has become synonymous with technological innovation. Every March holds a science and technology exhibition, and world-renowned technology companies will come here to showcase their products. So at this time, Silicon Valley must be very lively. Some small companies or individuals will also come here to seek opportunities. If their products are favored by others, they may skyrocket, because Silicon Valley is also the place where venture capital is most concentrated! The success of Silicon Valley is absolutely inseparable from the capital of venture capital companies. Hundreds of venture capital companies around the world have gathered in this place in Silicon Valley, so the entrepreneurial rate is also the highest in the world. Don't look at just an ordinary supermarket salesperson. Maybe he was a rich man with a market value of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars before. Henry's company participates in the Science and Technology Exhibition every year, and sometimes picks up leaks and acquires several companies. Many of the things at the Science and Technology Exhibition are weird, some have very large commercial value, and some are worthless, which can be called a peerless pit. VCs must keep their eyes open. For the first time Prestige Capital participated in this technology exhibition. Henry decided to accompany Kalina. If you talk about the sharp eyesight, relying on more than 20 years of advanced insight, Henry is simply unmatched! Henry intends to let Prestige Capital acquire some companies or technologies that he considers to be very promising at this technology exhibition. In the future, when people talk about Wifing Capital, they think that the investment income of Wifing Capital is as high as hundreds of times this. Nima, do you want to be so scary? At present, Prestige Capital has attracted foreign investment, attracting investors to hand over the money to Prestige Capital's management. So far, it has absorbed $50 million. Prestige Capital promises that its annual rate of return is at least 10%. In fact, under the management of Kalina, Prestige Capital has developed well and the return on investment is as high as 25%. The reason why Henry decided to absorb foreign capital was to make friends with some powerful and wealthy businessmen and to form a profit community. On the other hand, it was not bad that he used other people's funds to preempt the layout and occupy the market when he did not have enough funds. If a Prestige Capital can control hundreds of billions of US dollars, it will be able to call for trouble in the financial world. In 1997, the Asian financial turmoil and so on, let Soros Quantum Fund take charge, and Prestige Capital will be the boss! Karina's shirt is a white shirt, and her pants are black shorts. She looks very capable in black and white matching. As she drove, she said casually, "I heard that you spent $10 million on a bronze dragon's head last night because you slapped your daughter for a smile on a bow woman." As soon as Henry heard this, his body suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly took his eyes to peep at her, and said vainly, "What's the matter? You know, I also have a quarter of Chinese descent. How can I see the national treasure lost? So, I bought it. Do you need 10 million? Kalina curled her lips in disdain. "I'm afraid that others will fight with me." Henry's explanation was reluctant but weak. Kalina immediately made up the knife and said, "You are jealous of the wind." Henry smiled, did not say anything, but stared at Kalina's eyes, ambiguously said, "What? Are you jealous? It's my shit. What kind of vinegar do I have?" Kalina sneered. "I'm not jealous. Why are you angry?" "Huh, who is angry?" "I'm not angry." Kalina snorted coldly. At this time, the car suddenly increased speed, and it was generally overtaking. When Henry saw this, he secretly said, "Auntie, don't even think about driving, crashing and dying." Henry quickly took out a bright phoenix jade pendant and said to Kalina, "Karina, I deliberately bought a jade pendant for you. Don't look at this phoenix jade pendant, but it is one of China's 4 greatest beauties. Yang, the ancient jade worn by the imperial concubine, regardless of the carving and the material, is first class, and it is absolutely valuable." It is said that Tang Xuanzong bestowed on the concubine Yang to express his love. Karina glanced secretly, and without realizing it, The car slowly slowed down. However, Kalina pretended not to care and said, "It's just a jade pendant. You do not want?" Karina Wu drove the car without reply. Henry sighed and said, "Well, since you don't want it, then I'll give it to Helen." Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the accelerator accelerated and made a loud noise, and the car went out like a cheetah. Henry's guts called a tremor. "Just kidding, I bought it for you on a special trip. How can I give it to Helen?" Henry looked at a frosty face and couldn't help but smiled bitterly. "Kalina, I was wrong. The car is driving so fast." "Wait for the traffic police to stop the car," Karina said with a cold face. The car still drove very fast. Henry shook his head when he saw this, opened the window, making the appearance of throwing things out. "You don't believe me? Then I will throw it away." As he said, Henry's right hand shook hard, and suddenly he heard the sound of something falling to the ground. Then, the car stopped abruptly. Karina called to Henry, "You are crazy. Why did you throw the jade pendant? Since you don't want it, Yupei doesn't have a mistress. What do I want it to do?" Henry said flatly, "Even if I don't want it, you can't throw it away. That jade pendant is invaluable. What a pity to throw it away." With that, Kalina opened the car door. Henry held her. "What are you going to do?" "Pick back the jade pendant." Henry chuckled, took out the Phoenix jade pendant from his pocket, and smiled. "No need to go. The jade pendant is here. Didn't you throw it away?" "I threw a lighter." Henry finished speaking, put the jade pendant in front of Kalina, and said, "Do you want it? If you don't want it, I will really throw it away this time." Karina looked at Henry's serious expression, knowing that he didn't lie this time. He would really throw away the jade pendant. "Take it?" Kalina hesitated. "It's better to take it. After all, this jade pendant is very valuable. It's a pity to throw it away." "However, I didn't take it because of other things." Kalina comforted herself. At the moment when Kalina stretched out her hand to catch the jade pendant, Henry suddenly grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "I knew you would accept this jade pendant." Then, Henry bullied himself and pressed it down. Karina looked at Henry's handsome face close at hand. She didn't realize that her face was hot and her cheeks were flushed. "Don't get me wrong, I just can't bear to see the jade pendant broken." "Really? What am I misunderstanding?" Henry moved forward again, looking straight into Kalina's eyes. Karina retreated with a guilty conscience, her head tilted, so she didn't dare to look at him. Henry used his hand to straighten Kalina's head, aimed at herself, and looked at her aggressively. "Karina, do you like me?" "Dislike." "Really don't like it?" "I really don't like." "I do not believe," said Henry kissed her charming little mouth. At first, Kalina refused, but after a while, she took the initiative to kiss Henry affectionately. 2 or 3 minutes later, Henry and Kalina were panting. Henry smiled triumphantly. "Your body is more honest than you." "Huh?" Kalina snorted. "Does kiss mean you like you?" "It doesn't matter if your mouth is hard, just watch me kiss you softly." Speaking, Henry was about to kiss Kalina again. Karina said 2 words, "rascal, rascal," but basically did not resist. Exclamation mark. At this time, there was a knock on the window. A traffic policeman shouted outside, "No parking here, hurry away." Karina straightened her tangled hair and complained to Henry, "It's all you." "Look at the traffic police." Henry smiled, did not speak. Then, Kalina opened the window and said a few words to the traffic police, then took out the driver's license and asked him to check it again. After dismissing the traffic police, Kalina closed the window, but found that Henry had been staring at herself with a smile. "Look at what I'm going to drive." Hee, you drive. Remember to drive slowly. Drive too fast. I don't worry about you. I want you to control. Of course I have to take care of it. And I will take care of you all my life. Henry looked into Kalina's eyes and said seriously and affectionately. Kalina trembled when she heard this. Henry lightly kissed her forehead. "Let's drive, and I will participate in the science and technology exhibition later." Karina nodded obediently and started the car. The car then drove for half an hour and arrived at the technology exhibition venue. At this time, There are already crowds of people here. Henry just came to the booth of Prestige Capital when he heard a group of people laughing nearby. "What's the use of this chat software you developed? Does everyone have to bring a computer to chat?" Exclamation mark. A middle-aged man in grey clothes with two beards shook his head and said. The people around sneered. "This design is so stupid, it's useless at all. A mobile phone is enough for chat. Who would use a computer? Hee hee, you know, only Chinese. What decent things can they design? Hee hee, you are right. This chat software is terrible. I can't bear to look directly at it." Among the crowd, a young man wearing black clothes was blushing by everyone. Despite this, he stubbornly said, "How useless. The chat software I developed allows netizens to make friends through the internet." The man in grey was not convinced by his words, and asked faintly, "Then how many users do you have now?" "More than 700. The young man replied with embarrassment. www.mentalnovel.com. Only more than 700? The color of disdain on the grey man's face has become stronger. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "As long as there is a venture capital company willing to invest in us, we have the money to promote, and the number of users will definitely rise." "Well, even if a venture capital company invests in you, so, what are your plans for the company's future? Does the company have a profit plan? If you can't answer these, why are you embarrassed to ask for venture capital?" Exclamation mark. The young man was speechless. His face flushed. He didn't take these into account. He just wanted to make the chat software well. He believed that as long as there are users, the company will have the possibility of making a profit sooner or later. "What's the matter? I can't say a word?" "Ha ha, I have seen a lot of people who cheat venture capitalists like you. I don't have any plans, and they dare to come and ask for venture capital. Really be your venture capital company? Cash machine? Ha. Ignorant Chinese." The grey man sneered. "Mr. Smith, you can laugh at me, but you can't laugh at the Chinese." Although the young man's physique is not very good among Americans, his voice is powerful and overwhelming everyone present. "Ha ha. Very spine." Smith laughed. "But, am I wrong? You can see for yourself how simple the interface is and how low the number of users is. That's it. You still want to get venture capital? Are you daydreaming? Say you are ignorant or praise you." The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. And just then, a voice suddenly sounded. "I am willing to invest in you. Vote for www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile users, please visit Read. Chapter 158. Everyone turned their heads to look after the voice, only to see a teenager who was about 16 or 17 years old was talking. Next to him stood a pretty young woman, who was really pretty. The young man exaggerated, and there was a kind of domineering high in his eyebrows. He walked slowly towards the young Chinese in the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but voluntarily give way. The young Chinese was already stunned at the moment, staring blankly at the young man coming. Henry glanced at everyone with disdain. It was these people who were stupid and ignorant, who actually treated gold as stubble. What an awesome thing about online real-time chat software, they are even worthless! Exclamation mark. Henry came to the young Chinese and took a close look at him. He was about 178 centimeters tall, he was handsome, and his eyes were energetic. The thing that made Henry admire him the most was the sonorous and powerful words he said. "You can laugh at me, but you can't laugh at the Chinese." "What's your name?" Henry asked calmly. "My name is Tang Shui," the young man responded. Hearing this, Henry nodded, and then asked, "Are you willing to accept the investment of Prestige Capital? If you do, Prestige Capital will invest $8 million in financing, and Prestige Capital will hold 80% of the shares, and finally give you or you the team retains 20% of the shares." Henry had just finished speaking. Everyone was very surprised, and there was a lot of discussion. Shui Ten's eye sockets were slightly moist. He was struggling to find a venture, but he was beaten to death. When she was almost desperate, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. as if she had found an oasis in the desert. A chat software with only more than 700 users. Wifing Capital has even given a valuation of $10 million US. Tan Shui almost can't imagine. She is proud of Bowl. Tan Shui's heart is very moved. The feeling of being recognized and respected by others is simply not measurable by money. Shui Tan had a ruddy complexion, and said excitedly, "I am willing. I am very willing." Henry smiled. "Your decision is very wise." If he disagrees, Henry will form a team to develop instant chat software. As for the result, one can imagine. Henry then swept across everyone who had laughed at Tan Shui with a stern look, and then said to Tan Shui, "Look at these people. One day, these people who have laughed at you will look up to you very much." At this time, Smith, a man in grey at the venture capital firm, laughed and said, "You are not ashamed. Who do you think you are?" The tone is so big. "Okay, I'll just wait and see. Will I look up at this one in the future?" "Oh, what is it called?" "What's the name?" He, Mr. Smith. "His name is Tan Shui." Someone beside him grinned. Smith chuckled. "Oh, then you have to remember it. I will look up at others in the future." Yeah, we remember it too." Everyone mocked Humphrey. Henry snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to these people, and took Tan Shui to the booth of Prestige Capital, and then asked him in detail about his situation. It turned out that Tan Shui is a Chinese American, studying at the University of California, Berkeley, and he developed the chat software alone. As for why he insists on looking for venture capital, in addition to being determined to do a good job of chat software, his purpose is to pursue a woman he likes. Tan Shui's parents opened a small Chinese restaurant, and the business is good, but the woman he likes is the goddess of the University of California, Berkeley. There are many suitors, and he is considered a humble one. But because she is also Chinese, Tan Shui thinks that she is still very promising. It's just that the goddess always treats him as if he is detached. The original purpose of Tan Shui's chat software was to chat with her on the internet. It was unexpected. After the students in the bedroom knew about the chat software, they copied them and installed them on their computers. So the chat software was soon available in the university. Popular. Then someone gave Tan Shui an idea to find venture capital and start a company to make money. The goddess also said to him, "If there is venture capital who is willing to invest in you, maybe I will consider being your girlfriend." Tan Shui heard this, full of motivation. "I have found many venture capital companies, hoping that they can invest. But the result failed without exception. Later, I heard that there was a technology exhibition in Silicon Valley. In addition to exhibiting products from businesses, venture capital companies also gathered here. Therefore, Tan Shui rushed over very early, and then went to the venture capital company to sell his chat software one after another." Henry was very inspirational after hearing Tan Shui's words. At this time, Kalina had already drawn up a contract. "Look, are there any problems with the contract? If not, we can sign the contract." Kalina handed the contract to Tan Shui. Shui Tan accepted the contract, took a closer look, shook his head and said, "No problem." "Well, that's good. It's time to sign," Kalina said. Shui Tan nodded, and then the two parties formally signed the contract. Henry said to Tan Shui, "Did you think about the company's name?" Shui Tan turned red and shyly said, "I thought of a name before." "What name?" "Unjie Chat Software Company." "What kind of ghost name is this?" Henry was stunned and couldn't help asking, "What does Unjie mean?" "The girl's name I like," Tan Shui said shyly. Puff. Henry suddenly laughed. "Well, I have to admit that you like this girl named Unjie very much. But starting a company can't be such a trifling matter. The company's name is the facade, so the company's name must be chosen. I still can't think of a good name." "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Do you have any good suggestions?" Tan Shui said. Henry suggested, "How about ICQ Company? The chat software is also called ICQ. Which means ICQ, I am looking for you." "This name is good." Tan Shui's eyes lit up and agreed. "Then it's settled. Just the name ICQ. Don't get an Angie company out at that time. Then I will withdraw from the capital. Henry joked. Shui Tan laughed and said, hee hee, no, don't worry. Henry handed Tan Shui a check, saying, this is $3 million US, and the remaining funds will be credited to the company's account in installments. You can register the company now. As for the address, I have chosen the address for you. The Capital Incubation Base is less than 10 minutes away from the headquarters of Prestige Capital, where we rented a whole building from Prestige Capital. Then, Henry handed him a business card with the address of Prestige Capital's headquarters and Prestige Capital's incubation base. Address: the company is currently settling in the Wifing Capital Incubation Base, and the company will develop in the future, and then build its own building. In addition, Global Online, Isaac, and Nicholas are all strategic partners of Wifing Capital. For the promotion of ICQ on the internet, you can find they cooperate. As for the price, they will definitely give you an internal preferential price. Internal preferential price? Tan Shui opened his mouth wide, surprised. Henry smiled faintly without explaining. Please ask for votes. The author June built a book friend group. 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. Chapter 159. Henry asked Tan Shui to register the company as soon as possible and then recruit employees. As for other things, Henry said that Prestige Capital can do it all. Shui Tan nodded and left with the check excitedly. Henry was very happy to have the instant chat software in his bag. He couldn't help humming a song, and said triumphantly, a good character is really good. Brother received a super potential stock as soon as he came. Ha. Look at your virtue, you are so happy that you can't find North. Henry Kaliner asked puzzled. I don't understand that chat software has such great potential. Is it worth your joy? Hee. The potential is not so big. You will understand in the future. Henry smiled and deliberately sold off without telling Kalina. Karina gave him a sideways glance, and said with no anger, it's still selling off. If the investment fails, I will see you scream. Henry smiled confidently. How can it be possible to fail without looking at who I am? A little bit of gold, the hand of God. These words are all used to describe me. Although Tan Shui's chat software is very simple and has a single function, but with me, just a few ideas can make it soar for 90,000 miles, and it won't work. Kalina gave him a blank look. Great. Anyone who knows Henry has to admit that he is a great genius, and Kalina is the same, admiring Henry's wit. Since he said that the chat software has great potential, there is no doubt that the software has great potential. Kalina decided to observe carefully in the future, find out what happened, see how long he will be sold at that time. Henry smiled and put his face in front of Kalina, and said, what's the matter? Are you angry? No. Kalina turned her face to the side. Henry stretched out his hand to embrace her small waist. Kalina blushed, looked around, struggling, and whispered, don't make trouble. Let me go. Henry grinned and said, I won't let it go. Karina was struggling and weak, so she hugged her body, but she cursed, Henry, so soulless, let me go quickly. Hee. I won't get pregnant if I hug you. Besides, don't you like me holding you? Who likes your hug? Kalina said blushing. Henry looked at Kalina's red face, then smiled, put her face close to her, rubbed her ears and temples, felt the smoothness and body temperature on her face, and slowly said, okay, don't move, I'm about to give. What about your chat software? Actually, the reason why I value chat software is very simple. Think about it for yourself. Whether it is reality or the internet, communication is an indispensable behavior of human beings. Naturally, the potential of chat software is huge. And once it is developed, users after increasing, there will be great stickiness. This stickiness is much stronger than search and e-commerce. This means that chat software will bring huge traffic. Larger traffic can make money, which is inevitable. As for how to make money, you have to use your brains to figure out how to cash out traffic and turn it into profit. Finally, And most importantly, the Matthew effect of chat software is the most embodied in the internet. Once you become stronger, it will be difficult for other chat software to catch up. For example, if your friends are in the ICQ software, would you use a software without your own friends? Even if you can use it, who do you chat with? Henry paused and laughed. The first mover advantage of chat software is obvious. Therefore, it is better to launch the chat software as soon as possible. The ICQ campaign is establishment task. You have to have snacks. It is our money-making treasure. Karina was so excited that she forgot that Henry was holding her for a while, but thought of what Henry said just now, and instantly felt the potential of the chat software. Well, don't worry, I will arrange it. Karina nodded. So good, Henry said, kissing her on the cheek. Karina suddenly blushed. Only then did she realize that she was still in Henry's arms. The employees were arranged to guard the booth of Prestige Capital, and Henry then took Kalina to the Silicon Valley Science and Technology Exhibition. IBM and Sony have the largest traffic. IBM's laptops are highly sought after by everyone, and Sonos Walkman is also very popular. This year, Apple and Sony jointly designed and launched the Notebook PowerBook, which is also a highlight. In particular, the shape of the notebook is very stylish, which is simply a replica of the shape of the future notebook. Nevertheless, Henry knew that Apple's sales would also decline. As for Apple's founder Jobs, he is now also participating in the technology exhibition. After he left Apple, he founded NeXT Computer Company, adhering to Jobs' extremely strict and perfect character, and finally launched a cool, expensive, powerful NeX workstation computer, but the price is tens of thousands of dollars, which is simply prohibitive. So, and did not sell much in the end. You need to know that today's personal computers generally cost $2,000 to $3,000 a piece. Even a workstation computer, $5,000 to $6,000 is already considered expensive. But the next workstation computer has to sell for $100,000. So expensive, who would buy it? However, this is no wonder Jobs. The computer cost is high. If you don't sell it more expensive, you will lose money. Henry came to Jobs' booth. At this moment, he was giving a passionate speech, because the next company has launched a small workstation computer, the NextStat, but it is still expensive. Even if Jobs' tongue is like a lotus flower, it still has nothing to do with it. Things still can't be sold. However, Henry can vaguely see a trace of the former Steve Jobs standing at the iPhone product launch conference. Jobs is still Jobs, but he will never be Apple's Jobs again. Henry shook his head, his expression a bit complicated. Speaking of it, the next company is pretty good. There are many talents in it, most of which are dug from Apple. Jobs was digging people too hard, and he had a momentum of vowing to never give up without hollowing out Apple. In the end, www.mtlnovel.com actually forced Apple to take Steve Jobs to court, which stopped this dramatic digging operation. The things made by NeXT are very level, the appearance and function are not. But the direction of development is wrong. Next is neither high nor low. It is neither high-end nor low-end. That is the rhythm of hunting for death. According to statistics from previous lives, since the company was founded and sold to Apple, that is, in the 11 years from 1985 to 1996, all the products of the company did not sell 50,000 units in total. This figure is definitely a shame for Jobs. It's almost impossible to beat Jobs. You know, Apple sells many more computers in a month! Comparing the two, you can imagine how frustrated Jobs was. However, there was a mistake. In 1993, Jobs reluctantly quit the hardware business due to difficulties in fund circulation, and switched to focusing on the development of the software market, and successively developed the innovative object-oriented operating system NextStep, which was used in the development of system programs. The API, that is, OpenStep, a set of network program framework web objects, is used to generate dynamic web pages. These NeXT technologies finally became the core foundation of Apple's Mac OS X and iOS operating systems. It can be said that Next is an extremely important part of Apple's future glory. Without it, Apple's system is definitely not better than Android. Henry was thinking, Jobs, can you sell Next? Company.mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 160. When Jobs saw Henry, he still remembered that he was vying for Pixar, and he was impressed by Henry's bid like a local tyrant. Henry smiled at Steve Jobs and thought, "Old Joe, you have to hold on and continue to lose money for 2 years, then I will buy it." Jobs didn't know, so I didn't know that Henry was calculating him in his heart. Just seeing Henry smile very kindly at him, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Passing through Apple's booth area, Henry then strolled around his company's booth. It was mainly Cisco MCI that launched CDMA technology, which will naturally appear at the Science and Technology exhibition. John Chambers presided over the overall situation here. After Henry passed, he greeted him, and then asked, how many mobile phone merchants around the world are willing to come to negotiate? Today, only 10 companies have clearly responded to participate in the development of CDMA technology standards, and most of them are mobile phone vendors in the United States. Chambers responded. Henry frowned, and asked, how come there are so few 10 companies? There is nothing wrong with European mobile phone merchants, because Europe already has a GSM global communication system. Not long ago, the GSM standard has been formulated, and the text alone is more than 6,000 pages. Now, European mobile phone vendors are preparing to use GSM. So, Kian Bosi did not finish the sentence, because the meaning was already very clear. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Henry couldn't help but curse. How can GSM compare to CDMA? 2. Before the 5G network, there may be little difference between the two, but after that, CDMA completely overwhelmed GSM. Okay! Exclamation mark. In 2015, many GSM network operators around the world have identified 2017 as the year to shut down their GSM networks. Qualcomm has become the boss of the monopoly of mobile communication networks! Exclamation mark. John Chambers saw that Henry's face was wrong, and explained, the development of GSM started very early as 1982. Fortunately, the United States is our home court. I am confident to defeat GSM on the American side. Henry pondered for a moment, and said, by the way, call some telecommunications companies such as AT&T too. A man can bend and stretch. Now when we don't engage in civil war, it is necessary to unite with American telecommunications companies and mobile phone vendors to fight against Europe. Okay, no problem. However, the CDMA Standard Development Conference may have to be postponed to April. Chambers thought for a while and said, hold the conference as soon as possible. After all, the European GSM standard has been formulated, and we have not started yet. Okay, I will hurry up. Chambers nodded and said. Henry nodded when he heard the words and said goodbye to Chambers. Henry was still a little depressed when he left. The European group strikes, and I actually feel like fighting alone. If AT&T favors GSM, Henry will have to burst into tears. Schweitan took the check to the bank to transfer the account, and immediately returned to the bedroom. As soon as I walked in, I saw my roommate typing the code. Schweitan couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and shouted, "Hey Telly, I succeeded. I finally succeeded." Jim Utley is a Canadian with curly hair, a stubborn face, a lot of pores on his body, a height of 1.9 meters, a burly and strong, not like a code farmer at all. He turned his head and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" "Anjay agreed to be your girlfriend," Schweitan said excitedly. "Not yet, but it's coming soon." "Huh? What is going on?" Jim Utley asked, sitting upright. "Utley, I got a venture capital I am going to start a company. Jim Utley was surprised when he heard this. Tunch, why, you mean, you got a venture capital? Exclamation mark. Yes, that's right. I got $8 million. Oh, God. It's incredible. You actually got an $8 million venture capital. Jim Utley screamed and stood up all of a sudden. Yes, I didn't even think of it myself. Shuai Tan then told the whole story in detail. Jim Utley listened quietly when he heard that Shuai Tan was ridiculed by Smith and others. He couldn't help being filled with indignation and cursing. When Henry said he wanted to invest in Tan Shuai, he clapped his hands abruptly. After listening to Tan Shuai's words, Jim Utley said with envy, Tan Shuai, congratulations, you will be able to start a company soon, and you will return home with a beautiful woman. Hey Telly, if it weren't for you to comfort and encourage me to persevere every night, I might have given up. Tan Shuai said gratefully, Hey Telly, I now solemnly invite you to join my upcoming company. Said, Tan Shuai stretched out a hand that is not very generous. Jim Utley was stunned and looked at Tan Shuai. Tan Shuai, do you really want to invite me? You know, my level of computer science is very mediocre. Compared with you, I don't know anything. Exclamation mark. No, Utley, although your computer technology is not as good as mine, you are proficient in management, aren't you? As far as I know, you are self-taught MBA, and you are even preparing to apply for Harvard University. Shuai Tan paused, and said sincerely, Utley, come and help me, I need your friend. Jim Utley was silent for a while, and said, well, since you don't dislike me, then I will join your company. Great. Tan Shuai happily hugged Jim Utley. Jim Utley asked at this time, what is the name of your company? Anjie Chat Software Company. I remember you said this name last time. Shuai Tan smiled embarrassedly. I planned to take this name at first, but the investors disagreed, saying that I dared to take this name, they would withdraw the capital. Hee. If I am an investor, I also divest. Jim Utley joked. Then what name are you going to name the company? ICQ Company, which means ICQ I'm looking for you. Tan Shuai said. Oh.NTLnovel.com. This name is good. I can tell. Tan Shuai, you can take such a good name. I wonder, why did you think of Anjie Chat Software Company before? Jim Utley said, slightly surprised. Shuai Tan blushed, shook his head and said, I didn't take the name, but the investor. Oh, that's it. Jim Utley dragged his voice and said with a weird smile. The two chatted for a while, and Jim Utley asked, you told Anjie, did you get venture capital? Not yet, I want to establish the company first, and then give her a surprise. Tan Shuai couldn't help showing joy and expectation on his face. He was imagining that Anjie would be shocked at that time. Also, then I will help you to establish the company as soon as possible. Okay. The next day, Tan Shuai and Jim Utley went to the Wifing Capital incubation base to check the company's address. As soon as I entered, I saw that the office equipment inside was ready, and even the network was opened. Inspiring Capital is doing things vigorously and resolutely. It only invested yesterday, and today I am ready for everything. Jim Utley said with emotion. Yes. Tan Shuai also nodded in agreement. Then our main task now is to register the company first, and then recruit employees. Jim Utley replied, yes, then we will start to act now, and we will split the troops. You go to register the company, and I go to the newspaper to post a job advertisement. Okay, no problem. Please ask for votes for collection. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and most huge serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 161. Henry found a very interesting thing. Outside the Science and Technology exhibition, there were 5 or 6 people playing Super Mario around a computer. The computer version of Super Mario. Henry approached and asked, who are you who transplanted Super Mario to the computer? Want to port scroll games to the computer, but also to achieve a smooth horizontal effect, This requires a certain amount of technology. I did this. At this moment, a thin young man with glasses said, "What is your name?" "My name is John Carmack." The young man replied, "John Carmack, a familiar name." Henry murmured, thinking for a while, and suddenly remembered that he was young, technical and bunker, and his name was John Carmack. Except for the founder of id Software Company, who else can there be? id Software Company is mainly engaged in the development of computer games and game engines. The company's work Doom, launched in 1993, completely changed the computer game industry and was a milestone at the time. In particular, the well-known FPS masterpieces Half-Life and Counter-Strike are made using the Quake engine developed by id Software Company! John Carmack is a great genius in computers. In terms of programming, Carmack is almost self-explanatory. Before he finished his freshman year, some small games he wrote were bought by many software companies, and he himself became a part-time programmer for several software companies. He is just now in his sophomore year, but he is less than 20 years old. But he is so awesome that even IBM wants him to join his company. Although John Carmack did not join IBM later, he chose to port Nintendo games on the IBM PC platform and developed a PC display technology called IGA Enhanced Graphics Adapter, the prototype of 3D graphics accelerator card. This is a 16-color display mode. Later, he designed screen refresh technology to improve the speed of game graphics. So Henry saw a group of people playing Super Mario around the IBM computer. Nyank Sippy, this is a real genius! Is only 19 years old, he is already so awesome. Damn. Genius should be used by me. Can't let him go. Henry's heart was fierce. Looking at John Carmack is like looking at a pile of shiny gold. Carmack, the father of the 3D engine, kid, hurry up and join the organization! Henry suddenly laughed. That smile is as bright as a flower. Carmack, I am the chairman of the Firefly Game Company, and I sincerely invite you to join. John Carmack was slightly surprised, but he was relieved soon. There are so many companies that want to invite him to join. There is nothing to be curious about. John Carmack was surprised that Henry was much younger than him, and he was actually the chairman of a game company. He stroked his glasses, and apologized. "I'm sorry, my friend John Romero and I are preparing to start a company together. This time I participated in the Science and Technology exhibition to try my luck and see if there are any venture capital companies that are fancy. We are willing to invest in our technology." Henry smiled faintly, and said, "Maybe you don't know what kind of company Firefly Game Company is. This company does not conduct game research and development, and its main task is to publish games. However, it has several game subsidiaries under it. The companies have considerable independence and have independent development rights for games. If you are willing to join the Firefly Game Company, you can also establish a subsidiary and own some of the shares of the subsidiary. In addition, our Firefly Game Company and Wifing Capital Investment, the company is a strategic partner, and you can also enjoy the treatment of venture capital." The conditions sounded good. John Carmack asked with interest, "If my friend and I set up a subsidiary of Firefly Games, how many shares would you give us?" 40%. Henry thought for a while. Firefly Game Company will inject $1 million to develop the company, and you can just come to work. So good. According to you, as long as people come and join the Firefly Game Company, it is equivalent to getting $400,000. John Carmack was surprised. "The same can be said." Henry nodded. "Because our company attaches great importance to talents, we are willing to spend any money." John Carmack nodded, moved a little, hesitated for a while, and said, "I will discuss it with my friend, and then I will reply to you." "No problem. This is my business card. Call me when you think about it." Henry handed him a business card with only his name and phone number on it. "Okay." John Carmack will glance at the business card, then put it in the pocket of his clothes. Henry smiled and said goodbye to Carmack, and after walking not far, he made a call. "Karina, I have found another target. Firefly Games will add a new subsidiary, and I will need working capital to invest. Dilute their shares. Why are you so cunning? Kalina teased. How can I make money to support you without being cunning? Henry laughed. Karina didn't bother to talk about it with him, and asked, how much do you want working capital to invest? It's still unclear. Try to dilute their shares to less than 30%. I will inject $1 million into the newly established subsidiary, but Noah's Ark for the server, Cisco MCI for the network, and Dell for the computer. Recruiting a large number of top and high-paying talents. I think it won't take long before the subsidiary's money will be spent. At that time, Prestige Capital will come to invest again. Okay. If it's okay, hang up the phone. Kalina said, I'm very busy here. Okay. Henry hung up and started wandering around at the technology fair again. In the afternoon, John Carmack called Henry and said that he and his friends had decided to join the Firefly Game Company. Henry received the call, not surprised. The conditions are so good. It would be strange if you don't join. The big guys are little guys before they become big guys. They can't imagine what glory they will achieve in the future, so they are no different from ordinary people. Henry took out $1 million. Although they asked for 60% of the shares, they didn't need to spend anything. They could get 40% of the shares. This is simply a pie in the sky! Exclamation mark. If there is such a good thing, who will not do it? And Henry also explained the mechanism of the Firefly Game Company. Subsidiaries have great independence. Unless major decisions are made or the company faces huge losses, the parent company will not take care of this kind of shedding. Management style is most suitable for people who don't have money but like to start their own business! Exclamation mark. Various conditions are set, even a genius has to kneel! Exclamation mark. The next day, John Carmack took his friend and colleague John Romero, Tom, Hal, Adrian, Carmack, come to meet with Henry at the place scheduled. All four of them are employees of SoftDisk's software distribution company, and John Carmack is part-time. Henry quickly paid attention to a middle-aged man with a very maverick dress and a strong hip-hop style, because when John Carmack introduced him, he said he was John Romero. John Romero is also self-taught, known as the godfather of FPS first-person shooter, and is very talented in designing games. The combination of two Johns created the legend of id Software Company. Henry had to pay special attention to him, but Henry's face remained silent, and he signed the contract with them before talking about it. Henry's money is not easy to take. If you leave within 3 years, the shares will be cancelled and you cannot engage in game-related industries within 3 years. If you leave within 5 years, the shares belong to individuals, but you still cannot engage in game-related industries within 3 years. If it's purely thinking about coming in and earning a hand and leaving, then hurry up, or don't blame yourself for pitting yourself. If you really want to do something and want to grow the company, then the agreement will not restrict them at all. After reading the contract, the four discussed with each other, and finally decided to sign an agreement with Henry. Please ask for votes and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 162. John Carmack and others, with Henry's help, soon formed a company called id Software. In other words, now Firefly Games has 3 subsidiaries: Blizzard, Westwood, and id Software. Henry's request for id Software is not eager to make games, but to make a 3D engine first. And this is exactly what John Carmack is proficient in. We want to make an epoch-making game, a 3D game. So, we need a 3D engine, Henry said. John Carmack was excited when he heard that he wanted to make a 3D game. He firmly supported Henry's decision, and the other members had no objection. John Carmack, your previous 3D technology patent, id Software is willing to buy it at a suitable price. Do you agree? John Carmack thought for a while. Since he wants to make a 3D game, he will definitely use his previous technology, and now everyone is in the same company. He nodded. I agree. Henry looked at him and smiled. Then, negotiate a price for yourself, and I don't care. Everyone nodded. Henry left afterwards and smiled in his heart. Within a year or two, don't even think about making a good 3D engine. It seems that financing is inevitable. The formation of ICQ company went smoothly. Now there are more than 20 people in the company. The first step is to make drastic improvements to the ICQ software, especially the simple interface, which must be changed to be simple and beautiful. The second step is to add some functions. The current ICQ only supports online chat and adding friends. The function is too single. Very basic functions such as roaming chat history, file transfer, etc. are not available. Therefore, the roaming chat history is added in the early stage, and the file transfer is enough to officially launch the market. These functions are very simple and do not require any difficulty to complete. Roaming chat records only needs to save the user's chat records from the user's computer to the company's server. The file transfer requires a little bit of technology. In addition to the current network speed limitation, file transfer involves algorithmic issues. The algorithm is excellent and natural. The transmission speed is faster. In addition, it will take some time to improve the interface. However, if soon, ICQ will be launched on the market within a week! Tan Shui led the team to fight day and night, and the number of interfaces changed. 8 days later, he finally produced an effect that satisfies Henry. Simple and stylish. Yes, the current ICQ interface looks high-end and high-end. Henry encouraged everyone and said, "You did a great job." Henry did not open the gold finger this time, and directly drew the ICQ Classic interface, but told them the requirements: simple, stylish, and beautiful. But they can make it in a very short time and satisfy themselves, which is already very good. Henry looked at Tan Shui and said, "Tan Shui, ICQ will be officially launched tomorrow." Okay. Tan Shui nodded excitedly. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. By the way, don't forget to advertise on Global Online. Isaac and Nicholas, Henry warned. I have already contacted them. Once ICQ goes online, they will give their full support. Tan Shui remembered that after explaining his intentions to these companies, all the green lights went through, meeting any of his conditions, and the price was very cheap. This time, ICQ's advertisements will almost cover the entire internet, and the money spent is only $2 million. Shui Tan couldn't imagine how hot the scene of ICQ going online would be. After get off work, Tan Shui drove to the dormitory, passing by a flower shop, and stopped immediately. "Boss, I buy a bouquet of roses." Tan Shui got out of the car and walked to the door of the flower shop. The owner of the flower shop is a woman in her 40s. She smiled and said, "Young man, you can buy it for your girlfriend." Shui Tan's face blushed slightly. "She has not yet agreed to be my girlfriend." You have to be persevering when chasing a girl. You come to our shop to buy flowers for her every day, and promise that she will promise to be your girlfriend. The florist owner wrapped a bunch of roses while smiling. "If you do it every day, come buy it. Auntie can give you a discount." "Thank you, boss." Shui Tan thanked him, and then asked how much a bouquet of roses cost. "Auntie will give you a cheaper price, $20 a bunch." "Yeah?" After Tan Shui paid the money, he took the flowers and quickly got in the car. The boss shouted at Tan Shui's back, "Come and buy more flowers in the future." "Shy boy, I was so nervous to buy a flower, ha ha." The flower shop owner returned to the house with a smile. It was almost evening when Tan Shui returned to school, and the sky was getting darker. Tan Shui is holding a bunch of roses and traveling through the university. At this moment, his heart was tense but with a trace of anticipation, and his walking pace was much faster than usual. "Unjie, here I am." When crossing a tree-lined path, a brand new red Ferrari stopped on the side of the road. When Tan Shui looked at the car, he suddenly stopped. "This is Njie's car," He will never admit it. It is impossible for him to admit his mistake. Even the license plate numbers are exactly the same! Shuai Ten's face became extremely pale, with almost no trace of blood. Terrible things happened suddenly, like the end of the day. The red Ferrari is shaking rhythmically, and the term Karzin is no stranger to Tan Shuai. Haven't eaten pork and haven't seen a pig run, snapped. The rose in Shuai Ten's hand suddenly fell to the ground, but Shuai Ten didn't feel it. His face became more and more ugly, and his whole heart was broken in vain. He didn't knock on the car window, he didn't dare to see it, he would rather not see this scene, but the reality is that he saw it, and he still witnessed it with his own eyes. Tan Shuai's account was lost, as if he had lost his soul, without saying a word. He bypassed the car and walked to the bedroom. After a while, the red Ferrari started to move, the bunch of roses on the ground was crushed to pieces, and a gust of wind came and scattered all over the ground. Jim Whitley had already returned to the dormitory, and suddenly saw that the door was knocked open by Tan Shuai, and immediately saw that his face was pale. Without speaking, he fell on the bed with his head covered. Tan Shuai, what's the matter with you? Jim Whitley saw that there was something wrong with Tan Shuai, so he hurried over and asked. No matter how Jim Whitley asked, Tan Shuai just didn't speak. Jim Whitley was also helpless, sitting in a chair worrying. After a while, the door of the dormitory was knocked, and Whitley opened it, and suddenly it was Anjie. Let me find Tan Shuai. Anjie is dressed in white, pure and pleasant, and her voice is very sweet. Shuai Ten heard Anjie's voice, but suddenly got up from the bed. He walked to Anjie with an expression on his face, and said indifferently, "Go, I never want to see you again." Anjie was taken aback, and looked at Tan Shuai in surprise. "Don't you understand? I told you to get out. I never want to see you again." Tan Shuai shouted angrily. Anjie flushed with anger, turned around and ran away without saying a word. Jim Whitley was stunned. "Tan Shuai, are you okay?" Is that Anjie? I know. Tan Shuai replied feebly, turned around and fell back on the bed. Jim Whitley now knows things are serious. What happened actually made Tan Shuai so emotional and drove Anjie away! However, before long, the door of the bedroom was knocked again. Jim Whitley opened it and saw that it was Anjie's roommate Laura Dolly. Before Jim Whitley could speak, Laura Dolly rushed in with a menacing look, then glanced at Tan Shuai, who was lying on the bed. "Tan Shuai, how did you annoy Anjie? Why did she burst into tears in the dormitory?" Laura Dolly asked loudly. Shuai Ten was in a circle, without saying a word. Laura Dolly stepped forward and pulled him angrily, but Tan Shuai firmly grasped the edge of the bed, making her unable to move. Upon seeing this, Jim Whitley hurried over to persuade him. "Dolly, I know about this. Just ask me." Laura Dolly let go of her hand. Novel.com turned around and asked Whitley, "What exactly is the matter?" "You said." Jim Whitley immediately explained what had just happened. After Laura Dolly heard it, she was furious and cursed at Tan Shuai. "Tan Shuai, do you know? Anjie wanted you have money to start a company, and she sold all her beloved Ferraris, but that was a birthday gift from her father. Today, she originally came over to lend you the money, but she didn't expect to be driven mercilessly by you. Gone. Tan Shuai, you bastard." After speaking, Laura Dolly ran away angrily. When Tan Shuai heard this, he was suddenly excited. "Anjie sold her own Ferrari, so I saw that the red Ferrari belongs to someone else." In other words, Anjie was not in the car, she had misunderstood her! Shuai Ten jumped up happily, bumped his head with a bang, but there was a silly smile on his face. After that, he immediately picked up the phone and called Anjie. Toot toot. The phone kept ringing, but no one answered it. Shuai Ten then made another 5 or 6 calls, but no one answered. Tan Shuai kept calling, and finally the phone was connected, but Laura Dolly returned to the bedroom to answer the phone. "What are you calling?" Anjie also said. "She never wants to see you again." After speaking, Laura Dolly hung up the phone. Tan Shui just feels like a basin of cold water poured down in winter. Please ask for a collection. The author June has established a book friend group. 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join.mtlnovel.com. Welcome book friends to visit read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 163. Jim Utley watched Tan Shui keep calling, but no one answered him. So he gave him an idea and said, Tan Shui, isn't NGA also using ICQ? Just send her a message and go there. Yes. Tan Shui's eyes lit up and he shouted in excitement. He hurriedly turned on the computer, and after entering the system, he quickly started the ICQ software. NGA, I was wrong, please forgive me. Shui Tan looked at the words he typed, and thought for a while, is there too few words, not sincere enough? So, he wrote a lot of apologies. The number of words added up to more than 400 or 500 words. Press the enter key to send! Shui Tan sent the message to see if NGA would reply to her, but she didn't respond after waiting for a long time. What are you anxious about? Maybe NGA didn't turn on the computer now. How could she see the apology letter you wrote? Jim Utley saw Tan Shui fidgeting and anxious. He couldn't help but said, maybe I will get back to you tomorrow. Tan Shui nodded, but his eyes never left the computer. The evening passed quickly. Tan Shui did not wait for NGA's reply. The next day, ICQ was officially launched. Tan Shui and Jim Utley arrived at the company early. Henry also came, but when he saw Tan Shui, he found that his face was haggard, dark circles under his eyes were heavy, and he obviously looked like he didn't sleep last night. Tan Shui, is it because ICQ is officially launched today? Excited, not asleep. Shui Tan shook his head and said nothing. Jim Utley gave Henry a look, and then the two walked aside. Utley told what happened last night. That's how it is. Tan Shui misunderstood NGA and drove her away. Now NGA is very angry and ignores Tan Shui. Henry was silent for a while, and said, since NGA is also using ICQ, then, so and so. Then Henry said something to Lonely Utley. Jim Utley was shocked and frowned. Mr. Williams, is this really okay? Just kidding, don't look at who I am. I'm the lover, I'm talking about. Henry bragged. Jim Utley was skeptical. Would you like to tell Tan Shui? No, you will do as I tell you when the time comes, and you can guarantee it. Henry believed, it's really not possible. I personally go. I mean persuade yourself. Well. Then I will prepare now. No hurry. Wait until ICQ is online for a while. Huh? Just tomorrow. Okay. Henry and Jim Utley walked back to the staff. Everyone was ready to go. The countdown starts. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. At 9 o'clock in the morning, ICQ software is finally online! At this moment, almost the entire internet is promoting ICQ. A huge banner on the global online homepage reads, ICQ, to find friends online, use SICK-Chat software. Netscape pop-up window, use SICK-Chat software to find her. The background picture is the back of a girl. I believe that most men understand this picture. Don't download it. Search for beautiful friends. The stranger of the opposite is always very attractive, whether in reality or on the internet. Chat software, the object you most want to talk to is definitely strange men and women of the opposite sex, and what you look forward to most is the possibility of all-night romance. Human nature is this way. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? So Henry decided to take advantage of this. ICQ search interface and post bar are full of ICQ chat software advertisements. Nicholas Shopping Network, IMDb website, etc. The company website under Henry's name, are all vigorously promoting ICQ. Moreover, Henry has issued an order that all employees of the company under his name must each have an ICQ account, and ICQ will be used as an online communication tool during future work! How many employees are in the company under Henry's name? Actually, he doesn't know, but he knows, at least more than 200,000. So, I saw ICQ went online within an hour and registered users exceeded 100,000. Then it exploded even more fiercely. By 12 o'clock noon, the registered users had exceeded 400,000! Exclamation mark. Think 400,000 is the limit? How can that be? Exclamation mark. Henry's group did not eat lunch. They have been observing the growth rate of registered users in the background. At the beginning, advertising may have played a role, but after using ICQ, I know how good the software is! Exclamation mark. So, word of mouth quickly got up. Users who downloaded and registered ICQ immediately recommended them to their friends, and then added him as friends. Friends of friends add friends again, looping and endlessly. So Henry and others saw the number of users soaring in the background. In the afternoon, ICQ registered users grew slowly, but almost 30,000 or 40,000 users registered in an hour. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the number of registered users exceeded 500,000, and the number of online users exceeded 200,000. Tan Shui and Jim Atlee were stunned. Before, Tan Shui developed the chat software, and then desperately promoted it everywhere, but in the end there were only more than 700 people. But once they accepted the investment from Wifing Capital, with the help of it, the chat software was only slightly changed, and in a blink of an eye, within 5 hours, the number of registered users exceeded 500,000! Exclamation mark. This is too exaggerated, too amazing. It makes Tan Shui have an incredible feeling. At this moment, he finally felt the benefits of organization. I took a look at the figure standing not far away. MTLNovel.com. Although it is not tall, but at this moment in his heart it is a lofty mountain, so people can only look up at it! Exclamation mark. Henry showed a faint smile at this moment. When brother shot, it really was extraordinary. How long did it take for the ICQ and QQ promotion in the previous life to become popular? Compared with the current ICQ, will you feel ashamed? The promotion on the internet is not complete, but in reality it must be promoted. Henry summoned the crowd and said, Terminator 2 Inches has just been released for a week, and it is already hot at the moment. Almost all movie theaters in the United States are lining up to buy tickets. With this film, Schwarzenegger has promoted the most expensive value in Hollywood, $15 million. Become a world-renowned movie superstar. So, I mean to ask him to speak for our ICQ, and continue to expand the influence of ICQ to reach more people. Shui Tan hesitated and said, do we have money to invite him? Endorsements are not about making movies. The price is much cheaper. Henry thought for a while. I guess the endorsement fee for a year is not much. Only $2 or $3 million. $2 or $3 million is not much! Exclamation mark. Tan Shui couldn't help but smack his tongue. Henry did not wait for him to speak, and then said, don't be too expensive. But the effect is definitely very good. I have thought about the advertising script. Schwarzenegger is dressed in a super cool black leather suit, pretending to be a Terminator robot, and then opens the ICQ software. Said coolly, the future internet chat software is ICQ. Please ask for votes and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone. Book friends come to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 164. Terminator 2 Inches was released, detonating the world, with awesome special effects, hot scenes, and full of sense of technology. Henry asked James Cameron to plant various internet advertisements for his company. Anyone who has never been online will be deeply impressed by Nicholas. Global Online, iSearch, and network users directly turn from passers-by to fans and become loyal users. Galaxy Films had previously filmed Human Ghost Love Is Not Over and said it was the first time So Terminator 2 inches made it famous. Industrial Light and Magic and Galaxy special effects have also increased in popularity because of this movie. The more important Galaxy special effects have learned a lot from the cooperation with Industrial Light and Magic this time. Together with Henry's strong support and cultivation, the Galaxy special effects technology is advancing by leaps and bounds. Although there is still a gap with Industrial Light and Magic, it is almost the same. In terms of particle special effects technology, Galaxy special effects is better than Industrial Light and Magic! Particle special effects are independently developed by Galaxy Special Effects. It is a production module developed by various three-dimensional software to simulate the effects of water, fire, fog, gas and other effects in reality. The principle is to combine countless individual particles to present a fixed form, through control script to control its overall or individual movements and simulate the real effect. Industrial Light and Magic's advantage is CG special effects, and both have their own advantages. However, the Galaxy special effects coupled with Pixar's RenderMan image rendering technology, the two are combined and complementary to each other, and the development momentum of special effects technology is stronger than that of Industrial Light and Magic. Maybe it won't take long to catch up with Industrial Light and Magic. Pixar also has the help of Galaxy special effects, and technically it has also achieved. Today, Toy Story has been put on the agenda. Therefore, Henry has targeted the Hasbro Toy Company, acquired it, maximized peripheral profits, and obtained the copyright of Transformers at the same time! But what is lacking now is money. Nowadays, most of Henry's money is invested in the Japanese stock market, and the rest of the money needs to keep the company running, so naturally it cannot be squandered. Therefore, the acquisition will have to wait a while. Henry invited Schwarzenegger to the Galaxy Film Company to meet in the name of Galaxy Film Company. Schwarzenegger's popularity has soared because of Terminator 2 inches, so he still gives Galaxy Film Company face. When Henry came to the company, Schwarzenegger had been waiting for a long time. Sorry, something was delayed for a while. Henry apologized first, then sat down across from Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger shook his head indifferently, and asked directly, "What's the matter with Mr. Williams looking for me this time?" Henry is not nonsense, and said straightforwardly, "That's it, I want you to be an endorsement for an online chat software ICQ." Spoken for online chat software? Schwarzenegger was taken aback. Henry nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." The most popular online chat software nowadays has exceeded 700,000 registered users in just one day. One can imagine how popular this software is. Being an endorsement for this software will undoubtedly increase your popularity. For Schwarzenegger, it is even more icing on the cake. How about it? Are you interested? Schwarzenegger was shocked. In just one day, the number of registered users exceeded 700,000. Which is an exaggeration. How popular should this software be? Just don't need money, and you have to endorse it, which has a great effect on expanding your reputation. Before Schwarzenegger could return to his mind, Henry said, "The influence of the internet is growing, not only in the internet, but also in reality. And ICQ will surely have a pivotal role in the future." As an endorsement for ICQ, there are only advantages, no disadvantages. However, we have a problem now. Funding may be. When Henry said this, he paused and looked at Schwarzenegger. "It means, brother has no money, you can figure it out by yourself." Schwarzenegger was silent for a while, and said, "How much do you plan to pay for me to speak for?" Henry held up a finger. Schwarzenegger opened his mouth and said, $10 million a year is fine. Henry was so stunned. "What do you think? I will give you $10 million? Henry said solemnly, "It's $1 million. $1 million. Please me as an endorsement." Although Schwarzenegger thought in his heart that he would be willing to endorse even if he didn't need money, but if he had money, he wouldn't take it for nothing. But when Henry said that there was only $1 million, Schwarzenegger was unhappy. Brother's worth has soared to $15 million US. "Are you embarrassed to give $1 million? Henry explained. "Yes, Only 1 million. You know, new companies generally don't have much money. It's impossible for $1 million to ask me to be an endorsement. Schwarzenegger insisted. Jingle bell. The phone rang. Sorry, I will answer the call first. Henry picked up the phone and said, "Okay, no problem. Please." Henry answered the phone, and it was Tang Shui who called. After listening for a while, Henry suddenly shouted, "You mean, ICQ registered users exceeded 1 million at 10 o'clock this morning?" Exclamation mark. Schwarzenegger moved his ears and thought, "So soon, the number of registered users exceeded 1 million? Question mark. For a time, Schwarzenegger was irritated. At this time, he heard Henry say, "What? Time magazine wants to interview us, www.mentalnovel.com, and give us an exclusive interview? Huh? If they agree to let our ICQ be on the cover of the year, you promise them? New York Times, Los Angeles Times, ABC will also come for interviews. Okay, let's agree to them first." "Well, that's it. If it's okay, then hang up. I still have something to do." Henry hung up and looked at Schwarzenegger. He opened his mouth wide, with a very surprised expression. "Schwarzenegger?" Exclamation mark. Henry called for him. Schwarzenegger regained his senses abruptly and responded in a low voice. "Schwarzenegger, $1 million really can't be an endorsement. It really doesn't work. Then we can only hire other people," Henry said with great regret, and then pretended to be leaving. Schwarzenegger was anxious immediately. "As an endorsement, just shoot a commercial, and it will be done in one morning. It's easy to make money. If you really increase your fame, you must agree." Schwarzenegger arrogantly couldn't go down anymore. He quickly stopped in front of Henry, and smiled. "Well, for your sincerity, I promised to endorse the ICQ chat software." Henry secretly smiled in his heart. This excuse is really good sounding. What does it mean for us to be sincere? Is $1 million really sincere? It's not that ICQ can bring more fame to oneself before agreeing. Henry didn't reveal it, and smiled and stretched out his hand. "Happy cooperation. Hee. Happy cooperation. Please ask for votes for collection." The author June has established a book friend group. 424,930,141. Welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest the serialized works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 165. Not long after, Henry ordered someone to draw up a contract, and Henry signed an agreement with Schwarzenegger as the chairman of ICQ. Then, Henry told Schwarzenegger about the advertising script he designed. In order to hurry, he shot the commercial and some posters at Galaxy Film Company in the afternoon. The total shooting time was not used for an hour. After sending Schwarzenegger away, Henry couldn't help but sigh that the star makes money so fast! Exclamation mark. Then, Henry asked the staff to edit the advertisement, design some special effects, and then send it to major TV stations to arrange advertising time. Send the poster to the advertising company and ask them to put the poster on the bus. When Henry returned to the ICQ company, Jim Lee walked over and whispered, "You ordered yesterday. I have arranged it." Henry chuckled. "That's good. Let's wait and see." Immediately, an apology letter from the CEO of ICQ was uploaded on the internet. It first appeared in the ICQ pop-up window, and then quickly became popular throughout the internet. After reading this letter of apology, everyone learned that it turned out that the CEO of ICQ was apologizing to a girl with 400 or 500 words, sincere and good-looking. If it is just an apology letter from an ordinary person, it is meaningless. But it is an apology letter written by the CEO of the most popular chat software nowadays. It is completely different. A big man fart. You have to figure out why you fart. Is there any deep meaning behind the fart? A great writer writes a tree casually. You have to think carefully about why you want to write this tree, whether it has any symbolic meaning. People are born with gossip and curiosity. So Tang Shui quickly became popular on the internet. However, Anjie's name is hidden and turned into 30 forums. Tiber, ICQ and many other places are talking about apology letters. Wow, I'm so touched. CEO, rich and handsome, why didn't that girl forgive him? If it were me, I would have forgiven him. There is a dinosaur upstairs. The determination is over. The dinosaur is so thick. Don't post it upside down. This letter caused a heated discussion on the internet, but the number of ICQ registered users has soared. This kind of viral propaganda has a great effect. The number of new users who were already exhausted increased by more than 60,000 within 1 hour. Subsequently, the number of new users increased. Before Get Off Work, ICQ registered users reached 1.5 million. And almost half of the internet users registered for ICQ! Henry didn't know how effective NGA saw this letter, but it was very helpful to the promotion of ICQ. Jim Utley looked at him admiringly. Mr. Williams, I didn't expect that this method was originally just to help Tanshwai, but now ICQ registered users have soared. Henry smiled and secretly said, I have long realized that once this apology letter is sent out, it will cause heated discussions on the internet. This trick is called killing two birds with one stone. It can help Tanshwai and ICQ. But Jim Utley had a bitter face at the moment. Mr. Williams, we didn't tell Tanshwai because of our own opinion. He is very angry when he stays in the office now. Mr. Williams, or you go, persuade him. Okay, no problem. Henry responded readily. Speaking, Henry walked to Tanshwai's office. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Tanshwai shouted loudly. Henry opened the door and walked in. Oh, Mr. Williams. Hello. Tanshwai saw Henry come in, got up quickly, and greeted him. I heard that you were angry about the apology letter. Actually, I asked Jim Utley to do this. Think about it, NGA still doesn't forgive you. Showing your sincerity in apologizing not enough. After such an apology letter is published, you are both romantic and sincere. Which girl will not be moved? I think NGA is no exception. So, you don't need to be angry now. You should be happy. Like a reed road. Shwai Tam thought for a while, nodded, and responded, yeah, you are right. Okay, that's it. I'm leaving. With that, Henry walked out of Tanshwai's office. Jim Utley came out within a few minutes. When he saw Henry go in, he couldn't help being surprised. Mr. Williams, why did you come out? When things are done, I will come out. Henry turned his head to look at him, and said naturally, did you persuade Tong Tan to be handsome? Of course, as soon as I get out of the horse, I will do the best. Henry chuckled. A black line appeared on Jim Utley's forehead. He persuaded him for a long time, but he didn't see any effect. But Henry managed it in a few words. Evening. University of California, Berkeley. Female dormitory. Laura Dolly shouted suddenly, Anjay, come and see. Anjay put down her book and asked, what's wrong with you? Such a fuss. You'll know when you come to see it yourself. Anjay stood up and walked to the computer, looking at the screen and muttering, ICQ chat software CEO Tanshwai's letter of apology. Yes, he apologized to you on the internet. Laura Dolly said excitedly, you are now popular, and the internet is talking about you everywhere. Anjay looked surprised when she heard Laura Dolly's words. You are reading www.youcansu.com. Within a minute, Anjay finished reading the apology letter. After reading it, a trace of blush appeared on his face. Laura Dolly smiled and said, unexpectedly, he is usually quite shy, and actually has the courage to publicly apologize to you on the internet. But, it's so romantic. Laura Dolly approached Anjay and asked curiously, Anjay, he apologized. Do you forgive him? Anjay hadn't spoken yet. At this moment, the phone rang. Laura Dolly answered the phone. Hello. Hello. A boy's voice came from the other end of the phone. Laura Dolly suddenly covered the microphone and whispered to Anjay, it's Tanshwai's phone. After a pause, Laura Dolly quipped, can you answer? If you don't answer, I will hang up. Anjay gave her a blank look, and reached out to answer the phone. Tanshwai, I am Anjay. An excited voice came suddenly from the other end of the phone. Anjay, I misunderstood you before. Can you forgive me? Anjay paused for a while, and said, "You were so angry that day. What did you misunderstand me?" "Well, talk when we meet, okay?" "It's hard to tell on the phone." "It is good." So Tang Shui and Jie made an appointment to meet outside the school library. After half an hour, Tang Shui saw Jie wearing a white dress, holding a book in her hand, and walking over. Shui Ten stepped forward excitedly and said hello. Jie nodded to him. "Please ask for votes." The author June built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. Chapter 166. I will write less about emotional drama in the future. Not to mention whether Jie forgave Tang Shui. But when they walked into the library together, the result seemed to be doomed. Schwarzenegger's endorsement advertisement soon appeared on TV, and its cold image was just like his performance in Terminator. The picture is full of metal technology, and Schwarzenegger is typing on the keyboard, but suddenly he turns his head and said coldly, "The future online chat software is ICQ." Schwarzenegger has a lot of fans. After the advertisement was broadcast, the response was enthusiastic. ICQ registered users have increased a lot, especially a large number of young people who do not have a computer or have no internet access at home, go to internet cafes to register for ICQ. The first internet cafe in the United States was established in 1988, but in the past 2 years, the development of internet cafes in the United States has not grown as brutally as China. In fact, there are so few internet cafes in the United States, even less than 1,000. Henry had lunch at a high-end restaurant in San Jose, and while walking nearby, San Jose finally opened an internet cafe. Henry paused and suddenly remembered that the development of internet cafes in China was a buzzword. There is no reason for the United States to develop so slowly, but if you think about it, it's not without reason. There are too many Chinese. There are more than 1.3 billion, and the United States only has more than 300 million. Moreover, China's computer penetration rate is low, while the United States has a high computer penetration rate. Therefore, the slow development of internet cafes in the United States is justified. Of course, another very important reason is that the access fees in the United States are very expensive today. An internet cafe with hundreds of computers, with a bandwidth of at least 50 Mbps. 1 Mbps is $2,000. So the annual network access fee is less than $100,000. In addition to the rent, computers, computer desks and chairs, staff salaries, electricity bills, etc., the expenses are too high. Henry walked into the internet cafe and counted. There are about 70 or 80 computers, but not many people surf the internet. Henry walked to the front desk and asked, "Boss, how much is an hour?" $2.5. "The price is so expensive," Henry said in surprise. "There is no way. The internet access fee is expensive, no expensive points are charged, and internet cafes can't make money." Henry was silent. A thought flashed through his mind. But before that, he has to look at the situation in the internet cafe. After that, he spent an hour on the internet and opened the computer in the internet cafe. The system is Windows 3.1, which is more and more similar to Windows 95. Henry worked on the computer for a while and found that many games were installed on the computer. Then Henry found the Netscape browser and ICQ software. However, he discovered that ICQ was not installed on the interface of the computer next door. Henry got off the plane, left the internet cafe, and immediately went to Cisco. Cisco is getting bigger and bigger. Before Cisco MCI can find a person in charge, it will be managed by John Chambers. So Henry came directly to his office and said to him, "Chambers, I just went to an internet cafe and found some problems." John Chambers nodded and looked at Henry, waiting for him to continue. "I found that first, there are few internet cafes in the United States, and second, internet cafes are not equipped with ICQ. The point I want to talk about is that internet cafes have become an important place for people to access the internet. If internet cafes can help what I use, then, Both Cisco and other companies under my name will benefit infinitely. I just found that an internet cafe does not have ICQ installed, so there must be more internet cafes that do not have ICQ installed. So, I decided to vigorously support the development of internet cafes, and Cisco is the most important part of my plan. Henry paused, took a sip of coffee, and continued, I named this plan OnStop Service Plan. All internet cafes that join OnStop will be provided by Cisco with modems, switches, routers, etc. The network bandwidth will be provided by Noah's Ark, the internet cafe server will be provided by Dell. The price of a set will be 20% cheaper, and the internet cafe must promote the products of the company under my name. Of course, like Nicholas, Global Online, iZetch, ICQ and other internet companies will compensate you. As for the amount of compensation, you will meet to discuss afterwards. John Chambers thought for a while, and said, there is no problem with other companies. Dell may need to communicate well. Henry nodded and said that he understood that the Nicholas Group only held 20% of the shares in Dell, and Henry was not enough to force Dell to do anything. Okay, you go to communicate first. If Dell is unwilling, then find another home, Henry said in thought. John Chambers nodded and replied, okay, I will arrange this right away. Henry said goodbye to John Chambers after drinking the coffee. Subsequently, Henry called Global Online, Nicholas, iZetch, ICQ and the CEO of Noah's Ark to explain the matter to them. Make John Chambers' actions more convenient. As for Dell's side, it's a bit troublesome. If you wanted to make a profit of 20%, don't you know if you agree? Although Henry said that he would make compensation. After thinking about it, I know that it will definitely not be too much. Dell's development momentum is very strong, and it has been promoted to the ranks of the world's top computer companies. Naturally, the attitude began to become proud, and even more fought with Noah's Ark in the server industry. McLenovel.com but failed frequently. This time, the OnStop plan only lets Dell sell computers, but Noah's Ark sells servers. Presumably Dell will have some ideas. Plus a 20% profit margin. It is Dell that loses the most. If it is willing, it would be weird. Of course, there is no loss to the loss, but the profit is less. Henry is going to Japan for a trip and has no time to deal with the OnStop plan personally. The situation in the Gulf has become increasingly tense, and there have been several exchanges of fire on the border between Iraq and Kuwait. During the Iran-Iraq War from 1980 to 1988, Iraq owed a number of debts to Arab countries, of which the debt owed to Kuwait was $14 billion. Iraq helps that the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries OPEC will reduce oil production, increase oil prices, and repay debts after gaining profits. But Kuwait has increased its production and caused a drop in oil prices, hoping to force Iraq to resolve the border dispute between them. But how can Saddam's government bear it? As a result, the border is often friction and fire. When the United States saw Iraq bullying its little brother, it sent the USS Brighton into the Gulf of Waves to launch a military threat to Iraq and support Kuwait. Therefore, the price of oil has begun to rise gradually, and the Japanese stock market is already mourning. Henry's short-selling Nikkei index has already made a lot of money, and when the Gulf War breaks out, the Japanese stock market will collapse completely. After making a big profit, Henry can also close the net. Engage in investment to make money. In addition, the Soviet Union is about to disintegrate. Of course, we must take advantage of it. Please ask for the collection and recommendation tickets. McLenovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mclenovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 167. In early April, more than 30 mobile phone manufacturers around the world and more than 100 telecommunications companies in the United States gathered at the headquarters of Cisco MCI to hold a CDMA technical standard setting conference. And this conference will be hosted by Qualcomm and will be responsible for the formulation of CDMA technical standards. At the same time, John Chambers negotiated with Henry's companies to develop a one-stop plan. Among them, it takes a long time to formulate CDMA technical standards, and it is difficult to produce results without 3 or 5 months. As for the on-stop plan, it is much easier. At this time, Henry was already on the passenger plane to Tokyo. The Nikkei index has plummeted from more than 39,000 points to 30,000 points, and Henry has already grabbed a lot of money in Japan. Going to Japan earlier this time, on the one hand, I am worried that the butterfly effect will make some changes, and if I am in Japan, I will at least feel relieved. On the other hand, it is natural to take advantage of this Japanese stock market crash to acquire Japanese high-tech companies! If you say, wait until the stock market crash is over and then go there, the daylilies are cold. South Korea is simply forming a group to buy in Japan. Hyundai, Samsung, Daewoo and other consortium companies, especially Samsung, have acquired many LCD factories, hard drives, and memory companies. How can Henry let them succeed? Especially this stock market crash caused the collapse of Japanese real estate, which is as cheap as grass, which is a good opportunity to up. CDMA technical standards are formulated, and professional Qualcomm is in charge. And it doesn't matter whether Henry goes or not. John Chambers is in charge of the OnStop project, and Henry is completely relieved. When he arrived in Japan, Henry could also hold a conference call to learn about the situation and give orders at any time. If Henry had to do everything himself, what would so many people do? Do you eat dry rice? On the Japanese side, someone has arranged a place to live in a luxurious villa of 1,000 square meters in the suburbs of Tokyo. Henry returned to the villa to rest for one night, and immediately called the trader in Japan the next day to inquire about the situation. The trader excitedly said, in order to prevent others from paying attention, we have used hundreds of accounts to short sell the Nikkei index for $500 million, but we used 20 times leverage, which is equivalent to using $10 billion for short-selling days. The economic index. Up to now, the Nikkei index has dropped by 10,000 points. Except for deposits and taxes, it has earned $100 billion. Fuck. Henry was stunned after listening. Are you right? It's $100 billion, not Japanese yen? Henry asked again, disbelieving. Yes. It's more than $100 billion. The trader in charge affirmed. Henry was a little dazed. He knew that the stock market made money, but he didn't know how to make money. The trader explained, a major stock market disaster like the Nikkei index fell 10,000 points, which is rare in a century, will at least cost Japan trillions of dollars. We short selling $10 billion and earning $100 billion is normal! After a while, Henry calmed down and asked, can all the money be taken out? I'm afraid I can't take away so much money at once. The action is too big. Japan is easy to find that it will not allow it. However, it is no problem to cash out little by little. In addition, you can spend money on investment. Japan, that's okay, said the trader. Henry nodded to express his understanding, and immediately praised and encouraged the trader team, and promised to give them a huge bonus in the future. Although Henry didn't say anything specifically, the traders knew that this time he made $100 billion for the boss, and even if he was stingy, he would at least give them $1 billion in bonuses! There are more than 30 traders in the trader team this time, each of whom can be allocated tens of millions of dollars. After the trader left, Henry was silent and thought, I am afraid that the Nikkei index will have to fall another 10,000 points, and he will not earn $100 billion, but more than $200 billion. That night, Henry was a little bit unable to sleep with excitement. The next morning, Henry got up, and the Japanese maid had prepared the meal. Although it was Japanese cuisine, it had a special flavor. Henry ate with gusto, and then ordered his subordinates to prepare to aim the gun head at the Japanese company, mainly electronic technology companies and real estate companies. Henry himself followed the stock market changes with the trader. However, I didn't expect that the butterfly effect would happen after all. In May, Iraq began to attack Kuwait more than 3 months earlier than in the previous life. The army marched in and the war was launched. For a time, the situation changed, and the world was covered with a haze of war. The multinational force headed by the United States will impose sanctions on Iraq under the authorization of the United Nations. Blackwater Company also joined this battle. The US military expenditure is expensive, and it will affect the whole body. It is cheaper to hire mercenaries, and Hai Shui is very willing to play this role. Not only help train the army, but also perform certain special tasks, such as bodyguards, assassinations, destroying the enemy's secret base and so on. The time has come for Hai Shui to become famous! At this time, the Japanese stock market was in panic, and the Nikkei index plummeted wildly. There was a magnificence of flying down 3,000 feet. How could Henry feel relieved! According to incomplete statistics, the number of Japanese committed suicide by jumping from a building, committing suicide by diving, and hanging up to the southeast branch as high as thousands. The stock market fell again and again. MTLNovel.com Japan spent a huge sum of $50 billion to rescue the market, but there was a splash, and it was useless. In June, the US Air Force took the lead in launching an offensive, and then Britain, France and other countries successively sent troops to attack Iraq. This time the United States showed its face in front of the world, showing off its coquettish air combat capability. Especially in this war, the US military put a large number of high-tech weapons into actual combat for the first time, demonstrating its overwhelming superiority in air and electromagnetic control, which is simply astonishing. And this time the United States has been very successful in showing up its fists and showing its muscles, establishing its status as a world superpower in one fell swoop! At the same time, the new situation and new characteristics of combat under modern high-tech conditions it showed have brought many enlightenments to issues such as military strategy, combat tactics, and army building. The Soviet Union countries can't help but feel terrified when seeing the United States being so powerful, speeding up the disintegration of the Soviet Union. After 42 days of air strikes, Iraq was basically beaten into dogs. Immediately, the US Army launched a land battle, and Hai Shui officially boarded the battlefield! Blackwater is much stronger than the US Army. Not only is everyone skilled, but even the equipment is extremely sophisticated. Among the joint forces of various countries, Hai Shui's performance is amazing. Although the number is small, there are only more than 500 people, but each one is 10, and the attack must be overcome, and the war must be fruitful. The results achieved are not much worse than some countries! And Hai Shui is cold and ruthless, and the act of killing the fruit is very frightening. For a time, the name of Blackwater became a nightmare in Iraq. The fear of hearing, the discoloration of talking. Please ask for votes and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 168. During the Gulf War, the on-stop plan was blocked because Dell did not approve of the plan. John Chambers told Henry about this. When Henry received the news in Japan, his face was very displeased. He said to John Chambers, "Since Dell has money and is not making money, it is still hypocritical. Then we will change it." A computer company. Yes, John Chambers commanded. Later, John Chambers approached Hewlett-Packard, DEC, Compaq and other computer companies, but after hearing about the on-stop plan, only HP was interested in it. Hewlett-Packard Company considers that although the profit is 20%, the benefits are also very obvious. It can not only ship large quantities, feed HP workers, but also expand its influence and popularity. In fact, it is not a loss at all. 20% profit, right, is a brand investment! So, HP soon joined the OnStop project. Soon after, Cisco, HP, and Nozark held a press conference to announce, Cisco, HP, and Nozark will implement the OnStop plan to support the development of internet cafes in the United States. The so-called OnStop plan is how three companies jointly provide a one-stop service, providing internet cafe entrepreneurs with modems, switches, routers, network access, computers, and servers, and the price will be reduced by 20%. The reporter asked, what are the requirements for internet cafes to join the OnStop project? John Chambers smiled and said, we will make an internet cafe management desktop software, and internet cafes are obliged to install the software and must promote our products or some strategic partners' products. The reporter nodded to express his understanding, and then wrote in his notebook, Cisco has an internet cafe, and its ambition is high. After the press conference, John Chambers called Henry to inform him, Chairman, the OnStop plan press conference is very successful. Very good. Henry smiled faintly. Based on internet cafes, we can grab many users who have never connected to the internet. However, the penetration rate of computers in the United States is high, and internet cafes were okay in the first 2 years of the development of the United States. Therefore, the OnStop plan, the implementation will end in 1993 at most. John Chambers nodded in agreement. Henry thought that when Clinton came to power in 1992, the internet would develop at a faster rate. At that time, every household is connected to the internet, and internet cafes may be over. There is no need for Cisco to continue the OnStop program in the United States. However, this plan can be implemented in Asia, such as China, South Korea and other places. Clinton is anxiously angry now. Last time, Henry participated in a charity party organized by Ted Lynch and actually spent money at the auction. This is obviously a signal. Clinton has felt it, and Henry seems to be interested in supporting Ted Lynch's running for the President of the United States. Thinking of this, Clinton couldn't help but feel anxious. So just the day before Henry was about to go to Japan, Clinton secretly came to California and asked his assistant to call Henry, saying that he was inviting Henry to dinner. Henry said something with his accent, and then told assistant Clinton that he was going to Japan, and he would personally apologize if he had time in the future and invite Clinton to dinner. The assistant hung up and told Clinton what Henry had said. Clinton didn't invite Henry, so he was even more anxious. With the development of the internet, Henry's influence has increased day by day. Once he favors Ted Lynch, he will be at a disadvantage in the process of running for president. How can I please Henry and get his help and support? Clinton frowned. Henry, who was in Japan at this time, was browsing the information collected by his employees, including famous Japanese real estate companies, high-tech companies, Sony, Sharp, Hitachi, Toshiba, Panasonic, etc., as well as game companies. With the collapse of the Japanese stock market, the stock prices of these companies have been greatly affected, especially real estate, which is almost on the verge of collapse. Henry is holding a red pen, and while watching, he draws a tick. All companies he ticked will be listed as acquisition targets. It can be said that a single sum determines life and death. Sharp's LCD monitor is awesome, tick it off. Toshiba's hard drive, check it. Fujitsu Fab, hook it up. Sony camera, hook it up. Henry ticked as he pleased. As for whether they will sell, Henry is not sure, because these high-tech companies can still survive. But if the price is high, it is not ruled out that these companies will sell part of their assets. However, the real estate company couldn't hold on. This Japanese stock market crash was caused by the Japanese real estate bubble. Henry ticked a series of ticking, and all the land, luxury villas, resorts, skyscrapers in the prosperous areas of Japan. Henry ticked all the impressions. 1 or 200 billion US dollars cannot be completely taken away from Japan. If this is the case, then buy land at the bottom as an investment. Find a good goal, then start to act. However, This acquisition is too big and requires a super team. Henry waved his hand and hired the 4 major international accounting firms to work together to calculate the assets of these companies. Untilnovel.com to facilitate Henry's acquisition. At the same time, the 4 Conference Records office also provides customers with acquisition services. It's good to dare, and it saves Henry a lot of things. So Henry gave them the complicated and trivial acquisition of real estate. As for the acquisition of high-tech and game companies, it is enough to organize the team by yourself. After all, he is good at this aspect, and he knows far better than the accounting firm. As many projects are acquired, it takes time to calculate assets. Henry is not in a hurry. Anyway, the Japanese stock market is still falling, and he can make more money on the stock market. Henry is now more concerned about the situation of the Blackwater Company. Hishui became a prestige in the war in Iraq, and he actually appeared on Japanese TV, and the host also gave a 1-minute introduction in it. This TV station is not simple, it is equivalent to one of China's CCTV. Then, if you think about the situation of Hishui Company in the evening news in 1 minute, you will know how famous Hishui Company is in Japan now. However, what made Henry ridiculously laughed was that the military uniform of the Blackwater Company suddenly went on fire. Tokyo gangsters, there are many clothes that are similar to Hishui military uniforms. The point is that even Hishui's English name has not been changed, and it is embroidered on the left chest of the clothes. Xu is a member of Hishui's cold, dangling look, too attractive and attractive, just as popular as the Hong Kong movie Young and Dangerous. But the point is that Hishui is not black society. Henry is a bit speechless. Please ask for votes and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.untilnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 169. The crash of the Japanese stock market has led to serious security problems in Japan, with robberies, murders, thefts and other frequent occurrences. Hishui can become an idol of unscrupulous teenagers and gangster society. It just so happens that it is the most chaotic time in Japan. Some wealthy businessmen enter and exit high-end places with bodyguards with them. Henry also has bodyguards, and there are still a lot of them. There are 8. They are all plain clothes, hidden around. Once someone tries to misinform Henry, then the Blackwater bodyguard will decisively shoot. It is the first principle of the Blackwater bodyguard to protect Henry that he would rather kill his mistakes than let it go. Although a bit domineering, but life is important. Of course, this wrong killing does not mean killing, but controlling it. Blackwater bodyguards generally do not kill people, unless there is an emergency. There is no way to bring so many bodyguards. Who calls it that there are many underworld society in Japan, and they are legal, and even open business. Some high-end hotels, entertainment venues or clubs are all run by gangsters. For example, Henry's club named Saguro was opened by the famous Japanese gangster Yamaguchi Group. It was Sharp's CEO Takahashi Koda that invited Henry to the Saguro Club. In 1986, Sharp began to vigorously develop LCD monitors and achieved great success. But this year's Japanese stock market crash has had a huge impact on Sharp, and the company is in a great dilemma. While Sharp was seeking to break through the predicament, I received a bit of news that someone was investigating and wanted to acquire Sharp's LCD business unit! With Sharp's strength in Japan, he quickly investigated the man behind the scenes, Henry. So, Xing Takahashi, CEO of Sharp, invited Henry to meet. The location is at the Saguro Club. Sharp CEO invited. Henry had no reason not to go. Henry rushed to the Saguro Club and reported his name, and then a waiter led Henry to a box. Opening the door, at first sight, a middle-aged man in his 30s was sitting on the floor at the table, drinking slowly. "Hello, Mr. Henry Williams. This is the CEO of Sharp Corporation, Takahashi Xing." Takahashi Xing stood up and walked to Henry to say hello. Henry responded with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Takahashi said. He stretched out his hand and shook it with him. After Henry sat down, he took a closer look at Takahashi-ko, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, as a standard business person, wearing glasses, a calm look. Mr. Williams, this is Japanese sake. Its raw materials are only rice and water, but the taste is wonderful. Please taste it. Takahashi smiled like a gentleman, pointing his finger at a glass of clear water on the table, said. Henry hadn't drunk sake, thanked him, and took a sip from the wine glass. The taste is smooth. The aroma is refreshing, and it deserves to be Japanese sake. In fact, Henry doesn't know how to drink and can't drink it well, but no one knows what the scene says. Takahashi-san was very happy and smiled. Sake has a long history and culture in Japan. It is the quintessence of Japan. Fuck, I came to hear you talk about wine culture. Henry was smiling on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. But the partial student Takahashi-san said that he was addicted, and he kept talking about it, from sake to Japanese culture, and from Japanese culture to alcohol. Henry was dizzy. Mr. Takahashi, the culture of wine, he'll talk about it later. I don't know what you can do with me. Henry couldn't help but interrupt. As soon as Henry said the words, I saw a successful smile on Takahashi's face. Damn it, the devils are really insidious. It turns out that he was deliberately talking nonsense about a chase, and the purpose is to make himself impatient and put himself at a disadvantage in the negotiation. Exclamation mark. Calm down. Exclamation mark. I have to calm down. Exclamation mark. Mr. Williams, I heard you are inquiring about the situation of Sharp's LCD division? Takahashi asked with a serious tone. Henry was stunned. It seems that Sharp has already noticed that it wants to acquire their LCD business unit. That being the case, Henry said frankly and generously, yes, I did send someone to inquire about the situation of Sharp's LCD division. Takahashi took a sip of the wine, and asked without salty or lightness, then, Mr. Williams, what is your purpose? Henry opened the door. The Japanese stock market crash is coming, and your company is already in trouble. I think you must urgently need a fund to solve the current problem, and I just like your LCD business unit, so I plan to buy it. Takahashi Kogyo's expression did not change a bit after listening to it, and it seemed no surprise at all. Sharp's LCD products have developed very well in recent years, and it is impossible to sell you. Takahashi said, however, we can cooperate. Cooperation? What cooperation? Henry asked. Takahashi-san smiled, and said, you pay. We will provide technology to establish an LCD manufacturing plant. Henry was slightly surprised when the Japanese stock market crashed, and major companies all contracted to protect themselves and deal with the stock market crash. And Sharp actually has to forge ahead and set up a new LCD manufacturing plant. Sharp dared to swim against the current! Exclamation mark. No wonder Sharp's later LCD monitors have the highest technical level. Henry pondered for a moment. Looking at this situation, Sharp won't sell the LCD division in 80% of the time. Is it a joint venture to open a factory? How will the shares of the new company be distributed? Henry asked. You invested $100 million. www.intelnovel.com holds 40% of the shares. Sharp produces the skills and workers and holds 60% of the shares. Takahashi said. Henry frowned when he heard this distribution method, and almost scolded his mother. In 1971, the first LCD liquid crystal electronic watch began. The liquid crystal technology has only been developed for more than a decade, and it has not been expensive to the point of $100 million. Sharp Corporation is obviously pitting Henry. Henry's face is very unhappy, and he said solemnly, Mr. Takahashi, your distribution method is wrong. Takahashi-san proudly said, you must know that Sharp's LCD technology is the world's top. In 1988, the world's first 14-inch TFT color LCD monitor was Sharp. In 1989, The world's first 100-inch projector. The machine is made by Sharp. Sharp has created one after another in LCD technology. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the distribution method, I said. Takahashi Singh finished speaking. He would not give any concessions. Forget it. Don't talk about it. Lao Tzu acquired a weak LCD factory, and then counterattacked Sharp. See, you still drag! Well, Mr. Takahashiko, if we can't agree, then forget it. Goodbye, Henry said coldly, and stood up, ready to go. Mr. Williams, don't you think about it anymore? Takahashi persuaded. Consider a woolen thread. It is only in 1990 that a very good LCD factory can be acquired for $100 million. Henry didn't reply, and walked out the door directly. Please ask for votes and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 170. Henry went out, but didn't leave the Sakura Club immediately, but went around casually. Sakura is generally in full bloom around April, but here, even in June, the cherry blossoms are also blooming. Henry smelled the scent and wandered through it. Not really funny. The chaotic flowers are gradually becoming charming. A gust of wind blows, and cherry blossoms are flying all over the sky. Really a good scenery. Crossing the cherry blossom forest, Henry saw a high platform erected in front of him, and some women in kimonos were dancing on the stage with fans. This traditional Japanese kimono dance looks elegant and subtle, but Henry can't appreciate it. Coupled with the slow and deadly music in Japan, Henry feels the pain is extremely painful. The makeup of the girl in the kimono is white, a pink on her face and a little red on her mouth, like a ghost. But I like My Birthday, and I watched it with relish in the audience, clapping my hands and admiring it. However, the only thing that is truly commendable is that the girls in kimono are all very good, dragging long skirts and dancing, like snake spirits. There is indeed an attraction. But the premise is that you can't look at their faces. Anyway, Henry looked out of appetite. Young man, are you American? At this moment, a 50 or 60-year-old man next to Henry suddenly spoke in English. Henry looked at him. This man was wearing a grey casual outfit, a pair of glasses, a tall nose, bright eyes, and a touch of high-ranking temperament on his body. However, there must be some power to come to the Sakura Club. Yes, Henry nodded. I'm the president of Tokugawa Trading Co., Limited, Tokugawa Kazutoyo. It's nice to meet you. I'm Henry Williams, chairman of the Prestige Capital Investment Company. Henry introduced himself, but he was guessing the identity of the old man. Tokugawa. Is it a descendant of the Tokugawa shogunate? Henry glanced at him unconsciously. Tokugawa Kazutoyo smiled and said, I have heard about the Prestige Capital of the United States. My friend SoftBank CEO Sun Zengyi once talked about the Prestige Capital in front of me, and he highly praised you and praised your investment vision! Sun Zengyi from SoftBank! Henry was slightly surprised that Sun Zengyi was hailed as the emperor of the electronic age, and even once ranked as the richest man in Asia. Such an awesome character actually admires himself so much. Henry couldn't help but feel proud. What about Sun Zengyi? Now he still has to look up to himself. It happened that Henry was making a strategic layout in Japan, and he needed the help of locals to intervene. Japan's xenophobia is no worse than China and South Korea. Henry wants to intervene in the Japanese telecommunications industry, and the Japanese government will definitely not allow it. There is no doubt that Henry can only support a puppet to come to power. There are many Japanese who are willing to be Henry's minions, but Sun Zengyi ranks first for those with high ability. Since this Tokugawa Keiho knew Sun Zengyi, Henry naturally wanted to get acquainted with him so that he could find Sun Zengyi. Is it? I really dare not be it. Prestige Capital's small troubles are nothing, Henry said modestly, and immediately asked for something. Well, What kind of business does Mr. Tokugawa's trading company mainly manage? Mainly oil transportation, but also container transportation. Henry's heart moved after hearing this. With the outbreak of the Gulf War, oil prices will inevitably rise, which will certainly have a great impact on the transportation industry. Oil production in the Gulf region has decreased, and Japan needs to buy oil from further afield. Then, oil transportation is definitely making money. No wonder this old man is in the mood to come here to enjoy the dance. It looks like Mr. Tokugawa made a lot of money this time. Not much. Tokugawa Kazutoyo smiled with a self-conceited look. Henry chuckled and continued to chat with him. After chatting for a while, Henry pretended to be very casual and said, "I just heard you talk about Sun Zengyi from SoftBank. I wonder if you can ask him out for a meeting?" "Okay, I think he will be very willing." Tokugawa Kazutoyo smiled. That's okay. I'll just invite you two to dinner together," Henry said. Tokugawa Kazutoyo waved his hand and said, "How can you treat me? I'm a local, of course I'm here." Henry smiled. "Okay. Then thank you, Mr. Tokugawa." Tokugawa Yifeng immediately called Sun Zengyi. Henry was listening, and saw Tokugawa Kazutoyo briefly talk about the matter, and then invited him to dinner. Sun Zengyi quickly agreed. So Henry and Tokugawa Kazutoyo left the Sakura Club, and they were going to Japan's prestigious Ginza Street in Tokyo. Ginza Avenue is as famous as the Champs-Élysées in Paris and the Fifth Avenue in New York. It is one of the world's 3 most prosperous centers. Here, there are excellent food and beverages. Henry came to Tokyo and visited Ginza several times. It only took more than half an hour to drive from the Sakura Club to Ginza. Henry has been to Matsumoto Tower and Shido for dinner. Matsumoto Tower is almost a century-old restaurant founded in 1903. Mainly engaged in Japanese cuisine. Shido is also a time-honored brand. In 1928, a Western restaurant was established here, and it became famous for its Western cuisine such as curry rice and omelette rice. And this time, Tokugawa Kazutoyo went to Matsumoto Tower, and Henry was here for the second time. After entering the store, Tokugawa Ichitoyo introduced Henry to Matsumoto's dish. Novel.com. Henry only nodded, not saying that he had been there once. Since Sun Zengyi hasn't arrived yet, he can only wait a while before ordering. Not long afterwards, Sun Zengyi rushed over. Henry is no stranger to this little bald, short-stature Japanese. His most famous investments are those in Alibaba and Yahoo. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay." Tokugawa Yifeng smiled, stood up and introduced Henry and Sun Zengyi. "This is Mr. Henry Williams, chairman of Prestige Capital, and this is Mr. Sun Zengyi, chairman and CEO of SoftBank." "Hello there." "Hello there." Henry and Sun Zengyi shook hands and greeted each other. "Mr. Williams, I have great admiration for your Prestige Capital. Just say that you invested in ICQ some time ago and took 80% of the shares with only $8 million. Do you know what the industry's valuation of ICQ is now? Is it?" Sun Zengyi paused, and said with some excitement, $8 billion. That is to say, your investment rate of return is as high as 1,000 times. Tokugawa Kazutoyo was shocked when he heard this, and stared at Henry with scorching eyes. "This rate of return is too high, unbelievably high," Henry said modestly. The market value is all imaginary, it's nothing. I heard that SoftBank is in the computer business. Do you want to accept investment?" As soon as these words came out, Sun Zengyi was taken aback. "Please ask for votes and collect." The author June has established a book friend group. 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 171. Sun Zengyi considered it for a while and asked, "How much does Prestige Capital intend to invest in SoftBank?" $250 million. Henry said, "Moreover, The $250 million is mainly used to enter the Japanese telecommunications industry and cannot be used for other purposes. Telecommunications is a profitable industry, and Sun Zhengyai is also very optimistic. Sun Zhengyai also agrees with the use of $250 million in the development of the telecommunications industry. Now the question is, how much will Prestige Capital owns in SoftBank? The scale of SoftBank Group Corporation is no longer small. In 1981, SoftBank was established. In 1988, the SoftBank Group Corporation expanded its business, started multi-country trade, and established the U.S. SoftBank branch in the United States. In 1989, SoftBank Group Corporation issued the Japanese version of PC Home Magazine Computer Magazine in Japan. The following year, SoftBank Technology Corporation was established. But SoftBank is still not making much money. SoftBank only really rose when it entered the internet, but now the internet has been controlled by Henry. SoftBank is not capable of its own strength, and secondly, it has no chance to intervene. It is destined that SoftBank will not be able to achieve the glorious achievements in the past. Henry's purpose of investing in SoftBank is very simple. It is to let him buy Japan Telecom and enter the Japanese telecom business field. In the past life, SoftBank only went public in 1994. At that time, it raised $140 million. And its market value only reached more than $700 million. Now, the market value of SoftBank is more than $400 million. Henry invested $300 million in it, so naturally he has to get a controlling stake. So, when Sun Zhengyai asked how many shares of SoftBank would like to be acquired by Prestige Capital, Henry said directly, 70%. I don't agree with this distribution plan. Sun Zhengyai immediately shook his head. SoftBank was established by him. As the founder, he would rather slow down the company's development than sell the controlling rights of the company to others. In addition, SoftBank has developed well, has no financial difficulties, and has not yet reduced to the point where it has to be financed. The Japanese, like the Chinese, like to firmly control the controlling rights of the company. Only absolute control can make them feel at ease. However, some large companies in Europe and the United States have relatively dispersed equity, and less than 10% of the shares may control the company. Sun Zhengyai was naturally unwilling to give up the controlling shares of the company, saying, SoftBank will only give up 30% of its shares. Henry frowned, thinking that even if he owns a controlling stake in SoftBank, it is useless. SoftBank is mainly engaged in investment, but who can be better at investing? Since SoftBank does not have any technology patents, it is meaningless to hold it. It is enough to have enough right to speak. Besides, if you are controlling SoftBank, is SoftBank a US company or a Japanese company? At that time, it was still unknown whether the Japanese government could allow SoftBank to get involved in telecommunications. This SoftBank is not the other SoftBank. Henry has decided to give up his controlling interest in SoftBank, and he said to Sun Zhengyai, in this case, Prestige Capital can only invest $100 million in SoftBank. Sun Zhengyai thought for a while, and finally nodded. However, both parties tacitly did not discuss the issue of allotment of shares, and only reached an investment intention. At this time, Tokugawa Kazutoyo said with a smile, come, sit for a long time, and talk for a long time, still haven't ordered. The waiter was called immediately and ordered a table of hearty dishes. I ate for an hour. Tokugawa Yifing always inquires about Prestige Capital, consciously or unconsciously. Before Sun Zhengyai mentioned that Prestige Capital's return on investment was as high as 1,000 times, he couldn't help being moved. Henry knows what Tokugawa Kazutoyo thinks. It is nothing more than he wants to hand over the money to the management of Prestige Capital to help him invest. In fact, Prestige Capital already has a department that absorbs foreign funds. Henry calls it Juzhong Fund. Henry has now absorbed nearly $600 million US. Prestige Capital's own funds and Juzhong Fund are managed separately. For companies with extremely high investment value, Prestige Capital can invest by itself. For companies that are not bad and promising, use the Juzhong Fund. Under the guidance of Henry Goldfinger, although the investment return rate of Juzhong Fund is not as exaggerated as hundreds or thousands of times, the return rate is more than 70%. You should know that, except under special circumstances, generally speaking, the average rate of return of investment and wealth management companies is between 20–30%. The 70% rate of return of Prestige Capital's Juzhong Fund is already superb in the industry. Of course, since the Juzhong Fund has such a high rate of return, Henry also set the commission very high and collect 30% of their income. With this commission fee alone, Wifing Capital can make a lot of money every year. If the investment is lost, Juzhong Fund will not be responsible, but the commission has to be collected, but the fee is less. And customers can check the flow of their funds at any time, and withdraw funds at any time. Juzhong Fund is the bait of Jiang Taigong Fishing Wisher. However, the return rate of more than 70% is moving, and many people still hand over their funds to Juzhong Fund for management. At the dinner table, Henry revealed a little bit about the Gathering Fund. And when Tokugawa Kazutoyo heard it, his eyes lit up. "Mr. Williams, I have a sum of money that I want to hand over to the Juzhong Fund for investment. Can you please?" Tokugawa Kazuto opened his mouth and stared at Henry. For someone who wants to give money to himself, Henry always refuses to come and said casually, "Of course, as long as it's not black money." The following sentence was originally a joke, but Henry saw that Tokugawa Kazutoyo listened to it. His face was awkward, but he laughed awkwardly. "Fuck, it's really black money, I just said it casually." Henry smiled at Tokugawa Ichitoyo, when nothing happened, but my heart was wondering, is Tokugawa Ichitoyo really a member of the Tokugawa family? And he appeared in the Yamaguchi Group's Industrial Cherry Blossom Club. Is it not connected with the Black Society? But for a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward, and no one spoke at the dinner table. Tokugawa Kazutoyo did not continue to talk about the Gathering Fund. After the meal, everyone left the restaurant together. After exiting the restaurant, Henry deliberately looked around, only to discover that there seemed to be a number of bodyguards that Henry didn't recognize. Although they covered up well, Henry was trained at the Blackwater base, can see through their identities. Is Tokugawa Trading Co. Limited a guise, the underworld that Tokugawa Kazutoyo really manages? As soon as he separated from Tokugawa Ichitoyo, Henry saw that two vans suddenly drove over on the road not far from Tokugawa Ichito, and then 10 or so men in black with machete rushed towards him. 4 bodyguards who were posing as passers-by beside Tokugawa Kazuto rushed up at that time. The two sides fought together immediately. The surrounding crowd screamed and fled. Tokugawa Kazutoyo went back under the cover of bodyguards. Fortunately, Sun Zengai didn't walk with Tokugawa Ichitoyo, otherwise he would be scared to pee. As for Henry, he calmly appreciates a real street blood fight. And his 8 bodyguards formed a protective circle to protect Henry very closely. Tokugawa Kazutoyo's manpower is too few, and gradually lost. Seeing that there are so many bodyguards on Henry's side, Tokugawa Ichiho was shocked, and he didn't have time to think about it. He ran over here, yelling, "Mr. Williams, save me." Henry smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Tokugawa, don't worry, I will send someone to rescue you right away." Henry asked the bodyguard next to him, "How many people do you need to deal with the people on the other side?" "Boss, I can do it alone," a bodyguard said. Henry looked at him and saw him with a flat head, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a scar on his left face, and a tall and strong body. Novel.com Henry vaguely remembered his name as Garnell, from the American Delta Force. "Can you do it alone?" Henry hesitated. "Yes," Garnell affirmed. "If you can, then go! Exclamation mark. Henry snapped his fingers and ordered Garnell to go. Tokugawa Ichitoyo was disappointed when he saw Henry only sent one bodyguard. However, after a while, he started to be shocked. I saw Garnell sturdy, rushing over like a cheetah. When he passed by himself, there was a gust of wind and his clothes were hunting. When he looked back, Garnell drew an extremely sharp saber from his body, rushed, the blade flashed, and the man facing him fell to the ground. After that, Garnell entered the flock like a tiger, killing those people crying and crying. Garnell shot decisively, fiercely, without any tricks. Those who were injured by him were basically no longer able to fight back. Just after Garnell overturned the 4 people, the other 6 were horrified and surrounded Garnell far away, and no one dared to step forward. At this time, Garnell was about to move when he saw the man in black in front of him. Suddenly startled, he stepped back a few steps and hurriedly yelled, "Mate, it's too fierce, let's go!" Exclamation mark. For a while, a dozen people in black made a mess of birds and beasts, and finally boarded the van and escaped. Tokugawa Kazutoyo opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. He came to Henry and said in surprise, "Your bodyguard is so powerful, where did you get it?" "Blackwater Company," Henry said lightly. "Please ask for votes and collect." The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 172. Henry didn't ask why Tokugawa Ichitoyo was hunted down and what he was doing. Henry doesn't need to care about these. What he only cares about is whether Tokugawa Yifeng will become a customer of Hishui. "Mr. Tokugawa, do you want to hire a bodyguard from the Blackwater Company?" "Of course I thought about it," said Tokugawa Kazutoyo. "It is rumored that most of the Blackwater bodyguards are special forces and soldiers. They are very powerful. I didn't believe it at first, but this time I saw it with my own eyes and it really deserves its reputation. I have a little friendship with the CEO of Blackwater. If you need a bodyguard, just come to me." "Then thank you, Mr. Williams." Henry smiled, and then left. And after Henry left, the bodyguard next to Tokugawa Kazutoyo said in a deep voice, "President, if I'm not mistaken, the other 7 bodyguards next to that person just now are also very good, and the same bodyguard who fought before." Level. Tokugawa Kazutoyo was surprised. Really, all are so powerful? He had seen the strength of the Blackwater bodyguard before. Thinking of the cold eyes and terrifying skills, he still has a lingering fear. "Yes, I can't feel wrong." Tokugawa Kazutoyo couldn't help sighing. The Blackwater Company is really unfathomable. In the United States, the OnStop program has achieved good results. Since Cisco, Hewlett-Packard, and Nozark jointly launched the OnStop plan, internet cafes in the United States have developed rapidly. By the end of June, the number of new internet cafes in the United States reached more than 800. Cisco's revenue through this OnStop program has increased by nearly $100 million. Nozark's revenue has increased by $40 million. HP sold 70,000 computers, an average of $3,000 per computer, and revenue has increased by $210 million. Although there is a 20% profit, it is actually still making money. Small profits but high sales, the 3 companies actually made a lot of money. Moreover, the Internet Cafe management software has been developed early. The middle of the computer login interface is an advertising space, which can be advertised at any time. After logging in, another advertisement will pop up. An Internet Cafe user will be exposed to at least 2 advertisements. These 2 advertisements, Cisco, Nozark, HP, have a certain amount of distribution rights. With the increasing number of internet cafes and the number of people surfing the internet, these 2 advertisements in internet cafes are becoming more and more valuable. Hewlett-Packard almost laughed from ear to ear. mocking Dell's lack of vision and giving itself such a bargain. In order to combat its opponents, HP deliberately announced its financial situation in June. Then, HP's stock price rose by $6, and Dell fell by $5. Dell is naturally very regretful, but there is no regret medicine in the world. It is impossible for Cisco to terminate the contract and cooperate with Dell. This is not only the issue of liquidated damages, but more importantly, the issue of business integrity. In Silicon Valley, in the United States, the integrity of a company is very important. For companies that often default, no one wants to cooperate with it. The implementation of the OnStop plan has enabled 90% of internet cafes in the United States to install Netscape browser and ICQ chat software. The number of ICQ registered users has greatly increased and has now exceeded 2 million. The software has swept the internet and has become one of the indispensable software for internet surfing. It is very serious for any country to follow suit. ICQ became a hit, and there were countless followers. The chat software similar to ICQ has sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Within 2 or 3 months, more than 10 types of chat software have emerged across the United States. But compared with ICQ, their development speed is much slower. However, one of the chat software has emerged. In an Ocean conference call, Henry was shocked when he heard Tanshwai say the name is MS Messenger, Microsoft's MS Messenger. Henry suddenly felt like he was facing an enemy. Microsoft's strength is very strong, there is no doubt about this. The key is that it is still brazen and binds MS Messenger to the Microsoft system. Henry can't sit still a bit in Japan, but if you think about it carefully, Microsoft hasn't unified the operating system yet. So I'm afraid of a thread. If you dare to grab the dishes on my plate, don't blame me for turning your pot. That night, Henry wrote down the chat software development strategy and faxed it to Tanshwai. Henry designed ICQ Group, ICQ Space. At the same time, Henry also decided to let Global Online conduct in-depth cooperation with ICQ, and use ICQ accounts to log into Global Online Email. Global Online Email is currently the most popular email, with much more registered users than ICQ, with the number of up to more than 3 million. The ICQ account is bound to the Global Online Email account, and you can log into the email directly, which undoubtedly brings great competitiveness to ICQ. Coupled with the ICQ Group and the launch of the ICQ Space, MS Messenger will be difficult to compete with ICQ even if it is bound to the Microsoft system. After receiving the fax, Tanshwai saw the ICQ Group and ICQ Space designed by Henry, and he was shocked for a while. After seeing Henry's decision to cooperate with ICQ and Global Online, I was even more excited. Once these things are done, ICQ will not be afraid of any challenge from opponents. Immediately, Tanshwai discussed with Jim Utley and presided over the development of ICQ Group and ICQ Space by himself, and Jim Utley was responsible for contacting the Global Online side. On the Global Online side, after Henry sent a fax to Tanshwai, he called and notified CEO Jonathan Jackson, asking him to actively cooperate with ICQ's work. For my own holding company, it is handy to use. If it's not a holding company, it would be disobedient when called upon, just like Dell. Therefore, Henry insisted on the decision, unless it is not necessary. Otherwise, the investment company must be absolutely controlling. After dealing with the American side, Henry was also relieved. The Gulf War is coming to an end, and the Japanese stock market will rebound for a while. Henry ordered people to cash out from the stock market earlier, and then began a large-scale acquisition of Japanese real estate. To this end, Henry deliberately established a real estate company called Global Land Company. Henry not only wants to wipe out Japanese real estate, but also to wipe out land owned by Japan in other places. For example, 80% of hotels, villas, and resorts in Hawaii have been bought by Japanese. Henry really couldn't see it, he had to grab it. The four major international accounting firms have launched acquisitions and transferred thousands of employees from all over the world to form more than 100 acquisition teams. All kinds of preparations have been made before accounting for assets, and the other party's investigation is clear. Now just buy it directly. Overnight, Global Land Company resounded through Japan and shocked the world. Within a week, Global Land acquired thousands of real estate companies with a total value of $65 billion. Many high-rise buildings in Japan have become the assets of Global Land. Many luxury villas in Japan also belong to Global Land. Global Land also bought most of the land assets in Hawaii from the Japanese. It can be said that Hawaii has almost become the back garden of Global Land. Finally, Global Land bought the Rockefeller Center and the Empire State Building from the Japanese for $20 billion. Since then, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Rockefeller Center and the U.S. Empire State Building have become Henry's private buildings. Why did Henry spend so much money on Rockefeller Center and the Empire State Building? It is true that these two buildings are too famous, and they are too worthy of Henry's identity! Rockefeller Center is a complex of 19 commercial buildings, and the ground floor of each building is connected. The largest of these is the Key Electric Building, which is 259 meters high and has 69 floors. The center covers a total area of 22 acres and was completed in 1939. The Rockefeller Center is known as one of the greatest urban plans of the 20th century. The complete shopping mall and office buildings make Midtown Manhattan the second city center in New York after Wall Street! Is such a large ethnic group strong enough? Henry bought it decisively to show his identity! As for the Empire State Building, it is the eighth wonder of the modern world and one of the most exciting parts of New York City. It is not only a skyscraper with more than 900 commercial tenants, but also a symbol of New York. This world-famous building is a national landmark. It was completed in 1931. The construction process only took 1 year and 45 days. Its completion is a historic milestone in the United States. Moreover, the Empire State Building is the second tallest building in the world, only lower than the World Trade Center. Henry said that after 911, the World Trade Center building was blown up, and the Empire State Building regained the world's highest ranking list. This new week, my book is streaking, so pitiful. Please give me your support. If you have a vote, please vote. If you don't have a collection, hurry up. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join. Chapter 173 P.S. Rockefeller Center and Empire State Building. The land price was not so expensive in 1990. Changed to $1.5 billion. The acquisition of Japanese real estate companies and Hawaiian land used a total of $75 billion. The protagonist has more than $13 billion left. As for the protagonist, is it possible to make $100 billion in Japan? E-novels are nothing more than a e-novel. It's okay for everyone to read it. Well, don't mind. A series of acquisitions by Global Land shocked the world, and the media groups shouted that the real estate super crocodile was born. For a while, Global Land is being discussed on newspapers, TV, and the internet. The front page of all media is Global Land. If there is no news from Global Land, newspapers cannot be sold, and TV will not have ratings. According to incomplete statistics, because of the news of Global Land, the total sales of all newspapers in the world have increased by 50%! Not long after, one night, the entire Empire State Building lit up a huge projection advertisement. ICQ online chat software, ICQ. Those who saw this scene were all shocked. The projection advertisement is too big, too shocking. This ad can be seen in almost the entire New York City, shining like fireflies in the dark night! Such an awesome advertisement hit the front pages of major newspapers the next day. Not long after the Empire State Building was acquired by Global Land, it actually made such a big move. The media have speculated that what is the connection between Global Land and ICQ? ICQ has appeared in newspapers and TV almost every day during this period. Especially the huge projection advertisement lit up by the Empire State Building is even more impressive. ICQ registered users surged in vain! Exclamation mark surge! Exclamation mark surge! Exclamation mark! Within a week, the number of registered users exceeded 3 million, advancing to 4 million! Exclamation mark! Global media reporters interviewed Tan Shui of ICQ. What is your relationship with Global Land? Why can you get a huge advertisement on the Empire State Building? Shui Tan was shocked, because he didn't know about it before. Later, he didn't know about it until someone informed him that there was an ICQ advertisement hanging on the Empire State Building. After thinking about it, there is no other possibility for a person with this ability except Mr. Williams, the big boss behind the company! Exclamation mark. So he called and asked, Mr. Williams, the Empire State Building. Before Tan Shui finished speaking, Henry interrupted him and said with a smile, yes, I let Global Land Company hang up. I know their CEO very well, and when I heard that they bought the Empire State Building, I thought about it right away. It's time to advertise on it. Haha, how is it? Shocking enough. Mr. Williams, I was overwhelmed. Now reporters are stuck at the door of the company every day. Tan Shui smiled bitterly. I really don't know how to say this feeling of pain and happiness. Hee. The reporter blocked the door, indicating that our ICQ is getting more and more popular. Henry smiled. By the way, how about the development of ICQ Group and ICQ Space? Is email integrated into the software? Everything is going well. We are going to launch the ICQ Group first, then the ICQ Space, and finally join the global online email. Well, that's fine. One surprise after another. Users will be more interested in ICQ. Companies that make products like to keep the best things, and then update and replace them, so that users can pay for it again. ICQ can be regarded as a kind of product, so let's play it like that. Global Land Corporation has acquired so many real estate companies, with huge staff and bloated staff. Henry didn't specialize in real estate business. As a result, a large-scale disarmament was carried out, and more than 20,000 Japanese employees were fired. Henry was not so kind to support them, and Japan's real estate was in a slump for a few years. If he had to support so many people, Henry would have to die just by paying his salary. As for those lands, just sell them when they appreciate in value in the future. However, there are some lands that Henry will keep for himself to enjoy. In addition, Henry asked Global Land to classify its assets: hotels, villas, commercial buildings, resorts, commercial housing, and so on. The hotel will not be sold. Open it yourself, and start a chain hotel. The villa is not good enough to be sold. Commercial building, the location was almost sold. Resort, keep it. I will take my girlfriend on vacation in the future. Commercial housing, set up a property company to specialize in management, and develop smart home products in the future to promote sales. Japan has begun to pay attention to Henry and his party. It would be no good to continue to cut wool in Japan. Go to the Soviet Union. But before that, Henry had to acquire technology companies in Japan. It's just that the stock market crash didn't hit technology companies too hard, it just passed. Therefore, Sharp, Hitachi, Sony and other big companies are reluctant to sell their assets. However, it is not interesting to buy second-rate companies. There are so many technology companies in the United States. Henry thought for a while. If that's the case, then he waved his to dig out Japanese talents from the United States! Don't sell it, right? Okay, I don't buy it, I set up my own company! Then, Henry asked Japan's top 10 headhunting companies to dig people fiercely. Memory.mtnovel.com hard disk, camera, especially LCD technology, hollow out, sharp for me! Exclamation mark. In order to make money, the Japanese headhunting company has exhausted all its abilities to send out almost all the employees for Henry's order. In addition, under the temptation of money, the number of resignations in Japan's science and technology industry has skyrocketed in vain. This is the largest number of voluntary resignations in Japan's history, and it is also the most exaggerated! Exclamation mark. In just 1 month, 3,000 Japanese technical talents resigned. Even the Japanese government was alarmed, but it was American Dad who pried the corner. Japan is very helpless and can only protest in words, calling on everyone to be patriotic and not to resign and work in the United States. However, the number of voluntary resignations has not stopped. Henry is digging people here, and the US naturally has to be prepared to receive so many talents. Henry asked him to register a company in California, Silicon Valley Electronics Group, with 4 departments: memory, hard disk, camera, and LCD. The company address is located west of San Jose, covering an area of 400,000 square meters. There used to be an electronics factory here, a Japanese one, which has now been acquired by Henry and will be expanded. Henry has now moved to the most luxurious villa in Tokyo. It is located on a hillside and occupies a very wide area with far-sighted and panoramic views of Tokyo. During this period of time, SoftBank received a $100 million investment from Prestige Capital, holding 25% of the shares. In early August, Henry sent a team to the Soviet Union first! Exclamation mark. In the new week, my book is streaking, so pitiful. I beg you everyone, vote if you have a vote, and quickly collect it if you don't have a collection. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. MTLNovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 174. The main task of the team sent to the Soviet Union was to investigate the situation in the Soviet Union, banks, state-owned enterprises, high-tech companies, etc. Once the Soviet Union disintegrated, Henry could choose the best things from them. Henry had always wanted to start a space technology company, first because he didn't have funds, and second, it was difficult to find top talent. Henry knew that the Soviet Union's aviation technology was very developed and there were many talents. The Soviet Union was dead, and these talents became the sweet pastry for all countries to compete for. To get a piece of the pie, the only thing Henry can do is to start first! Exclamation mark. Going to the Soviet Union to make money is only second, the key is to make technology. Now all countries are preparing to carve up the Soviet Union, and there is even Leo Vanta, a super legendary figure. Henry hides behind and fishes in troubled waters. In case the old man provokes trouble, send the KGB, won't it be troublesome? Besides, in his previous life, with the support of the US government, Leo Vanta made more than $20 trillion by relying on hundreds of millions of dollars alone. As a result, he was guilty of his crimes, and was placed under house arrest when he returned to the United States, and his whereabouts have never been known. Henry didn't realize he had a lingering fear. There is no strength, just having money, it is looking for death. Henry's own strength is not strong enough that even the US government dare not move. Henry needs time to accumulate, and he has to reach out to the government like the Morgan Consortium to control the situation in the United States! Exclamation mark. Just imagine, most of the members of the US Congress are Henry's people. Does he still need to worry? It didn't take long for the team sent to the Soviet Union. On the Japanese side, Henry chartered a plane and a cruise ship to send technicians to the United States. There were nearly 4,000 people. It is expected that it will take more than a week to complete the delivery. In addition to engineers engaged in research and development, these 4,000 people also have skilled factory technicians. The most digging is sharp LCD technology talents, followed by Hitachi hard drive development talents. On the day Henry sent these people away, Takahashi, the CEO of Sharp, came here too, but his face was very ugly and he looked like a bitter hatred. When he saw Henry, he said rudely, "William Mr. C, did you do it so terribly? You dug more than 500 people from Sharp." Sharp is a big business, with tens of thousands of employees. 500 is nothing, Mr. Takahashi, you are too stingy. Henry faintly smiled, and his tone was obviously teasing and mocking. Takahashi said with a cold face and proudly said, "Even if you dig some people, you still won't be Sharp's opponent." "Really?" Henry shrugged and said, "Okay, let's just walk around." Seeing Henry not paying attention to Sharp, Takahashi was furious. But as the CEO, he still has some self-cultivation. He didn't attack on the spot, snorted coldly, and left. "The purpose of why I came here this time is very simple. It is to declare war on Henry. Henry has dug so many people from Sharp. How can Sharp not say? Therefore, Takahashi has come." Henry frowned slightly as he looked at Takahashi's leaving back. He was right. Even though Henry had dug up some of Sharp's technical talents, he wanted to catch up with Sharp. It is indeed not a simple matter. However, Henry believes that as time goes by, Sharp will be surpassed sooner or later! Henry returned to the villa after a busy boat. The Japanese maid had already prepared dinner. After eating, he had a good night's sleep, woke up the next day, in good spirits. Looting Japan makes Henry very refreshing, and every pore on his body is refreshing! In addition, Prestige Capital invested $100 million in SoftBank, holding 25% of the shares, and obtaining 2 votes from the board of directors. It is even more exciting! SoftBank will set foot in the telecommunications industry in the next step. One is Internet ISP, and the other is telephone. After the submarine optical cables of France and the United States were completed on July 15 this year, the world is booming the construction of submarine optical cables. Japan is no exception. Local ISP companies are springing up and blooming everywhere. During the construction of the submarine optical cables in the United States and France, an optical fiber network has already been laid in France, and the Internet can be connected only by the docking. On the day of completion, the Internet will be available in France. Since then, the people of France and the United States can communicate through the Internet. When the global media is reporting this matter, not long after, the French version of the global online portal, Nicolas Shopping Network, and IMBD.com also released French version of the website. iSearch provides a French search service, and ICQ Software hastened to make a French version. This series of fast actions is so thunderous that it makes people stunned. The French mainland fell instantly! But French netizens are enjoying the high-quality services provided by Henry's company and shouting for joy. They don't realize that their country's internet has fallen. It didn't take long for France to open the internet, and I felt the benefits of the Internet. You can search for knowledge and information on the Internet, broaden your horizons, and communicate without space. It is very popular among French people. Although the Internet access fee is expensive, Internet access users thousands of increases every day! Only half a month later, French Internet users reached 20,000. At this time, France held a grand completion ceremony. John Chambers attended the ceremony as a representative of Cisco. At the ceremony, John Chambers vigorously promoted Cisco's business, especially undertaking the construction of the submarine optical cable network. With the help of France, more than a dozen European countries including the United Kingdom, Germany, and Italy have contacted Cisco. These European countries have seen the rapid development of the Internet in France. Until Novel.com, all of them are interested in opening the Internet. In the course of this contact, the UK even negotiated a cooperation with Cisco directly, opening up 1000 Gbps and paying Cisco $2 billion. and other countries also expressed their willingness to cooperate, but they did not negotiate the terms of cooperation on the spot. The level of computer development in the United Kingdom ranks among the highest in European countries. Seeing that France, facing each other across the sea, already has submarine optical cables, the United Kingdom is naturally unwilling to lag behind and urgently needs to build a submarine optical cable! Cisco has made comprehensive preparations for the construction of submarine optical cables, and almost all submarine lines will be designed through European countries. And Cisco has long expected that countries will find Cisco for cooperation, so CommScope has already prepared more than 20 fiber optic cable ships that are waiting on the coast of the United States, ready to call at any time. As soon as the agreement was signed on the UK side, the ship was sent from the US side. One word: fast. Others want to find the way. The Cisco road has been explored. Others still want to make optical fiber, and Cisco optical fiber has already been made. Others have no experience in the construction of ocean-going submarine optical cables. Cisco has a lot of experience. If you don't choose Cisco cooperation, who will you choose? After some consideration, all European countries decided to cooperate with Cisco. As a result, a Cisco company has contracted the construction of European submarine optical cables, while other companies in the United States can only greedy. Is it just the construction of submarine optical cables when Cisco undertakes the construction of submarine optical cables? In fact, the real money is yet to come. A series of Cisco products, switches, routers, etc., can all be sold to ISPs in these European countries. SoftBank's entry into ISP in Japan can help Henry achieve its layout.mtlnovel.com book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 175 Night Mode, RAW, font size 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving, please wait. Settings saved. Yesterday I fed a puppy that had just been full moon. I was bitten accidentally. I was going to get a rabies vaccine. Woo, it's really tragedy. Come back in the afternoon. Do you like this site? Donate here. More urban life novels. Seize Jeans. 1.925 votes, 205.9k views. My Beautiful and Bossy Wife. 5.04 votes, 144k views. Starting Out as a Goblin Summoner. 0.00 votes, 2 views. View more. Chapter 176. After investing in SoftBank, Henry did not stay in Japan long before returning to the United States. The Silicon Valley Electronics Group was just established, and Henry had to manage it himself. This time the sweep in Japan has gathered all kinds of hardware talents, and the Silicon Valley Electronics Group has gradually moved towards becoming an electronics giant. Silicon Valley Electronics Group also recruits a large number of hardware engineers in the United States. The company only has Japanese, which is too shameful. The United States recruits slightly fewer employees, but there are more engineers than Japan. Among the talents that Henry recruits in Japan, the number of skilled technicians in the factory is the most, with more than 2,500. The Japanese are rigorous and pay attention to quality, and the most important thing is that they can work overtime. The Japanese workers are still quite good. Since they can bear hardships and stand hard work, they can pull over and be a horse and work hard for me. When Henry returned to the United States, Silicon Valley Electronics Group had nearly 6,000 employees. Among them, the American engineers are 21 and the Japanese are 13. The R&D team is strong. There are 4 main departments: hard disk, memory, liquid crystal display, and camera. There are more than 20 other large and small departments, such as power supply, mouse, keyboard, motherboard, chassis, etc. The Silicon Valley Electronics Group is actually enough to develop its own computer. However, Henry did not want to develop computers so early. Due to the limited hardware conditions, the development of computers is no different from other computer companies. What Henry wanted was nothing but a blockbuster, ultra-thin, ultra-fast, and the operating system is awesome. As soon as it went on the market, everyone was shocked. Only in this way can we establish the corporate image of Silicon Valley Electronics Group! If you make a computer that is not much different from an ordinary computer from the beginning, the public's perception and first impression will unconsciously classify the Silicon Valley Electronics Group to this ordinary level. Therefore, the main task of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group is to engage in research and development, and sell parts and products by the way. However, for some infinitely creative products, Silicon Valley Electronics Group can do it first and apply for patents, such as MP3. The MP3 voice format has just appeared soon, but it hasn't become popular yet. But Henry knows how popular MP3 will be in the future. Only a few years in the previous life, the MP3 standard was formulated in 1995. Now that the internet is developing rapidly, coupled with Henry's contribution, the MP3 standard may be formulated soon. The idea of MP3 player is very simple. It is to combine text, video and MP3. In 1997, a small company made an MP3 product and showed it at the Science and Technology Exhibition. It was very popular at the time, and the small company thought it was going to publish it. As a result, the world's major companies are shamelessly plagiarizing together. The small company didn't apply for a patent and didn't have the money to fight a lawsuit. In the end, I could only say nothing. But Henry must apply for a patent for making an MP3 player. If anyone dares to plagiarize, the lawsuit will only give him his underwear. But the hardest part of making MP3 now is flash memory. The flash memory is not big enough to store much music, which is very painful. But it does not prevent Silicon Valley Electronics Group from making things first, and then applying for patents. At the same time increase research and development efforts on flash memory. Hitachi's NAND flash memory is the most popular at the moment. Henry has dug many people from Hitachi, and also from IBM, Toshiba, and Intel. The R&D team is no worse than other companies. In order to launch MP3, Henry is naturally willing to spend a lot of money to support research and development, and the investment in flash memory will be much higher than other companies! Henry's money in Japan is more than 13 billion. Among them, he invested $10 billion in Silicon Valley Electronics Group and $2 billion in Williams Bank. Most of the remaining money was distributed to the original for several companies that raised funds. Henry took $400 million into his pocket to go to the Soviet Union to make money. Henry intends to empty the white wolf. Actually, many companies or organizations are doing it. That is borrowing! High-interest loans, commonly known as high-interest loans! Seeing that the loan interest rate is so high, the Soviet bank will definitely rush to give you the loan. Henry's plan is to borrow money and short the ruble, but is it too shameless? However, European and American countries are doing this, and there are more people who are more shameless than Henry. Henry felt relieved when he thought so. Speaking of the depreciation of the ruble, it is almost incredible. When the ruble was the highest, 1 ruble could be exchanged for $2. But in the end it depreciated more than 100,000 times, almost worthless. A box of rubles can be bought by throwing a few dollars. So when it comes time to pay back the money, that's a trivial matter. Just throw a little away. If you want to be a bit of a local tyrant, please throw an extra 100,000 rubles. After obtaining Henry's capital injection, Williams Bank began to expand. From 1980 to 1994, the U.S. banking crisis continued. and hundreds of banks went bankrupt every year. There are three main reasons for this. One is that the large fluctuations in the global economy have led to the US banking crisis. The other is the relaxation of supervision by regulators. Anyone with a little money can open a bank. Can they fail? Third, the banking industry's own management is not standardized, such as abuse of power, or large-scale development loans for real estate, etc. This time the Japanese stock market crashed, the United States also suffered a tragedy, and real estate was also unlucky, and prices dropped significantly. As a result, the bank loans cannot be collected, and there are a lot of bad debts and bad debts! After Williams gets the $2 billion, he will annex these banks. Although $2 billion is not too much, the bank that has failed is no longer worth it. Williams Bank can take the opportunity to acquire many banks. Also www.mentalnovel.com. As Henry said, Williams Bank is going to borrow money from major Soviet banks. Prior to this, the acquisition of Williams Bank made noise as much as possible. The Bank of the Soviet Union took a look. Hey, Williams Bank is a great break, buying banks in the United States on a large scale. The future is boundless. Well, give it a loan, don't worry! So, Williams Bank can borrow a lot of money from the Soviet Union. Not only Williams Bank will go to the Soviet Union for loans, but Henry's holding companies will also go for loans. It is the king who has the advantage of not taking it. Lao Mozi is not a good person either, earning their money. He feels at ease. The companies under Henry's name are very promising. No matter which one is in the United States or the world, they are well known. There is no reason for the Bank of the Soviet Union not to give them loans. Wait for the team sent by Henry to figure out the situation in the Soviet Union. At that time, everyone went with the team. Henry thought about how many people he would take over, and after thinking about it for a while, he mourned for the Soviet Union. Soviet Union, don't blame me, it's not that I am cruel, it is because there are so many people I want to raise. Millions of people, millions of mouths, brother is not easy. Woo, I moved bricks to earn medical expenses today. Just kidding, it's a bit late to work overtime, so I'm only updating it now. I'm sorry. But seeing that you care about the author, I'm very rewarded. It's awesome, especially fans of Super Heaven God Emperor are already elders. Since you are so supportive, I have to write a chapter if I don't sleep at night. As you know, the code word speed of Bsha is slow, so I will update it at 1 or 2 in the evening. Don't wait, you can also watch it tomorrow morning. mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 177. Williams Bank issued a purchase request to 16 small U.S. banks that are about to fail. During this period, many banks in the United States failed. In order to achieve the widest coverage, Williams Bank selected these 16 banks to be located in one state, without any duplication. On September 1st, representatives from 16 banks attended the acquisition meeting of Williams Bank. These 16 banks are all on the verge of bankruptcy. Williams Bank held an acquisition meeting for them. It is undoubtedly the last straw! If you get the acquisition of Williams Bank, you can survive, otherwise, you die. Therefore, Williams Bank held this acquisition meeting, very meaningful. The purpose is to let them cut prices each are there! Williams Bank will buy those whose prices are low. 16 banks, fierce competition. However, they didn't know that Williams Bank's appetite was to swallow them all. In the conference hall, the representatives of the 16 banks were anxious. Everyone was worried about whether they could be favored by Williams Bank. Henry supported the meeting and said a lot at the meeting, which probably meant that Bank of America was struggling at a time of crisis, and banks failed every day. Henry said a lot of alarmist words to scare the representatives of these 16 banks. In the end, Henry announced, Williams Bank will hold 2 quotations The two quotations will not be public quotations, but each bank will write its own quotation on paper. Today is the first quotation. 3 days later holding the second quotation is also the final quotation. Williams Bank will determine the acquisition target based on the amount of your final quotation. Please prepare the relevant materials, and Williams Bank will sign the contract on the spot. As soon as Henry finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. Hang used his hand to signal them to be quiet, and then he said in a deep voice, "This is the rule. Those who don't want to participate can choose to give up." Everyone looked at each other, but no one chose to give up. Then, the staff of Williams Bank gave each of them a piece of paper and pen. How much should write? Everyone frowned, unconsciously peeking at the people around them. But other people are not fools. How can they let you see? Block it with your hand so you can't see it. Henry sat firmly on the diaoyutai and smiled faintly. After a while, Henry ordered someone to put the paper up. Everyone, go back and come back in 3 days. Henry waved his hand and told them to leave. After 16 banks represented Williams Bank, they couldn't help but talk. There are actually 2 quotations with 3 days in between. This is clearly to let us know each other's quotations and then reduce the prices. Yeah. You are right. But we can't let him do so. We have to fight with the enemy and try to raise the price. Yes, we have to share the same hatred and raise the price. Well, how much did you quote just now? One of the bank representatives asked. One person laughed twice. Hee, my price is high. $150 million. Really? I reported 200 million. I reported 210 million. I reported 250 million. I reported 300 million. The people behind it said that the price is getting higher and higher, as if it is to prove that the price is high and there is no hope of being acquired by Williams Bank. Therefore, you don't need to lower the price. And the bank representative who first quoted the price had a very ugly face. I thought, I actually quoted $120 million and deliberately increased the price by $30 million. Originally, I was guilty of falsely reporting the price. But you are too shameless, and the price is getting higher and higher. Everyone is a bank of the same size, and knows the roots and knows the bottom line. Just put a feather. Can you report the price to 300 million? Exclamation mark. Damn, I want to cheat me. I will quote $100 million next time. Exclamation mark. Henry took the quotations of 16 bank representatives and looked at it. The highest quotation was $180 million, and the lowest quotation was $90 million. Hee. I don't know how much they will quote in 3 days. Henry gave a meaningful smile and immediately hired an employee and said to him, secretly reveal the bank with the lowest quoted price and the amount of the quoted price. Yes, Chairman. Henry took a sip of coffee, shook his head, and laughed. The next day, a gossip came that 20 bank quoted a price of only $90 million. The representatives of the other 15 banks were immediately filled with outrage, and ran to the bank representative and asked, how did you quote $90 million? Of course, the bank representative strongly denied, this is a rumor, I actually quoted only $200 million. I admit that I lied before you, saying that I quoted $300 million, but in fact only $200 million. Everyone didn't believe it and condemned him. The bank representative has the spirit that dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Whatever you say, I won't admit it. What? At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that since the price of 90 million yuan was known to them, it would definitely not be injured, and it would be safer to quote 80 million yuan. On the 4th day, it's time for the second quotation. In the conference hall, there is no sound. Everyone is calculating how much the other party will offer. Henry is not nonsense. Just say a few short words, and let the employees give them pens and papers. Rush rush. The sound of writing suddenly sounded in the quiet conference hall. 10 minutes later www.mentalnovel.com. Henry took the quotation and said to everyone, we need to discuss before making a decision. Please wait a moment. With that, Henry walked out the door and came to an office. Quotations from 6 banks. After watching it in less than a minute, Henry couldn't help laughing. In the second quotation, the most expensive one was only $100 million US. Most are hovering between 80 million and 100 million US. Henry then ordered his employees to bring out the 16 banks one by one to sign the contract. Henry, this is Zhuya's fight against Huang Gai, one willing to fight, the other willing to suffer. In the current field, all quotations have been made. Apart from selling the bank, can you go back? The cards have all been revealed. What are you going to do to negotiate with others? The bank representatives had no choice but to sign the contract with a wry smile. By now, they are considered to know Williams Bank is not going to buy a bank, but to eat them all. Uck. Walking out the gate of Williams Bank, everyone sighed! Williams Bank acquired 16 banks in one go, but it only spent $1.5 billion in total. The next day, Williams Bank announced, on September 4, Williams Bank acquired 16 U.S. banks. The 16 banks will complete the handover in the near future and will be renamed Williams Bank. In addition, we will also inject $500 million US into the 16 banks, so please rest assured that the Williams Bank has money and don't worry about going bankrupt. Please give me your support, vote if you have a vote, and close it if you don't have it. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all on www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 178. Although the scale of the 16 banks is small, they are not small in combination, and the coverage rate is wide, not much worse than that of the large banks. More importantly, at the moment the United States is in the midst of a banking crisis. Williams Bank has suddenly acquired 16 banks. As soon as the news came out, it caused a sensation. Williams Bank seemed to be a little-known little man before, but everyone suddenly realized that it was not a little man, but a fierce man hidden in the fog! Swallowed 16 banks in such a breath, making Williams Bank's reputation in the financial world and emerging. Under Henry's instruction, there are many soft articles about Williams Bank on the internet. Global Online. Isaac posted. After reading all kinds of advocacy articles, after brainwashing, you will unconsciously think that Williams Bank is the best bank in the United States. In the process of implementation, all major bricklayers and beasts have come forward to say, unanimously, that Williams Bank is safe, reliable, and trustworthy! Of course, these bricks called beasts were all invited by Henry with money. After the people are brainwashed by the internet and reality, naturally many people will accept Williams Bank. In addition, Henry also arranged for many people to pretend to line up to deposit money, while queuing, while praising Williams Bank. If you don't speak, it would be terrible. Others thought there was a bank run. Therefore, Henry deliberately arranged for some people to carry money bags and shout loudly to save money, so that others would understand at a glance. Everyone in the world has a herd mentality. Others have seen so many people come to the Williams Bank to deposit money, so influenced by it, they also come to save money. The number of people is increasing, and the team is mighty, forming a long line in the bank. The noise was a bit loud and attracted media reporters, onlookers, and it appeared on newspapers and TV the next day. As soon as newspapers and TV reported, Williams Bank became even more popular. The next day there was a long queue at the gate of Williams Bank. Subsequently, the companies under Henry's name announced one after another, our company will choose Williams Bank as a cooperative bank. Its employees must have a Williams Bank card, and salaries will be paid to the Williams Bank card. There are more companies under Henry's name: the newly established Silicon Valley Electronics Group, Global Land, Cisco, Nicholas Group, Global Online, Isaac, ICQ, Nozark, West German Publishing, Firefly Game Company, Galaxy Film, Blackwater, Pixar, Domain Name Management Company, Prestige Capital Investment Company, Amgen Biopharmaceutical Company, etc. Especially Cisco, with a large scale and more than 300,000 employees. Therefore, after Henry's name companies announced their cooperation with Williams Bank, they became very popular and caused a sensation in the United States. The momentum of Williams Bank is unprecedentedly strong! For a while, the American people were full of confidence in Williams Bank, and they lined up to deposit money. Within a few weeks, the number of new depositors at Williams Bank reached more than 10 million! The original Williams Bank had only 600,000 depositors, but after the acquisition of 16 banks, the total number of depositors was only more than 6 million. And now, Williams Bank's depositors are about to exceed 20 million, with assets totaling more than $32 billion, ranking 21st among American banks. But judging from the current popularity of Williams Bank, there is no problem going forward. A few more! Just as the Williams Bank was singing the triumphant song, the Bank of New England in the United States came to the news that it was about to go bankrupt. The Bank of New England of the United States ranks 33rd among American banks, with bank assets exceeding $20 billion, but the bank's own capital is less than $500 million. The Bank of New England previously lent a large amount to real estate, and now the price of real estate has fallen sharply. The Bank of New England has lost $480 million, which has exceeded the bank's own capital. Many bank analysts predict that the Bank of New England will definitely go bankrupt. In fact, it is true that depositors have lined up in the bank to take all the money away. The bank run is so serious that bankruptcy is inevitable. At this time, the mansion will fall. Who will turn the tide? Williams Bank said that it was very interested in the Bank of New England. As soon as the news came out, the Bank of New England run stopped immediately! Have to say, Williams Bank is awesome! After that, newspapers and television both analyzed and reported the matter. Los Angeles Times reported, Williams Bank is currently the fastest growing bank in the United States. At the same time, it is also the most recognized bank by the American people. If Williams Bank acquires the Bank of New England, the Bank of New England may come back to life! American ABC TV station, yesterday. The relevant person in charge of Williams Bank revealed that Williams Bank is very interested in the Bank of New England and is very likely to acquire it. As soon as the news came, the Bank of New England run suddenly stopped. Experts' analysis: based on the current situation, the only way out for the Bank of New England is to be acquired by Williams Bank. The Bank of New England received the news that the chairman of the bank, Goodwin, immediately contacted Williams Bank and expressed his willingness to be acquired by you. Afterwards, personally took a group of people to the headquarters of Williams Bank. Henry shook his head. Fucking, such a big bank actually begged to come to the door and let it buy by itself? Then why am I polite? $200 million. Mentalnovel.com. Do you want to do it? Do not do it. This is what Henry said when Goodwin brought the team to negotiate. Goodwin blushed and didn't dare to say no, but he didn't want to sell the bank at a cheap price, so he could only pretend to be pitiful and beg Henry to send him a bit more. Henry left without a word. Subsequently, it was announced that the negotiations between Williams Bank and the Bank of New England had failed. As soon as the news came out, a run on the Bank of New England occurred immediately, and it was even more serious than before! Paroling. Bank of New England, you sell it to Williams Bank, can't you? Hurry up and sell to Williams Bank, or refund the money, I won't deposit it. The voices of public condemnation, wave after wave, are all telling the Bank of New England to sell to Williams Bank quickly, and even threatening, even more serious, running to the front of the Bank of New England to smash the signs. What New England Bank? I want Williams Bank! Godwin was immediately stunned and scared. If this continues, the Bank of New England will have to go bankrupt in a few days. Then the assets are auctioned and the accounts are paid back. And these bank shareholders, they can't get a penny. Godwin is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot now. Does the book look good? Please support it. Come to the Starting Point website to support it, collect it, vote for anything. In addition, the book is generally published first and then modified, and the pirated version has not been modified, so the piracy is far. It's better to look at the original copy. It's true, I didn't lie to you. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join.mentalnovel.com. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest. The serialized works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read it. Chapter 179. Pref. Night mode, RAW, font size 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving, please wait. Settings saved. My head is a little dizzy. The code word has no status. I wrote a lot before, and I deleted it if I was not satisfied, so the update tonight will be later. Pref. Recently updated. Mystery. Start with the reader. A genius and a god fell in love. Planet Builder. Chapter 180. Mr. Williams, we at the Bank of New England are willing to accept your terms. After thinking about it all night, Godwin finally decided to call Henry. Henry was not surprised when he heard this. These banks in the United States are unable to protect themselves because of the real estate crisis, but Williams Bank rarely intervenes in real estate loans, so they can be a loan! Therefore, the only one willing to buy the Bank of New England is Williams Bank. The Bank of New England has no choice but to sell it. Henry responded and said to Godwin that he wanted him to come over and sign the contract tomorrow. Early the next morning, it had just dawned. The fog had not cleared yet, and it was still a little bit cold. But the Bank of New England group set off from the hotel early, preparing to head to the headquarters of Williams Bank. The faces of Godwin and others are not very good looking. The Bank of New England is one of the largest banks in the United States, with deposit assets of up to $20 billion. If it used to be, even if you want to sell the bank, you can casually sell for more than $1 billion US. But now it can only sell for $200 million US. Everyone is naturally very reconciled. However, they were powerless and could only watch the Bank of New England being bought by Williams Bank at a low price! Moreover, I have to greet each other with a smile and offer my hands. When he arrived at Williams Bank, Henry didn't say much. He said hello and led Godwin and others to the living room, ready to sign the acquisition agreement. Godwin didn't have any thoughts to talk to Henry, and the two parties signed the contract directly. Williams Bank wholly acquired the Bank of New England for $200 million US and assumed bank debt. The number of branches and ATMs of the Bank of New England is more than that of Williams Bank. After the Bank of New England, Williams Bank will officially be promoted to one of the top 10 banks in the United States! Although the ranking is still at the end, this kind of glory is worthy of a big book. The news of Williams Bank's acquisition of the Bank of New England spread, and newspapers and televisions focused on it. The cover of the most recent issue of Time magazine is the Williams Bank, and there is a sentence on it that briefly introduces it: Williams Bank, the fastest growing bank ever. The depositors of the Bank of New England happily told me that since Williams Bank has acquired the Bank of New England, they can safely deposit their money in the Bank of New England without having to line up to withdraw money. In order to increase depositors' confidence in themselves, Williams Bank began to pretend to release satellites and held a press conference proclaiming, for the convenience of depositors to withdraw money, Williams Bank will be established in the United States in the next 5 years. 100,000 ATM outlets. We believe that the depositors of Williams Bank will be the happiest people in America. The construction of an ATM network can cost as little as $100,000 US and as high as $1 million US. How much does it cost for 100,000 ATM outlets? At least $10 billion. But, bragging and not breaking the law, On the contrary, you can get very good results. Many people in the US really believe in this. After hearing that Williams Bank is going to build 100,000 ATM outlets, in order to facilitate future withdrawals, they rushed to the Williams Bank to deposit money. A long line can be seen across the United States at the door of Williams Bank, which has greatly increased the number of new depositors. In addition, the original depositors of the Bank of New England saw the wealth of Williams Bank, and they were immediately confident in it! Williams Bank not only solved the New England bank crisis after bragging, but also increased depositors, killing two birds with one stone. In fact, Williams Bank's move has another deep meaning. It takes a lot of money to build an ATM. It just happens that there is an excuse to borrow from a Soviet bank, borrowing 1 or 2 tens of billions of dollars. Isn't it normal? On September 10th, Henry unexpectedly received the news that the Queen of England had named herself a baron. When I first heard the news, I was stunned. I am going to be a noble. Henry then sent someone to find out why the Queen of England would call herself a baron. After I inquired it clearly, I learned that it turned out that Harry Potter was so popular in the UK, it was almost a household name, and the story also took place in London, England. It can be said that it played a great role in promoting the City of London. Therefore, in order to commend her outstanding contribution, the Queen of England specifically named herself a baron. Henry shook his head and said with a laugh, I really didn't think that I can be a nobleman when I write a book. But why is Nima just a baron? And a baron is the smallest title. The canonization ceremony is on September 20th, should I go or not? Henry thought for a while. Still go, it is better to have a title than no title, and it is much more convenient to have a title. Britain is still a very influential country. More importantly, Henry has the British title, so it is much more convenient to do something in Hong Kong. Then through Hong Kong to enter the mainland, China's market is not as cheap as other foreigners, it is better to cheap yourself. How can I say, I was a Chinese with a strong roots in my previous life, and I can help China as much as I can. So Henry took a plane to London, England. Get off the plane.mtlnovel.com and drove to a medieval Gothic-style castle manor. The manor was also bought by Global Land from the Japanese. It is worth £3 million, which is almost more than $5 million US. There is a small lake in front of the castle. The lake is crystal clear, and the banks are full of willows. It's really cool to go boating in it! Henry took a rest for one night, and sent someone to notify the Queen, telling her that he accepted the canonization and had come to London, England. The next day, the Queen sent someone over to explain the entitlement etiquette to Henry in detail. However, this is only an hour. Henry is annoyed to hear it, and he can't help thinking about what to do. There are so many rules. Just a baron, endured for more than an hour. When the Queen's people left, Henry felt as if a fly had gone away, and the world was quiet all of a sudden. The air quality in London, England is really not good, but fortunately, Henry's castle is located in the suburbs. In the past few days, Henry has nothing to do, lying on the lawn every day, basking in the sun, thinking, I would have brought Helen to London for a 10-day tour, and I can take this opportunity to enjoy the world of two. Realize the dream of a circle. Henry couldn't help but shook his head. I originally planned to let Helen move over to live with him in June this year for his birthday, but at the time he was in Japan, so the matter was stranded. Alas, the more I think about it, the more unfortunately. When he woke up early the next morning, Henry suddenly realized that a piece of his pants was actually wet. The update is late, sorry, I'm a little tired lately, I'm out of status.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile users read. Chapter 181. Henry smiled wryly, took a shower in the bathroom and changed into his clothes. People will think wildly when they are free. It's better to find something to do. Last time, Henry asked Qualcomm to come to the UK to acquire the ARM chip design department of Acorn Computer. Although Acorn Computer attaches great importance to this department, he immediately agreed to the £5 million that Qualcomm opened. The current mainstream is the CISC complex instruction set processor, among which Intel's chips are the most popular. ARM is based on the RISC streamlined instruction set. The chip processor designed as a niche in the current market, and few companies use it. However, the development of RISC by Acorn Computer is also helpless. In 1984, Acorn planned to use Motorola's 16-bit chip, but found that the chip was too slow and too expensive. A machine priced at £500. It is impossible to use a CPU with a price of £100. So they turned to Intel to ask for the design information of the 80286 chip, but was refused. So they were forced to develop their own. Then designed a RISC streamlined instruction set, and RISC-based processors. The instructions are relatively simple, so the power consumption is low, the price is cheap, especially suitable for mobile devices. But the computer belched, and was suppressed by the CISC and couldn't look up. Therefore, Acorn Computer Company is at best known in the UK and is a second-rate company internationally. Acorn Computer Company was originally expected to be reorganized in November this year to establish ARM Company. Apple has contacted Acorn Computer Company before and will invest £1.5 million in ARM when it is formally reorganized to form ARM. The chip manufacturer VLSI will also invest £250,000. While Acorn itself will use £1.5 million of intellectual property rights and part of the engineers have invested in shares. However, Qualcomm has now cut through and invested £5 million, which is £1.75 million higher than the valuation of the upcoming ARM company. At this moment, CISC is like a black mist covering the earth, and the future of ARM is unclear. Faced with the temptation of £5 million, Acorn Computer Company agreed without much consideration. Acorn Computer Company's job is to develop computers. The main reason for the development of RISC-reduced instruction set computers is because of lack of money. If he has money, he will not use Intel chips. Most computer manufacturers around the world are using Intel chips. Naturally, it makes sense. It must be Intel's chips that are good. That's why they use them. Acorn Computer Company is a poor company, so it will be careful to plan and develop its own RISC-simplified instruction set computer. However, the performance is far worse than CISC, and it is impossible to compete with computers using CISC chip processors. As a result, Acorn Computer's performance declined. And even later, it simply gave up researching and developing computers, and instead concentrated on developing ARM. But if Acorn Computer can get a huge sum of money, they will be able to develop computers based on CISC processors. Computers are very popular nowadays, and Acorn Computer Company will certainly not give up on developing computers and retain ARM. This is a very simple multiple-choice question. Therefore, Acorn Computer Company finally decided to sell the ARM chip design department to Qualcomm. Qualcomm bought the ARM chip design department and immediately established the ARM company. Its headquarters is temporarily located near Cambridge University in London. It will only be a branch in the future, and its headquarters will be moved to Silicon Valley, USA. When Henry came to ARM, someone from Apple happened to be there. Acorn Computer Company sold ARM to Qualcomm, and the partnership between Apple and Acorn Computer Company was transferred to Qualcomm. Apple needs ARM Company to provide chip design support for its product Newton, which is still in the research and development stage and is the world's first PDA. Apple has high hopes for it and has great ambitions. It wants to change the dynasty through Newton, change the entire personal computer market and break Apple's current predicament. As far as Henry knows, in order to develop Newton, Apple has hired a strong foreign aid, and its electronic design and manufacturing are all in Japan by Sharp. After the successful development of Newton, it has functions such as touch screen, infrared, handwriting input and even supports cursive writing. If it evolves again, it will become an iPad. In fact, this Newton is the prototype of the iPad. However, Newton did not sell well at all, and Apple reluctantly stopped the production of the product. But after more than 3 years of hard work, Apple has lost a lot, almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Henry smiled unconsciously when he passed by Apple, and said to his heart, "Brothers, don't be nervous, don't worry, ARM will definitely cooperate with you. If you don't cooperate, how can you pit an apple? Newton is a big hole!" Henry came to the office of the CEO of ARM. Currently, the CEO of ARM is George Moore, the former head of the ARM department of Acorn Computer. This is the first time Henry has seen him. He was tall and thin, with short hair, high nose, concave eyes, and a little ugly face. Henry sat down and listened to him report the situation of ARM. ARM has more than 30 employees, of which chip design engineers only have 12 employees, but each chip design engineer is a top talent in chip design, especially good at RISC chip architecture design. At present, ARM's chip design in RISC ranks second, and no one dares to rank first. In terms of RISC chip design, ARM is the most authoritative company in the world. In addition, ARM has many basic patents for RISC. If others want to develop a chip processor based on RISC, they must get authorization from ARM. The patent has made Qualcomm, and the patent will also make the ARM company! Henry emphasized the need to acquire ARM. The most important point is that he fancy ARM's patent. After listening to George Moore's report, Henry nodded and said, "Although the RISC chip market is in a downturn, RISC chips are efficient, fast in response, and low in power consumption. I think RISC will have more development prospects than CISC, especially in mobile devices, such as mobile phones." www.intelnovel.com is far better than CISC. Although CISC is now widely used in the computer field, CISC wins by stacking a lot of complex instructions. And our RISC is a streamlined instruction with a small number, which is not comparable to CISC for a while. However, the more developed the CISC, the more bloated, and the higher the cost, while RISC will be optimized and improved, and will become more powerful, catching up with CISC, but the cost is lower than CISC a lot. Henry paused and said, "In the future, chip processors will be the world of RISC, and it will be the world of ARM. I am very sure of this." George Moore stunned. Although he is ARM's CEO and has confidence in ARM, he still dare not conclude that ARM will definitely become the chip leader in the future. Now, Intel has gradually become a giant in the industry, as if it is an unattainable mountain that stands in front of ARM. To say that ARM can beat Intel, George Moore has no confidence at all. Who can remove the fog that obscures the future and penetrate for decades at a glance? Henry is the only one in the world! Countless smart terminal products such as smartphones and smartwatches will basically use ARM architecture chip design. In the embedded field, ARM is the king! When the era of intelligence comes, ARM beats Intel and kicks AMD. It will be awesome. Henry saw that George Moore didn't believe his words and didn't explain. If he really believed it, Henry would have to wonder if he also came back from the future. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.intelnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 182. Oh, yes, we must strive to reach a cooperative relationship with Apple. Henry left with a deep smile and explained to George Moore in particular. In fact, without Henry reminding, ARM will try its best to cooperate with Apple. In the current environment, few companies will use ARM chips, but if Apple wants to launch the handheld computer Newton, it just needs chips with low cost and low power consumption. In the market, only ARM's chips meet Apple's requirements. Therefore, the two parties have the basic conditions for cooperation. George Moore nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Williams. I will definitely take the Apple user. That's good. Henry responded and walked out the door. ARM was acquired by Qualcomm and no longer accepts Apple's investment. The reason why Apple invested in ARM was only to ensure the supply of Newton chips. If the same effect can be achieved without investment, Apple will not spend the wrong money to invest in ARM. At this stage, ARM is obviously not making money. In order to save money, it only set up a chip design department instead of establishing its own chip factory. Instead, it finds other companies to OEM for production. Therefore, Apple would never invest in ARM if it had to do it. Actually, Apple doesn't value ARM very much. In the past life, Apple didn't do Newton, so it sold ARM's shares cleanly. Apple is just like something, after finishing, put on pants and leave! Unexpectedly, after a few years, ARM Ugly Duckling became a white swan. Apple's eyes were red, crying and crying, begging her to give herself another chance. Well, after spending a lot of money, Apple has the right to take off pants again! After Henry left, George Moore negotiated with people from Apple. Mr. George Moore, we at Apple hope that ARM can design a chip specifically for Newton and authorize Apple to produce it ourselves. Ronald Reed, the leader of Apple's negotiation team, said very strongly. This time Apple has a lot of negotiating teams, including technical staff, business staff, legal staff, financial staff, key negotiators, and recorders. There are 13 people in total, which is more than ARM's R&D team. And ARM's negotiating team has only 6 people, less than half of Apple's. Because Apple has not invested in ARM, it cannot get preferential prices from within. Therefore, Apple has been very strong in the negotiation process, so that it can win more benefits for itself! Sending so many people over will be able to overwhelm ARM in the first place. Ronald Reed, the leader of the negotiating team, spoke with an imperative tone, behaving very strongly. ARM has just been established, little known, in a baby, and Apple, as a world-renowned computer company, is already a giant. Naturally, others have strong capital and confidence. George Moore frowned slightly. There is no problem in designing the chip for Apple, but authorizing Apple to produce it by itself means that ARM has given up a large portion of its interests. Although ARM does not have a chip manufacturing plant, it can make more money than simply authorizing Apple to produce chips by finding other factories to produce chips with OEMs and then selling them to Apple! Mr. Reed, ARM can help Apple design chips, but, George Moulton paused, said, ARM does not authorize Apple to produce it itself. If Apple needs chips, it must buy them from ARM! We can guarantee that in the supply of chips, we can definitely meet Apple's needs first. Ronald Reed hummed twice and sneered, as far as I know, ARM does not seem to have a chip manufacturing plant. George Moore looked complacent, smiled, and said, Mr. Ronald Reed, as far as I know, Apple doesn't seem to have a chip factory. After that, he looked at Leo with a joking look. Nada Reed. George Moore refused to give up and confronted Ronald Reed tit for tat. The teasing in his words was very strong. Your Apple company is like 50 steps and 100 steps of laughter. You said that our ARM company does not have a chip manufacturing plant. Then does Apple have it? Ronald Reed had a thick skin and didn't blush at all. He laughed dryly and said, let's not talk about this for now. Apple has already come up with 2 plans. You can take a look first. Speaking, someone from the Apple team took out some documents and handed them to the negotiation team on ARM's side. A few minutes later, when George Moore and the others almost finished browsing, Ronald Reed said, the first set of solutions, which we just said, ARM company designs chips for Apple, and authorizes them to produce them themselves. The design fee and licensing fee total $2 million. The second set of plans, that is, Apple purchases chips from ARM, and the price of each chip is $100. George Moore frowned deeply. The 2 plans given by Apple were actually only one set, forcing ARM to choose the first set of plans. In the second set of solutions, the price of each chip is only $100. If ARM produces it, the cost will be as high as $90. Each chip will only make $10. If you sell 200,000 chips, you can earn $2 million. Do you expect Newton to sell 200,000 units? Mr. Is the price of $100 per chip too little? Intel's chips are all $300 to $400 each. Oh, the price of Intel's chips is like this, that's right. But, is your ARM company Intel? Isn't it because your ARM chips are cheap? Or why don't we go to Intel to design chips? Leonard Reed said indifferently. George Moore flushed with a feeling of being despised. However, what Ronald Reed said is true, and it is difficult for George Moore to argue. George Moore swallowed, took a breath, calmed his emotions, and then slowly said, in terms of performance, ARM chips are indeed inferior to Intel chips, but in some aspects, ARM chips are better than Intel chips, especially ARM. The chip has low power consumption, which is just in line with your Newton product needs. George Moore did not go on to say it thoroughly, but the meaning is obvious. ARM chips are more suitable for Newton than Intel chips. If you don't raise the price for me, then you can just use Intel chips! The price is too expensive, and the power consumption consumes you! Ronald Reed was silent for a while, and after thinking about it for a while, he said, let's do it. An ARM chip is $105. George Moore shook his head and felt a little disappointed. Apple looked down on people too much, and only raised $5. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 183. George Moore was very dissatisfied with Apple's conditions and negotiated for more than 10 minutes. However, Apple stopped concession and insisted on a chip for $105. In view of the fact that neither side had the slightest intention of compromise, the first round of negotiations was declared over. There will be a second round of negotiations tomorrow morning. After the negotiation, George Moore immediately called to inform Henry of the negotiation. Henry thought for a while. The handheld computer Newton sold less than 10,000 units. If ARM was built by piece, it would be a loss. Since Apple has produced 2 sets of plans, then we choose the first set of plans and only take chip design fees and production authorization fees. Henry said. When George Moore heard this, he was anxious and said quickly, Mr. Williams, if we follow the first plan, we will lose a lot of money. Henry interrupted him and said, George Moore, the premise that we will lose a lot of money is that Apple's handheld computer Newton will sell. But what if Newton does not sell? What if Newton does not sell 10,000 units? Don't have a fluke mentality. After Steve Jobs used Newton, he thought it was worthless. He cut Newton as soon as he took the stage. But before Jobs came to power, Apple's CEO Scully believed that Newton failed because it was too far ahead and Apple was too ambitious to change the entire personal computer. In Henry's view, leading is leading, but the technology is immature, leading to imperfect functions. The product is a failed product, and naturally it cannot be sold. Jobs decisively cut Newton. It is definitely a wise move. George Moore listened to Henry's words, pondered, and then agreed with him. Yes, Mr. Williams, you are right, we cannot have a fluke. In case Apple's Newton cannot be sold, it's a loss. In this way, ARM chooses the first plan, but they want them to add money. That's right. Henry smiled, and then said, let Apple add another $1 million. Since Apple is so ambitious to develop Newton and change the personal computer market in one fell swoop, it obviously has great confidence in Newton, with a sales target of at least 500,000 units. If billing by piece, ARM will make a lot of money, So Apple has always wanted to force ARM to choose the first set of solutions. If ARM is willing to compromise and choose the first set of solutions to authorize Apple to produce it at one time, then Apple doesn't mind giving some extra money. George Moore nodded. Okay, I will discuss this with Apple. The next day, after the Apple negotiating team came, George Moore said to Ronald Reed, Mr. Reed, after careful consideration, ARM decided to choose the first set of plans, but you Apple must an additional $1 million. In other words, a total of $3 million is required for design fees and licensing fees. If Apple agrees, we can sign immediately. George Moore's tone is decisive and does not allow Apple to bargain. ARM was able to choose the first set of plans. Ronald Reed was very satisfied. He tasted coffee with great interest, and his expression was slightly proud. Mr. George Moore, Apple can only increase the price by $500,000 US. Well, since Apple is only willing to increase the price by $500,000, then ARM can only choose the second plan. George Moore glanced at Ronald Reed and said lightly. Ronald Reed was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. If ARM really chooses the second plan, he will have the heart to vomit blood! At this moment, George Moore has an indifferent look on his face. You love Apple. Anyway, I broke the jar. Or give me $1 million. Or I will choose the second plan. Ronald Reed felt helpless, and said in a slow tone, well, since ARM is willing to choose the first solution, we, Apple, should also make concessions. $1 million is $1 million. George Moore smiled and said, hee, that's great. It seems that we have reached an agreement. Yes, you can draw up a contract now and sign it right away. Ronald Reed was afraid that ARM would regret it after a while, and quickly urged ARM to sign the contract. George Moore nodded. Okay, no problem. Half an hour later, ARM and Apple formally signed the contract. The rise of ARM is inseparable from the cultivation of Apple. This time the cooperation, ARM will emerge. Although Newton does not sell well, ARM's technology has been recognized globally. Subsequent orders continued. Although it was not as popular as Intel, there was no problem at all to support oneself and grow stronger. After signing the contract, George Moore called Henry to inform him, Mr. Williams, ARM has officially signed a contract with Apple. The way of cooperation is to choose the first package. Apple is willing to pay ARM for a total of $310,000 in expenses. Henry laughed and said, very good. Then try to design a good chip for Apple. Apple will be a springboard for us, and Newton will be the best platform for us to show the strength of ARM. www.mtlnovel.com. I believe that through this cooperation, ARM can achieve very good results. George Moore nodded and said, Mr. Williams, please rest assured, ARM will not disappoint you. On the other side, Ronald Reed and others returned to the hotel and happily opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Ronald Reed smiled. Come on, let us have a toast to celebrate the successful negotiation of this negotiation. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone was drinking and teasing. ARM was too stupid and too embarrassed. When I was forced by myself, I chose the first plan. However, when Apple treats others as fools, it does not know that they are fools. You stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, and the people watching the scenery look at you upstairs. Apple is so self-righteous. Ronald Reed and others think they have succeeded, forcing ARM to choose the first solution. But I don't know that ARM has decided to abandon the second set of plans and choose the first set of plans. If Apple is tougher, then ARM will also choose to compromise in the end. ARM company now depends on Apple for its food, so no matter how harsh the conditions are set by Apple, ARM can only accept it. Ronald and others are celebrating with champagne, and they will regret it when Newton is released in the future. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 184. On September 20th, the knighthood ceremony began. Under the leadership of his servants, Henry entered the British Palace. The British Royal Palace is also called Buckingham Palace. It was named after the Duke of Buckingham in 1703 and gradually developed into the British Royal Court. Forbidden City, Henry has been there. It was the first time for Henry to come to the British Royal Palace. Buckingham Palace has more than 600 rooms including banquet halls, ceremony halls, concert halls, galleries, libraries, and royal philatelic rooms. It houses many paintings and furniture. There is also a 40-acre imperial garden in front of the palace. Queen Victoria Memorial. Henry turned around and feasted his eyes. Although Buckingham Palace is not as majestic as the Forbidden City, it also has an epic and unique style. On this day, a lot of people gathered in the British Royal Palace, which seemed very lively. In the first 2 days, Forbes' rich list was released, and Henry was on the list. Reporters from all over the world arrived for Henry. According to incomplete statistics, there are as many as tens of thousands of reporters flying to London, England. The knighthood ceremony officially began, and the entire palace became serious. The band played a solemn symphony. Lines of honor guards were arranged neatly, leaving a passage in the middle. At this time, Henry walked slowly from the other end of the passage in a British baron costume. Walking to the knighthood, Henry was surprised to find that it was the Queen of England who held the knighthood ceremony for him in person. Henry could not think too much, walked up to her and bowed to her. The Queen held a symbolic sword and gently tapped Henry on the shoulder, saying, "I bestow the identity of Henry Williams as the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland with the identity of Baron Henry Williams." After speaking, he handed Henry a book of honor. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Henry said as he took the booklet over. Puff puff. At this time, the flash flashed continuously. Henry said helplessly that not only was he exposed in the Forbes Rich List magazine, but now his appearance was also exposed. "But fortunately, I had the foresight before, and I thought about using an offshore company for holdings a long time ago, so that after others know his assets, it is too horrible!" However, some companies can't hide Henry's shareholder identity. For example, Cisco and West German Publishing House, both of which are listed companies, are both held by Henry in his personal capacity, so outsiders can view it. As for the other 3 listed companies under Henry's name, Nicholas Shopping, the IMDb website and Netscape browser, the first 2 companies are all controlled by the Nicholas Group. The Nicholas Group is not listed and does not disclose the shareholders' status, and most people cannot find it at all. Henry is the controlling shareholder behind the scenes, and Netscape browser is controlled by a global online company, and Global Online is not listed, so the outside world does not know Henry's identity. Henry's holding company will not take the initiative to disclose Henry's news to the outside world. Some time ago, Forbes magazine sent employees to the major companies under Henry's name to collect information on the company's shareholders, but they were all rejected. However, Forbes found from various signs that the best companies on the internet seem to be related to Henry, and the two seem to be inextricably linked. They made bold guesses and inquired about Henry's business rivals such as AOL and Sequoia Capital. They speculated that Henry was the holding giant behind the scenes! Therefore, when ranking the Forbes Rich List, although Forbes did not have accurate information and could not be guessed, it set up a mysterious person. Forbes named him William the Great. The so-called William the Great, in fact, pointed directly at Henry Williams! Anyone who knows Henry Williams can tell at a glance. So, this issue of Forbes Rich List is super shocking. The first one is William the Great. Behind his personal assets, Forbes did not list the specific amount, but a row? This row of greetings is full of suspense and is extremely curious! The release of Forbes Rich List aroused global heated debate. Countless people are speculating, who is William the Great? And how much is it? Exclamation mark. So, people compare it to the second richest man, Nima, who is $94 billion US. Exclamation mark. Fuck, how much is the richest man in the first line? Exclamation mark. Forbes magazine sold 3 million copies that week! Exclamation mark. Global newspapers are out of stock. Reprint. TV financial news ratings have soared. For a time, the name of William the Great became the #1 on the internet hot search list. And Forbes' rich list is ranked second by no one else. It is Henry Williams, whose personal assets are as high as $94 billion US. And then the $94 billion US are explained in brackets. The first is Cisco's personal controlling shareholder, holding shares. The number is as high as 75%, valued at $90 billion US. And the second is that it holds 80% of the shares in West German publishing house, valued at $3.2 billion US. There is a piece of information after the explanation. It says that Cisco's market value exceeded $120 billion US in September this year, with annual revenue of $25 billion US and profit of $5 billion US. After Cisco acquired MCI, it has become a giant in the two major industries of network equipment and telecommunications. Exclamation mark. Although the development of West German publishing house is quite satisfactory, it is growing step by step, and its market value has reached $4 billion US. Although there is a mysterious man William the Great ranked first on the Forbes rich list, Henry's $94 billion in assets also shocked the world. $94 billion US is simply an astronomical figure. One by one, it can circle the Earth 2 to 3 times. Front page versus front page! Exclamation mark. The front page of global newspapers is either William the Great or Henry Williams. William the Great and Henry Williams have become the subject of public debate now. McLenovel.com as for who is the third richest man, he is directly ignored. The assets have not even arrived at $30 billion, and there is no Henry yet. More than a third of it. At this moment, the world is discussing whether William the Great is rich or Henry is rich. Why does Forbes rank Wilhelm the Great at the top of the rich list? Exclamation mark. Some people posted on Izage Post Bar, saying that Henry Williams's name has the word William in it. Are they the same person? But this kind of voice was quickly suppressed. Damn, it's so possible. If this is the case, wouldn't Henry Williams have the first place on the rich list, and the second place? Then how much his assets will be? Exclamation mark. Is it $200 billion? Exclamation mark. How is this possible? Original. How can anyone be so rich? Henry Williams mainly had good luck and invested in Cisco, otherwise he would not be so rich. Could he still be lucky enough to invest in several promising companies like Cisco? Exclamation mark. Hee, the original poster has a big brain, and his imagination breaks through the sky. Henry learned that the Forbes rich list had published himself on the list, and he became very angry, and Nima sent a William the Great to come out. Didn't he think the matter was not big enough? Didn't he? Spicy next door. Henry couldn't help cursing angrily, and immediately ordered his men, "Give me the Forbes to buy." Make his mother like to write scribbled. Please recommend and collect. Author Junior Book Friend Group has been established. 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mclenovel.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 185 Pref. Night Mode, RAW, font size 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving, please wait. Settings saved. Something is going on now. Update from 2 to 1 in the evening. Pref. Recently updated. Mystery. Start with the reader. A genius and a god fell in love. Planet Builder. Chapter 186. After the Nobel awarding ceremony is completed, there will be a cocktail party. Henry was sitting in the most remote place, but there were a lot of crowds. If Henry attended the banquet in his previous life, even if he sat in the most crowded place, few people greeted him. And now, even if he sits at the door of the toilet, a group of people will come over. The poor are in the downtown area and no one asks. The rich are in the mountains and have distant relatives. These words are really philosophical. A group of people were enthusiastic, and the stars surrounded Henry like a moon. Henry kept smiling and coping with it. The Queen's cocktail party was either rich or expensive. Since other people came up with enthusiasm, they shouldn't post them coldly. Among these people, there are nobles and wealthy businessmen. There are officials, but in the entire reception, the most beautiful women, the daughter of a rich businessman, a daughter of an official, a lady of a nobleman, and a European princess, all appeared one after another. "Oh, here comes Angie, the daughter of a London taxi tycoon," said a tall young man. "What's this? Look over there, Diana, the daughter of the CEO of BP, is here too." The fat man who came with the tall man was surprised. "Fuck, Princess Aishali, who is known as the Flower of Roses in France, is also here." The tall man looked to the other side and screamed. The fat man turned his gaze immediately, and immediately shouted, "Oh, it's Princess Aishari. Sekizuki in white is so beautiful." The tall man was surprised. "It's unbelievable, even Princess Aishali is here." At this time, the middle-aged man sitting and listening for a long time said indifferently, "What's so strange about this? The princesses from all over Europe are here, and even the major consortium families sent the most beautiful tribesmen in their families to the reception. Fuck. The charm of Henry Williams is so amazing." The tall man was shocked. "It's not that Henry Williams is attractive, it's that his money is attractive, and he is nothing remarkable, but luckily invested in Cisco." The middle-aged man said lightly, "Hee, big brother, have a great opinion." The tall man said, "However, if Henry collects all these beauties, oh God, that would be so cool." Hearing the words of his companion, the fat man who looked at the beauty almost drooled, and couldn't help but envy and hate Henry. "It's just that if you can't eat grapes, you insist on sour grapes." The fat man stiffened his belly, showing disdain, and said, "Hee, just a bunch of gold worshippers." After finishing talking, the fat man subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man, and then asked unconsciously, "This big brother, don't you think?" The fat man thought that although the middle-aged man didn't talk much, he was very calm and spoke very well. There is a level, so the fat guy hopes that what he says can be echoed by him. The middle-aged man hadn't spoken yet. A voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Brother, I saw a very beautiful woman dressed up and came over." The fat man and the tall man looked at the coming beauty. "Brother, I blame you. Tell me to come to some reception." Look at the people around Henry Williams, not the princess, or the children of the big consortium. I am embarrassed to squeeze in. The fat man's question was still in his ears, and the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The fat man just scolded the woman who attended the cocktail party as a gold worshipper. In a blink of an eye, his sister also came to the cocktail party, and it was still instigated by himself. "Hee, brother, you two chatted, we left." The fat man laughed dryly, and immediately left with his tall partner, but he cursed in his heart, paralyzed, pretending to be like this in front of our brother's calm. In fact, it's the same thing as other people, it's purely a greedy commodity! "Mary, are you coming to join in the fun too?" Outside Henry's seat, I saw a woman with the waistline as thick as a bucket, and when she walked, she was dressed up with flowers, dressed in a plaid skirt, combed long hair, and her lips were painted with crimson lipstick. Amazing, just like two roasted red sausages. "Why can't you join in the fun? Maybe Henry Williams likes me." Mary was stopped by someone, but only glanced back, said with a good sense of herself, and then walked forward. When she walked to Henry, Mary pretended to be a lady, and said kindly to Henry, "Hello, Lord Williams, I am Mary, the daughter of the British Prime Minister, and I am glad to meet you." Henry was shocked by Mary's appearance, took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Fang said, "Hello, nice to meet you, Your Excellency Baron Williams. Can I ask you to do a dance?" Seeing that Henry was very polite to her, Marley immediately sent out an invitation, thinking there was a show. When Henry heard this, he subconsciously looked at Mary's waist. I went and saw the big waist as thick as a bucket. Henry was defeated. In an instant, his heart trembled with fear, and he quickly declined. Said, "Miss Marley, I'm sorry, I can't dance. You should find someone else to dance." "Oh," Marley replied disappointedly. There was a burst of laughter around .mtlnovel.com. Mary blushed and hurried away. At this time, Lola Becky, the daughter of the Earl of Becky, and Angel North, the daughter of the chairman of the London Water Company, rushed in front of Henry and invited him to dance. "Your Excellency Baron Williams, I am Lola Becky, the daughter of Count Becky. I would like to ask you to dance a dance." "Your Excellency Baron Williams, I am Angel North, the daughter of the chairman of the British Water Company. I would like to ask you to dance a dance." Henry looked at the two of them, but didn't speak. Angel North and Lola Becky quarreled first. "Angie, I invited Baron Williams first." Lola Becky, the daughter of the Duke, said to Angel North with her upright, "What do you do? Don't look in the mirror. What you look like?" Angie North said with disdain. Then he looked at Henry charmingly and gave him an electric eye. "You think you are? You're Lord Baron Williams." How dare Henry respond? So he pretended to be dumb and froze, as if he hadn't heard. But Lola Becky was so angry that she immediately said something nasty and scolded him back. Lola and Angie immediately scolded at the reception. Dick London, the old Duke next to Henry, quipped, "Your Excellency, Baron Williams, how does it feel to have a woman fight for you?" He. Henry smiled at Duke London, not speaking, but his heart was dark. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group. 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 187. Pref. Night mode, RAW, font size 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving. Please wait. Settings saved. Very busy during the new year. I often work overtime. Please forgive me. Pref. More urban life novels. Sees Jeans. 1.925 votes 205.9k views. My Beautiful and Bossy Wife. 5.04 votes 144k views. Starting Out as a Goblin Summoner. 0.00 votes 2 views. View more. Chapter 188. The people who come to the reception are very identifiable. Very few people like Lola Becky and Angie North fought at the reception regardless of the occasion. You know, this is a reception hosted by the Queen of England, so after a while, Lola Becky and Angel North were invited out by the staff. Dragon Knight, or Princess Knight, is a great profession! Compared with the daughter of a wealthy businessman or the daughter of an earl, it is simply weak. When the reception was about to end, Henry had already received more than a dozen European princesses. However, none of him was eye-catching. What did the princess eat to grow up? Is it crooked? Henry shook his head, also speechless. At this time, someone outside said loudly, "The British Princess Ulysses is here." Princess Ulysses is here? Cough ahem, Baron Williams, let's break it. The old Duke Dick London finished speaking, and rushed out in a flash. Henry was stunned. What's the matter? Old Duke London heard the news from Princess Ulysses. His face flushed and his face glowed instantly. Is it about to break out of the second spring? Fuck. Who on earth is Princess Ulysses so charming? Let the dead trees come in spring! Henry swept around. I was dizzy and all the men ran out! Under what circumstances didn't you call me? At this time, a middle-aged woman next to her sighed and said with emotion, Princess Ulysses is the most beautiful princess in Europe. She is a woman who can trigger a war between the two countries. Henry couldn't help being taken aback when he heard it. Is it really such an exaggeration? Henry could not sit still. and went outside to see how beautiful Princess Ulysses was. When he walked to the door and looked out, he was almost so depressed that he vomited blood. I went, but I couldn't see the true face at all. Princess Ulysses actually wore a veil. The Queen of England brought Ulysses to Henry and introduced her to Henry. Henry greeted her and chatted. It's just that Ulysses doesn't talk much. His personality is a little cold, and he is dressed in white, especially like a white lotus on a snow-capped mountain. Although she is still wearing a veil, she has a very graceful figure, just like a natural stunner. Baron Williams, don't you want to invite Princess Ulysses to dance? The Queen of England said with a smile. I don't know how to dance. It doesn't matter, Princess Ulysses will take you to jump. The Queen of England said. She pulled Princess Ulysses and walked to Henry. Henry was startled. Your Majesty, you all pushed your granddaughter to me like this, is that okay? Henry looked at Princess Ulysses. Beautiful Princess Ulysses, can you please dance? Princess Ulysses nodded slightly. So, in the envy of everyone in the audience, Henry stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Princess Ulysses' back, while his left hand was connected to her 5 fingers. At this moment, Henry clearly felt the trembling of Princess Ulysses. A stranger touched her, so she was nervous. On weekdays, the princess is aloft, far-sighted and not playful. I am afraid that she rarely has physical contact with men. The moment she touched her, she felt an electric shock, which made her tremble. Henry thought about it. Maybe it's like this. A burst of excitement surged into Henry's heart. Princess Ulysses, known as the most beautiful in Europe, is dancing with her little hand, and her right hand can be stroked on her back at will. It feels as full of accomplishment as if she is attacking Beifumai. At this time, the eyes around you can almost kill. Even the old Duke de London looked at Henry with fire in his eyes. The performance of the people around made Henry very curious. What exactly does this Princess Ulysses look like, so that you are so obsessed? Exclamation mark. Henry looked at her closely through the veil. It was vaguely like a face with a closed moon and shame, but the dimness of the veil made Henry couldn't see clearly. His heart was itchy, and he wanted to take off the veil immediately. However, Henry still couldn't do such a rude behavior unless she is willing to let herself take her veil off. Henry does not know how to dance, a simple international ballroom dance. He dances very hard, always stepping on Princess Ulysses' little feet from time to time. Henry felt ashamed of himself, and decided to ask a famous teacher for guidance in the future. Finally, in a difficult turn, Henry stepped on Princess Ulysses again. At this moment, Ulysses could no longer stand steady, screamed, and was about to fall to the ground. Henry quickly pulled her into his arms, but accidentally pulled her veil off. Henry saw her face and was stunned for an instant. Such a delicate face, all over the country. Besides the supernatural work of God, how could it grow like this? There is no loss of purity in the charming, and there is a bit of human fireworks in the holiness, and the temperament is very unique. At this moment, seeing her lips slightly open, the peach-faced face was slightly panicked. Henry unconsciously compares her with Kaelina, in terms of looks. The two have advantages, but Ulysses' temperament is a little higher. This may be related to her environment. At this moment, all the women in the audience are overshadowed, and all the men are overwhelmed. Until novel.com. Henry is holding Princess Ulysses, and the impact index is as high as 10,000 points! Exclamation mark. Let me down, Princess Ulysses said shyly. Oh, Henry reluctantly let go of her. Princess Ulysses immediately picked up the veil and put it on again. Afterwards, he glared at Henry and hurriedly left the reception hall. Henry touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Didn't I say it all? I can't dance. At this time, the Queen of England walked to the crowd and announced, the reception is over, please come back, everyone. The crowd slowly left. Henry was just about to leave, but he was stopped by the Queen and told him to stay overnight in the British Royal Palace. Henry wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he finally agreed. He hasn't lived in a palace yet, don't know what it's like. So Henry planned to stay in the royal palace for one night to see what it's like to live in the royal palace. However, what Henry did not expect was that his room was actually next door to Princess Ulysses. This, what does Her Majesty mean? Exclamation mark. Henry took a shower and lay down on the bed. He could not help but secretly said, I wonder if the Queen of England made this arrangement deliberately and actually arranged me next door to Princess Ulysses. Well, should I leave the door at night? At this time, there was a knock on the door. Henry slammed inwardly. No way, just thinking about leaving a door for Princess Ulysses, she actually came. Recommendation and collection. The author June built a group of book friends, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 189 Night Mode, RAW, font size 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving, please wait. Settings saved. To be honest, I wrote this book purely for self-entertainment at the beginning, and my results were not good at the beginning. I never thought I would sign a contract, let alone go to Sanjian. Here, I want to thank the readers who have accompanied me along the way. Your support has given me the motivation to continue writing. Thank you very much. After that, I would also like to thank the editor in charge of Expedition, who helped me deal with some of the problems encountered in the writing process in time. I don't have much to say, only Ming feels the 5 inner ones. Thank you. Do you like this site? Donate here. Chapter 190. Henry was a little excited. He was imagining that Princess Ulysses was leaning lazily in front of the door in her pajamas. After opening the door, he said to himself, Baron Williams, I can't sleep at night, you can chat with me? Wanna chat? However, the reality is that after Henry opened the door, he saw a chrysanthemum face. He was Corey, the old butler of Buckingham Palace, knocked on the door and asked Henry what he had ordered. What is Henry's order? He drove him away irritably, and made myself happy. Henry came out with dark circles under his eyes the next day. Facts have proved that Henry himself thinks too much. Nothing happened overnight, and nothing like Yan Fu happened. Henry had eaten breakfast and was about to say goodbye to the Queen of England. The Queen of England asked, Baron Williams, what do you think of Princess Ulysses? Henry replied, very beautiful. Ha ha. The Queen of England smiled and said, if you are willing to stay in England, I will marry Princess Ulysses to you. Henry was startled when he heard this. However, Her Majesty's abacus must be frustrated, and it is impossible for Henry to stay in England. Sorry, Your Majesty, I can't stay in England for a long time. Henry refused. The Queen of England smiled and said, it doesn't matter, you can also transfer your nationality from the United States to the United Kingdom. Henry shook his head in his heart. It is precisely because he has American citizenship that he can reassure the American government that his company will receive government support. Once the nationality is changed, it can be expected that all companies under Henry's name will be subject to strict supervision by the US government, which will hinder the development of the company! Exclamation mark. Therefore, Henry resolutely refused. Sorry, Your Majesty, it is impossible for me to change my nationality. The Queen of England was slightly disappointed and said, well, then I won't be overwhelmed by others. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I will leave. The Queen of England nodded and ordered the attendant to take Henry away. Henry walked out of Buckingham Palace, looked back, and felt a little sad. It's a pity Princess Ulysses, I don't know which will be cheaper. September 22nd, 9th AM, London Airport. The economy class of an airliner flying to California is overcrowded, while the first class has only a handful of people. Henry did not pretend to be coercion, but Henry for the sake of silence, so he chartered the first class of the plane to avoid other people's interruption. The flight attendants on the passenger plane were very excited because they discovered that the passenger reading the newspaper was actually Henry Williams. the world's second richest man with $94 billion in assets! Husband Williams, your coffee. A flight attendant brought a cup of coffee. At the same time, she quietly threw a note in Henry's hand, and then turned away. Henry opened the note casually and looked at it. Not surprisingly, it was indeed the phone number. Henry couldn't help shook his head. In his previous life, he managed the flight attendant's phone number, but others ignored it and gave you a blank look. But now, the stewardess took the initiative to hand over the note. Things are fickle! Henry threw it away, and the note crossed a beautiful parabola and fell into the garbage bag. Then Henry read the newspaper again. Henry Williams stayed at the royal palace, lingering with Princess Ulysses. Looking at the sun, Henry was speechless. Murdoch's newspaper The Sun has no lower limit. Anyone who has scandals dare to speculate, and even the British royal family has become a tool for them to make money. The courage is too big. Henry threw the newspaper aside, took a sip of coffee, then closed his eyes and rested. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane stopped in Los Angeles, California. After getting off the plane, Henry got in a car and left the airport. After several months of time, the formulation of network standards is nearing completion, and the length of the text is as much as 400 or 500 pages. The first thing Henry did when he returned to the United States was to attend the Net Standard press conference. Qualcomm is a subsidiary of Cisco, and Henry is the controlling shareholder of Cisco. Since it has been exposed before, now he does not deliberately hide himself. He will attend some important occasions and meetings. On the one hand, it pays attention to it, and on the other hand, it establishes its own prestige. Compared with Qualcomm's CDMA, Europe's G has the biggest advantage of being cheap. Building a G network base station is 3 to 4 times cheaper than building a network base station. Such a huge price gap makes G promotion very fast. Now the European G network has officially started commercial operation, and its development speed is very fast. However, the coverage of a G network base station is not more than a quarter of that of a network base station. Assuming that the G network covers the United States and requires 100,000 base stations, then only more than 20,000 network base stations are needed. CDMA requires 80% fewer base stations than G. This feature directly reduces equipment investment, fixed assets, site construction, spectrum, backhaul and maintenance costs than G. Calculate carefully. If you need to cover a wide range, building a network base station is actually more cost-effective than building a G network base station. In addition, G call resolution is not as good as CDMA, and the network bandwidth is not as large as CDMA. However, due to the price advantage, G can be aggressive in the early stage, but withered in the middle and late stages. The network bandwidth is not strong. How can you play with smartphones? Therefore, G must be abandoned by the times. However, G can be developed in Europe, and geographical factors play a big role. There are more than 40 countries in Europe, large and small, and each country has many telecommunications companies. The coverage of base stations established by each telecommunications company does not need to be wide. Therefore, G is sufficient to meet their requirements. Therefore, the G network is popular in Europe. But the United States is different. The United States has a vast geographical location and a large population. It is most appropriate to choose a network with a wide range of coverage like CDMA. The Internet Standards press conference was held in the Los Angeles Hotel. MTLNovel.com. This time, representatives of many companies came, including AMP T Company, Sprint, and even Were Company from AOL. The top 10 telecommunications companies in the United States attended this press conference, and mobile phone manufacturers also came to many representatives, including Motorola, Nokia, Ericsson and more than 20 companies. At this time, accompanied by soft music, a circumflex narration sounded. In 1837, the American Morse invented the Morse telegraph, which changed the way of human communication. marking the official entry of the human beings into the era of electronic communication. In 1875, American Bell invented the telephone, ushering in the era of voice communication. In 1887, the German Hertz proved the existence of electromagnetic waves and opened the era of wireless communication. And today, wireless communication technology has matured day by day, and finally an epoch-making innovative technology has been born. That is technology. Now I have the husband of Cisco Chairman Williams come to the stage to speak. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group. 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join. The 106th network standard is released, chapter 191. Amid the applause of everyone, Henry slowly walked onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the press conference of the CDMA network standard. I am Henry Williams. I am honored to be here to host such a significant conference. After months of hard work, the CDMA network standard has finally been formulated, done. As we all know, most of the main wireless communication technologies nowadays use TDMA, time division multiple access. Even GSM in Europe uses TDMA. However, CDMA code division multiple access launched by Cisco's Qualcomm company is more advanced in spread spectrum communication technology, more mature. TDMA needs 10 base stations to cover the range, and we only need 2 TDMA. I believe you can see who is better at a glance. Henry paused, snapped his fingers at the staff, and then the computer projection screen behind him turned on, showing a map of the United States. Henry pointed to the map and said, "Look, everyone, the red dots marked above will be our first pilot base station. There are 1,000 in total, mainly in Washington, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles and other major cities in the United States and surrounding towns. At the same time, it won't be long before the mobile phone manufacturers we cooperate with will launch the corresponding CDMA mobile phones. If this pilot is successful, the United States will fully promote the CDMA network. By then, CDMA mobile phone users will not only enjoy more with clear sound quality, you can make unimpeded calls anytime and anywhere without worrying about whether there is a signal or not, because CDMA technology is currently the technology with the widest communication coverage in the world. Happiness! Exclamation mark. Applause suddenly sounded. Henry smiled slightly, waiting for the reporter's question. Washington Post. Excuse me, Mr. Williams. GSM communication network has become popular in Europe. It is said that the cost of building GSM network is several times cheaper than CDMA. What do you think of this? Do you think GSM is better or CDMA? Amazing, Henry replied. From a technical perspective, CDMA is far more powerful than GSM and has more development prospects. However, in terms of construction costs, GSM does have an advantage. Therefore, at present, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But I believe that GSM will be eliminated by CDMA sooner or later. Los Angeles Times. Excuse me, Mr. Williams. What kind of authorization method does Qualcomm use for CDMA technology? There are 2 authorization methods we use. One is to sell mobile phone chips directly, and the other is to license the technology and collect patent fees. Henry smiled and said, in order to be able to make Qualcomm's own chips, Qualcomm has even acquired the British company ARM, a very outstanding chip design company. I believe that by then there will be countless manufacturers more willing to buy our communication chips directly. The day after the press conference ended, newspapers in the United States highly praised and expressed support for CDMA communication technology. The European newspapers slandered it and vigorously advocated the GSM network. For a while, American newspapers and European newspapers had a battle of words! Exclamation mark. And people love to watch this. so the sales of newspapers have increased greatly. However, the people are also watching the excitement. It is difficult for them to appreciate and realize the impact behind this incident and how much impact it will have on the field of wireless communications. Traditional wireless communication will gradually be replaced by GSM and CDMA. The final decision is only between GSM and CDMA. The competition between GSM and CDMA is actually a competition between European and American forces! The GSM standard is European, and the CDMA standard is American. Whoever promotes the standard more widely can share more benefits! Shortly after the press conference, Henry told Qualcomm's CEO Irving Jacobs, "Arrange for the relocation of the headquarters of the ARM company to the United States as soon as possible. Just set up an office in the UK." The move of the ARM company to the United States can speed up Qualcomm, the development of CDMA communication chips. In addition, ARM is cooperating with Apple. It will be more convenient to move over. "Okay, I'll arrange it later." Irving Jacob nodded. After talking about this, Henry left Qualcomm. "Then I went to the Silicon Valley Electronics Group company." The MP3 has been made. At first glance, it looks like a slightly larger matchbox. There is a square LCD screen in the center of the front. After turning on it, it shows a simple playback interface. The size of MP3's flash memory is even more cheating, not even a megabyte. So I barely put in MP3 music with a size of only 50 kilobits. Just such an MP3. It seems to be a product of random patchwork, but it is the work of everyone's painstaking effort. Among them, the cost alone has been as high as $300. Such a product certainly cannot be launched on the market. But what Henry wants is not to be the first to market, but to be the first to register a patent. Give the land to the circle. Henry doesn't need to rush. Another thing is that there is too little music in MP3 format. MP3 products are developed. If there is no MP3 song, then there is an egg. Therefore, while Henry asked Silicon Valley Electronics Group to improve MP3, on the other hand, he was preparing to develop a music sharing website to collect various MP3 format music online for users to download and listen. Subsequently, Henry created a new company, www.mentalnovel.com, named Tantion Music Company, under which he established an MP3 music sharing website with the domain name www.mp3.com, and formed a team of 20 people. The R&D team started to develop a music website. Henry, as a person of identity, how embarrassed to play piracy. That would be too shameful. Therefore, Henry's initial plan was to cooperate with major record companies around the world to obtain their record network copyright. Some MP3 music has appeared on the internet. However, these are free pirated copies, produced and uploaded by a group of music lovers, whose purpose is only to share music, but it has harmed the major record companies' interests. Just imagine, if everyone listens to music on the internet, who would buy a record? Therefore, major record companies have united to boycott MP3 pirated music. However, instead of prohibiting pirated music, the development momentum is even greater. The major record companies hate MP3 music on the internet. Henry sent people to talk about cooperation in the past, and he still specializes in MP3 music sharing websites. As you can imagine, how can there be good fruit? All the people sent by Henry came home. The first battle failed. Henry summed up his experience, and finally came to a conclusion. The establishment of an MP3 music sharing website has a long way to go. However, since the major record companies refuse to cooperate, it seems that they can only play piracy. This is what you forced. Go to the home page of the starting point and click Sanjian, and then receive a Sanjian vote and vote for the Silicon Valley. Thanks. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read Chapter 192 on October 1st. An MP3 music sharing website www appeared on the internet. MP3.com. Users can listen to music for free on this site. If you download, you need to pay 10 music coins. Music Currency is the original online currency of MP3 music sharing website. After logging in and signing in, users can get 2 music currency. If you upload music and pass the review, you can get 100 music currency. The music currency of MP3 music sharing websites is mainly used to pay for downloading music. If you have accumulated more music coins, you can also redeem them for physical records! 10,000 music coins can be exchanged for a record. In other words, as long as you successfully upload 100 pieces of music, you have to get a physical record! However, the review mechanism of MP3 music sharing websites is very strict. If the quality of the uploaded music is not good or the website already exists, it will fail. MP3 music sharing website was released soon, and it gradually became popular on the internet. Not only can users listen to music, there are also many users crazy to upload music, hoping to get a physical record. Especially the websites that made pirated music before. They have a lot of resources, and hundreds of music can be considered trivial. So, a week later, MP3 music sharing websites did not spend their energy to collect music, because other pirated websites uploaded their own music to MP3 music sharing websites, and they have received more than 10,000 songs in total. While MP3 music sharing sites only need to pay 100 records, if the MP3 music sharing sites upload music by themselves, it will cost more. First, you have to buy the record back, then convert it to the format and upload it to the internet. A record has about 10 songs, and others have to upload 100 songs to get a record. Calculating in account, MP3 music sharing sites can save 90% of the cost of recordings, and also save a lot of labor costs! The key is that by redeeming music coins for physical records, you can start the website's name! It's no good for music lovers to upload music on other pirated websites, but there is an opportunity to redeem physical records on MP3 music sharing websites. So why doesn't he upload music on MP3 music sharing websites? Within a few weeks, MP3 music sharing sites became popular and became the king of pirated music. The website traffic has also increased greatly, and the advertising price has soared. At this time, the major record companies began to clamor, saying they would sue MP3 music sharing sites. The MP3 music sharing website said, the MP3 music sharing website itself did not upload a piece of pirated music. It was uploaded by the user himself, and it's none of our business. As the current internet piracy legal system is not perfect, the MP3 music sharing website take advantage of the loopholes, play a rogue, and the major record companies can't help it. If the MP3 music sharing website uploads pirated music by itself, major record companies can still sue it with confidence. But it didn't upload a piece of pirated music. How do you sue? It is the majority of netizens who upload pirated music. Go and sue them! What? Do you say that MP3 music sharing websites provide file upload functions? Haha, many websites on the internet now provide file upload functions. Are they all infringing? The major record companies are very helpless and can only hope that California law can formulate corresponding internet piracy regulations as soon as possible. However, the formulation of laws and regulations is not that simple. It has to go through layers of discussion, analysis, and finally voting. Every 1.5 years, the new piracy law must not be introduced. When the new piracy law is introduced, the daylily will be cold, and the record company will lose a lot. So, taking advantage of this time, Henry sent someone to the record company to discuss cooperation. Henry gave the condition that the record company authorizes Tansion Music to own the copyright of the music network. One is a buyout, the other is a share. For a buyout, it is divided into 5 levels according to the popularity of the song: A, B, C, D, and D. Among them, A is the lowest, and the buyout price is $10 per song. E is the highest, $100,000 per song. If it is divided, it can only be based on the www of Tansion Music Company. MP3. The download volume of each song on the COM website is divided into 40% for the music company every day and 60% for the record company. www. MP3. The COM website will open an exchange system for music currency and US dollars, and $1 will be exchanged for 100 music currency. Williams Bank will participate in the cooperation, open the online banking service, and support the exchange system. When Henry bought the bank, he was ready to open online banking services. However, neither the scale nor the timing are appropriate. This time www. MP3. The COM website is ready to open the exchange of music currency and US dollars. Williams Bank is a small test. First mix some experience, and then you will be able to promote it on a large scale. The record company faced the conditions given by Henry, and some small companies had to agree to cooperate with Tansion Music Company in order to survive. But powerful record companies are not so easy to agree. They only promised to buy out the old songs that are no longer available and worthless to Tansion Music. But the new songs can't, and they even ask for www. MP3. The more popular songs are removed from the COM website. 10 music coins are only equivalent to 10 cents, and 10 songs are only $1. Record companies can sell a record for dozens of dollars. Obviously, selling records is more profitable. Not to mention www. MP3. The COM website still needs to draw 40% from it. How could the record company agree to cooperate with Tansion Music Company? No rabbits, no eagles. Without the benefits of seeing is believing, record companies will obviously not easily agree to cooperate with Tansion Music. Therefore, Henry can only find a way to let the record company see the real benefits. Then, at Henry's instruction, ICQ's CEO Tanshwai announced, ICQ has formally filed an application for the acquisition of Tansion Music Company. Within a few days, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. ICQ CEO Tanshwai held a press conference and announced, ICQ has completed the wholly-owned acquisition of Tansion Music Company for $5 million. Its www.mp3.com website is now available, has been owned by ICQ Company. In addition, ICQ Company will launch the Tansion Music client. Welcome to download and use. Henry did not disclose his identity, so in the eyes of outsiders, Tansion Music Company did not have a backstage before. Although www. MP3. The development of COM website is very fast, but it has to wait for www. MP3. When the COM website develops to the point where the huge traffic can bring enough benefits to the record company, it will take at least 1 or 2 years, and during these 2 times, your record company will definitely lose a lot of money! Therefore, record companies are not willing to cooperate. Therefore, when the music company found the record company that day, they put on airs, pretended to be the boss, and deceived others. Well, Henry now finds a big backstage for ITIC company. Under the implementation of the OnStop plan, internet cafes in the United States have proliferated, and the number of Americans who have access to the internet has reached tens of millions. Today, ICQ registered users have exceeded 9 million, and almost one of those internet veterans has won. There is such a hanging company. What the record company says, it has to be weighed. Imported huge traffic from ICQ Company into www. MP3.com. There must be a lot of record companies will be excited! The new week is here. please recommend and collect. There is also Sanjian Ticket. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. Chapter 193. The previous chapter has been modified. Only one music coin will be given for Sinin, and the exchange rate has been changed to 10 music coin equals $1, which means that it costs $1 to download a song. Tanshan Music Company was acquired by ICQ Company, which immediately caused shock in the industry. The major record companies have expressed their concern, and even the major US record companies such as Universal Music, Sony Music, etc. are also shocked by this. The small record company turned the fastest. Within a week, more than 40 record companies in the United States had cooperated with Tanshan Music Company. www. MP3. The COM website has become a general trend, and it does not authorize it. It is still using pirated music. Instead of doing this, it's better to cooperate with it. If www. MP3. COM website can import ICQ 9 million user traffic, then the record company is likely to achieve huge profits. For small record companies without sales channels, www. MP3. COM is undoubtedly a very good choice! For the record company that is willing to cooperate with Tanshan Music Company first, www. MP3. COM website will give very good recommendations. Actually, the effect is obvious! Some unfamous songs are on www. MP3. Under the recommendation of COM, the number of auditions and downloads exceeds that of the most famous songs at the moment! Some albums have outstanding results. The average number of downloads for each song has exceeded 1,000 in just a few weeks. The entire album has more than 10,000 downloads. If calculated in US dollars, it is already $10,000. His own has $6,000. And this is www. MP3. COM website own traffic. To know www. MP3. The COM website hasn't been established for a long time, and the traffic cannot be very large. It is already very good to have a traffic of hundreds of thousands of users. But now Tanshan Music Company is acquired by ICQ, so www. MP3. The COM website belongs to ICQ. Once the ICQ traffic is imported into www. MP3. COM website, then the number of downloads of songs has skyrocketed, and the number of downloads of each song may exceed 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million! Then, your own record company may make $6,000, $60,000, or even $600,000 from just one song! For a small record company, the original record is worthless, and a record may be under $10. In addition, the sales of physical records are not high, between several thousands and millions. After removing the channel share, the distribution a record that can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars is pretty good. Now, www. MP3. The COM website allows them to earn $600,000 per song and $6 million per album. They must choose to cooperate with Tanshan Music Company! For major record companies, there are many albums released, and not every album may sell well. The best-selling albums are definitely more profitable by selling records, millions, tens of millions of records. The price of each record is also about $20, so the income will reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, and this is obviously not www. MP3. The extent to which the COM website can reach. What the record company is worried about is that the album is released on www. MP3. The COM website is bound to affect the sales of albums in reality, so the gain is not worth the loss! Therefore, the large record companies have been wandering around, without making a decision. Henry thought about it and gave them a more relaxed condition. The record company can set the authorization time of the song copyright 1 month after the new record is released, so that when the record sales are weak, it will be introduced to www.mp3.com website, then the impact on its sales can be minimized. Henry stated this condition, the major record companies considered it, and finally agreed to cooperate. Within a week, Danshan Music Company officially signed agreements with major record companies. Immediately afterwards, Danshan Music Company announced in a press conference, Danshan Music Company has obtained the network copyrights of songs from most record companies in the United States. Supports genuine. Choose Danshan Music. www.mp3.com website, the world's first legitimate music website for users who lack music currency to download music. Don't worry. Williams Bank will open online banking, and you can recharge music currency through online banking. ICQ's CEO Tan Shui also attended the press conference and gave a speech at the press conference. Danshan Music Client will be officially released on November 1st. Danshan Music Client will inherit the www.mp3.com website. Music Library also supports trial listening and downloading music. Of course, downloading music also requires payment of music coins. Music Player has been around for a long time, and it is included in the operating system. However, the Music Player is only a music player. There is no music library inside, only supports playing local songs, and does not support online search for internet songs. Henry got a www first. mp3.com came out. The main purpose is to get music library resources! With the music library resources, the development of the music client is much smoother! www.mp3 with its huge music resources and user traffic. The COM website can develop into a social music website in the future, adding features such as singing bar. Danshan Music Client is equivalent to an entrance. www.mp3.com is the content. Do a good job of entrance and content. In the field of internet music, Danshan Music Company can become the overlord! As the entrance of Danshan Music Client, it is natural to be exquisite and simple, practical and convenient to operate, and look comfortable. Therefore, in terms of design, Henry proposed that simplicity is supreme: a play bar, a search bar, a song list bar, and a music library. For the time being, it will be composed of 4 major blocks. There are too many functions, and netizens are still noobs. Music library has 4 options: recommendation, ranking, singer, and album. The ranking list is divided into 2 parts: the weekly list of new songs and the weekly list of old songs. The general design of Danshan Music Client is just like that. Although simple, it is practical and easy to use. Henry can already predict that once the Danshan Music Client is released, it will definitely be very popular. For now, such an excellent music client is undoubtedly the first choice of netizens! The biggest problem at the moment is the payment issue. MTLnovel.com Williams Internet Banking has been opened, but there may not be many users who will go to the bank to open this service. If you don't open online banking, you won't be able to recharge music coins, and you won't be able to download music if you don't recharge music coins. Therefore, many users are likely to use pirated music. Henry is very confident about Danshan Music Client, but Henry is still a little worried about Williams online banking. Isn't it troublesome for users to go to the bank to open online banking specifically to download music? It's not as convenient as downloading pirated music. Therefore, Henry estimates that the number of people willing to open online banking must be very small. It's just that Williams Bank is also a big the sedan chair. For the first time, I opened online banking for the first time. The business was unfamiliar and I didn't have any experience. If you don't even know how to walk, just run. The steps are too big and you can easily get the eggs. There are two main reasons why online banking is not widely promoted. Henry has thought about it, on the one hand to accumulate experience for Williams Bank, and on the other hand to promote PayPal in the future. If you can shop directly through online banking, and other banks have a good example, what else do you need PayPal for? You must first recharge the money to PayPal through online banking, and then use PayPal to pay. In this way, all online banks in the United States will recharge the money to PayPal, so that you can make a lot of profits. If the bank does PayPal's work on its own, how can PayPal make money? Sanjian ... Please recommend and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join.mtlnovel.com. Welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest. The serialized works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 194. In order to run PayPal well, the Nicholas Group of companies established a separate subsidiary. Because PayPal is not only for Nicholas shopping services, but also for other e-commerce and other industries that require online recharge services. Only with clear equity and clear management can the partners be assured. Therefore, the Nicholas Group mobilized more than 20 people to form a new company. The company name is PayPal Online Payment Company, referred to as PayPal. Here, whether it is online banking or PayPal, security has become the biggest issue. The development of security software has existed as early as the 1980s. When the Visa Network Bank card was first introduced, the bank and Nicholas jointly developed security software. With the launch of Williams Online Banking, the bank will have its own set of security procedures and firewalls to ensure the safety of online banking. However, the speed of development of internet viruses is also extremely fast. There are too many Trojan horse programs such as worms and phishing software, and Henry has to guard against it. Therefore, taking precautions is the inevitable. In fact, every Henry company has its own set of security software. If there is no firewall to build a website, there is no means to deal with the virus, and it is invaded every minute. Then what is it? However, the established security software is not professional. But now, Henry has begun to get involved in internet finance, and network security has become a top priority. Therefore, it is very necessary to establish an antivirus network security company. Then, the antivirus engine. In the history of global computer viruses, two more famous figures suddenly came into Henry's sight! One is Eugene Kaspersky of Russia. In 1991, he led a group of assistants to develop an AVP antivirus program at the Information Technology Center of the Russian large computer company Kami. And Eugene Kabaz is an important member of the Association of Computer Antivirus Researchers CARO, the members of which are all top international antivirus experts. At the time, the AVP antivirus program was called the pinnacle of technology! In short, AVP is awesome! Not familiar with AVP? Is Kaspersky familiar? After talking about Eugene Kaspersky, I have to say another great man, he is Dr. Solomon. Dr. Solomon. Someone would call the Dr. Solomon? Don't be surprised, Dr. Solomon is really his name. He is a European. The European surname is very interesting, with surnames from occupations or skills that his ancestors are good at. Therefore, it can be inferred that perhaps Dr. Solomon's ancestors were a doctor, so he was called Dr. Solomon. In the future, he will set up Dr. Solomon after his own name, once the largest antivirus company in Europe! Therefore, these two people will become Henry's must-dig people. Among them, Eugene Kaspersky in particular. This person's antivirus technology is among the best in the world. Anyway, that must be dug! With this strong general in charge, Henry's imperial castle can be as solid as gold. Henry decided to leave for the Soviet Union. Searching for Soviet talents and robbing Soviet wealth is a great pleasure in life. Then, Henry ordered a company under his own name to organize a group to pit the Soviet bank. A week later, a team of more than 100 people gathered. Good guy, a team of 100 people went to grab money together. The scene was really big! Exclamation mark. Because there were more than 100 people, Henry had to charter a Boeing 757 to Moscow, the Soviet Union. The passenger capacity of the Boeing 757 was between 178 and 239, which just met the conditions. Regarding Boeing, Henry was greedy and wanted to buy it, but Boeing was so awesome that Henry had no money to buy it now. So he could only wait to act when he had the money. While contracting the Boeing 757, Henry asked Boeing Aircraft to transform him a private jet based on the Boeing 757. It must be able to fly long distances and the interior decoration must be luxurious and comfortable, and more luxurious than star hotels, except for luxurious suites. In addition, the cabin also has a concert hall that can accommodate 510 people, a pleasure room with huge screens on the floor and walls to enjoy the scenery outside the cabin, a meeting room equipped with conference tables, and a Turkish bath paved with marble, and the parking space used to park the bulletproof luxury extended Ford car that he has remodeled for millions of dollars. Of course, the number of passengers can be no less, 3,050. Finally, the most important thing is to be safe. According to Henry's terms, Boeing gave a budget, which was about $120 million. Henry smiled bitterly when he heard the offer. It's really expensive. Boeing, do you dare to sell such a high price to your future chairman? Is this really good? Henry's resentment suddenly burst. There is no way. Henry gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. But he doesn't want to pay now. Now the money has to be spent on the Blade. It is not too late to give Boeing to Boeing when the money is recovered from the Soviet Union. As the world's super rich, Boeing still gives face to Henry and does not charge a penny for the time being. Even the charter flight fee is waived. This relationship is good, saving more than $80,000. After 8 hours of flying, Henry and his party finally arrived in Moscow. Get off the plane. It's cold, and the temperature has definitely dropped to 0! Exclamation mark. Fortunately, before everyone comes, they have been prepared, and they are all wearing thick cotton or down jackets. The team that Henry sent to the Soviet Union had already booked the entire hotel for Henry and others, and prepared more than 40 Axle vehicles to wait outside the airport. The rows of luxury cars lined up neatly. The scene is very spectacular, forming a coquettish scenery line, attracting countless people to watch. Countless tourists hurried to take photos. Mentalnovel.com to take photos, so they can show off later. At this time, Henry and his party got off the plane and ran directly to the parking lot. Then, they got into the car one by one in the dumbfounded and enviable eyes of everyone. Who are these people, so hungry? The tourist was surprised, but no one told him. After driving for half an hour, Henry and others arrived at the hotel. The hotel is called Moscow Marriott Hotel, a 5-star hotel, located in the center of Moscow, close to the world-famous Red Square, the Kremlin, the shopping plaza and the Stolosheniki pedestrian street with many boutiques and restaurants. It is very luxurious! Exclamation mark. There is no one in the hotel except the hotel staff. The entire Moscow Marriott Hotel has been taken over by Henry. During Henry's and his group's stay in the Soviet Union, this place belonged to Henry only. The Moscow Marriott Hotel has more than 100 suites, and there are more. The reason why it is contracted here is to arrange for the talents who will be dug to live in. These Soviet talents are scattered all over the country. Henry brought them to the hotel. Wait. When leaving, send them together in batches. Therefore, here will also be an important location for Henry's office in the Soviet Union. After eating a Moscow-styled dinner, Henry began to ask the investigation team about the situation in the Soviet Union. Sanjian ticket is only this week, just stick to it for a week. Voting method: enter Sanjian to get Sanjian ticket. Each person can get 1 vote per day. Ooh, Let Silicon Valley the Great be the champion of Sanjian Pavilion. Please recommend and collect. The author June has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 195. Under Henry's inquiry, the investigation team produced a thick copy of the information. Henry took a look at the catalogue, which is roughly divided into 4 categories. First, banking and financial institutions. Second, energy. Third, arms. Fourth, high-tech talents. Banking, financial institutions and scientific and technological talents are Henry's goals, and energy and munitions are incidental. Who said the Soviet Union has vast land and resources, rich in oil and natural gas energy, and the Soviet Union's munitions are also very powerful. Just to arm the Blackwater Company, it is best to dig out Soviet military, scientific and technological talents at the same time! Henry watched for more than an hour, and then closed the information file. I already know what to do next. Since the Soviet Union opened up disorderly finance, various internationally renowned investment banks, commercial banks, and insurance institutions began to flock in. Their business outlets and institutions have sprung up and blossomed all over the Soviet Union. They borrowed heavily from Soviet banks, and loot savers, and then use the money to buy Soviet state-owned enterprises. However, both foreign banks and international financial investors will face a question: how to pay the huge rupee principal and interest? It seems that there is no other way but to devalue the rupee. So, a real financial looting started to close the net without knowing it. Sadly, the Bank of the Soviet Union and even the whole country did not realize the existence of the financial crisis at all. In this cold winter, they comfortably drank fragrant coffee around the fire, enjoying the current beautiful and happy life. According to incomplete statistics, more than 1,000 banks in the Soviet Union, large and small, loaned a total of more than 3,000 crore rupees in 1990. Henry called the persons in charge of the Soviet operations from various companies and told them, "Here is a piece of information about Soviet banks or financial institutions. You can allocate it yourself, choose which bank you want, and then find them for a loan. This loan, you must be able to borrow as much as you can, and if you borrow in US dollars, you must repay in rubles, and the repayment date is set after 1992. Yes, everyone responded. Henry nodded and handed out a copy to each of them. The next day, a team of more than 100 people dispersed and went to various banks for loans. Henry himself did 3 things in the Soviet Union. One is to set up an international headhunting company in the Soviet Union, so that it will be easy to hire people directly in the future. The second is to set up an investment team in the Soviet Union, ready to invest in energy, arms, and purchase companies. The third is to set up a trading team to short the ruble. Busy and busy. A month has passed. International Headhunting Company has also been formally established. Its name is Giant Bear International Headhunting Company. For the people Henry wants to dig, the Giant Bear International Headhunting Company has begun to contact them, although they may not be able to dig them now. But you can leave them with the contact information of the headhunting company and tell them that if they can't get mixed up, there will be the company hired them with a high salary. Dr. 30. Please be sure to contact our Giant Bear International Headhunting Company. Mr. 30. Please be sure to contact our Giant Bear International Headhunting Company. Miss 30. Please be sure to contact our Giant Bear International Headhunting Company. Before leaving, every salesperson of the Giant Bear International Headhunting Company said so. It is impossible for Henry to send someone to stare at these talents, because there are too many talents, and Henry's manpower can't watch them. Let them contact themselves. This is the best way. Of course, for some very important talents, that must be stared to death. These talents are mainly aerospace science and technology talents. On aerospace technology, the United States and the Soviet Union are at the top level in the world. The United States certainly cannot dig, but can only dig the Soviet Union. During this month, The loan operation went very smoothly. Among them, Williams Bank borrowed through the bank borrowing from the counterparty bank, that is, the peer lending method, so it can lend a lot of money. Because Williams Bank has developed very well in the United States, it is different from other banks in the United States with a lot of bad debts. Especially in the past 6 months, Williams Bank has vigorously developed ATM, which has greatly increased depositors' comprehensive analysis. It is clear that the development potential of Williams Bank is extremely huge. In addition, Williams Bank has always paid more attention to credibility and has an excellent reputation in the industry. Therefore, the Bank of the Soviet Union is very willing to borrow from such a bank with good reputation and endless potential. So, Williams Bank borrowed a total of $5 billion from 10 major Soviet banks, and the repayment date was set on January 1, 1993. Of course, I borrowed dollars and returned rubles. It's just that the loan interest is extremely high as 10%! The loan amount of other companies under Henry's name ranges from $2 billion to $10 million. Among them, Cisco has loaned $2 billion. Because Tanshan Music Company has the shortest establishment, the bank refused to lend more and only gave a loan of $10 million. This is still in the face of ICQ. Finally, Henry added up all the loans and lent a total of nearly $120 billion. The Bank of the Soviet Union is not an idiot. It is impossible to give out tens of billions of dollars in loans casually. After analysis and comprehensive evaluation, he can finally give the loan amount! Henry is going to put out $2 billion to short the ruble, and the remaining $10 billion is more than enough to develop the company. $2 billion in the huge stock market. The splash is not too big, presumably it will not cause any reaction. There are great Americans and Europeans rushing ahead to attract firepower. Henry fishes in troubled waters behind and makes a little money. Henry doesn't want the KGB to worry about it. At the same time, Henry sent someone to contact Eugene Kaspersky.mtlnovel.com to invite him to join his company. Eugene Kaspersky has not yet joined the Russian Kami Computer Company. It is entirely possible for Henry to dig him. Under the contact of the Giant Bear International Headhunting Company, Eugene Kaspersky came to the Moscow Marriott Hotel to meet Henry. Eugene Kaspersky's skin is very white, much whiter than Americans. He has short hair on his head and a beard on his chin, which is impressive. When he saw Henry the first time, he asked, "How much do you plan to invest in establishing an antivirus software company?" Henry was stunned. He didn't expect Eugene Kaspersky to ask this in the first place. "The Russian mainframe computer Kami is ready to invite me to join their information technology center. If you invest less than them, I will not join you. You know, the virus changes with each passing day. If there is no strong team and no large investment, it is to do there is no good antivirus software." Eugene Kaspersky explained. Henry was so busy, he sat up straight, and asked with amusement, "How much do you think I should invest?" Eugene Kaspersky thought for a moment and said, "At least $5 million. Ahem. Henry choked abruptly. "You said $5 million? $4 million will do." Eugene Kaspersky was so frightened when he saw Henry's proposed amount that he choked, and immediately dropped $1 million. Henry was speechless. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 196. Don't you know me? Henry asked. Eugene Kaspersky took a close look at Henry and shook his head. I don't know. Okay. Henry looked at Eugene Kaspersky and saw him with a beard and a technical madman. Presumably he didn't pay much attention to other things. Henry doesn't despise him anymore. He doesn't even know the world's super rich. Henry looked at him and said, $4 million is too little. Oh? Eugene Kaspersky was surprised. Then how much are you going to invest? Henry smiled and said, At least $10 million. Eugene Kaspersky was shocked. The research on computer antivirus is still in its infancy, and it has not yet realized its commercial value! The Russian Kami Computer Company plans to invest 1 million rubles to research antivirus engines, and this 1 million rubles is only used to study antivirus engines. At that time, it was considered a very big investment. In the future, the famous Kaspersky antivirus software is gradually developed based on this investment! Eugene Kaspersky couldn't believe what Henry said. After hearing what Henry said, he thought he had heard it wrong and couldn't help asking, "How much did you say?" $10 million, Henry said again slowly. This time, Eugene Kaspersky is sure that he heard it right. However, he was shocked by Henry's big hand. His expression was very exaggerated, and he couldn't help shouting, "You are actually willing to invest $10 million US?" "That's right." Henry nodded. "However, it should be at least $10 million US. If there is still a shortage of funds, I will continue to inject capital." Eugene Kaspersky was very excited when he heard this. As a geek with a fanatical interest in studying computer viruses, the more investors invest, the more money he has to conduct various experimental researches. Eugene Kaspersky is very persistent in the pursuit of technology, and only with a persistent pursuit of technology can he create extraordinary achievements in the future! Mr. Williams, if this is the case, I am very willing to join. Ha ha. Henry smiled and said faintly, "Mr. Eugene Kaspersky, do you usually pay attention to financial news? Or financial newspapers are fine. I think if you just pay a little attention, you will find out tens of millions of dollars is actually nothing to me." Eugene Kaspersky was shocked. To him, $10 million is not a big deal. Oh, God. How rich is he? Eugene Kaspersky decided that when he left the hotel, he would immediately look for a few more financial newspapers. Henry Williams should be famous. Henry drafted a contract for Eugene Kaspersky to sign. The contract roughly states that Henry is about to set up an antivirus software company. If Eugene Kaspersky joins, he will give 1% of the shares and get 5% option rewards. This condition was so good that it was against the sky. After Eugene Kaspersky saw this contract, he was shocked and couldn't believe it. He began to wonder if Henry Williams was a liar, or how could he offer such a good offer? You need to know that the antivirus software company only injects $10 million in capital, and 1% of its shares is $100,000, and there will be 5% of options in the future. Is it a liar or a fool to give yourself such a good offer? But Henry Williams didn't look stupid at all, so he might be a liar. Eugene Kaspersky is hesitant to sign this contract. Henry saw him hesitate, not knowing why. "I just promised it." Well, is it going to repent in a blink of an eye? However, if Henry knew what Eugene Kaspersky was thinking now, he would have to vomit blood. "Mr. Henry Williams, I have to think about this contract before signing it." Eugene Kaspersky pondered for a while. He thought to himself that he should find out the details of Henry Williams first. Make a decision. Didn't Mr. Henry Williams say that he is very famous? You can see him in the financial newspapers. So good. I will check it out first! Henry was slightly surprised and puzzled by Eugene Kaspersky's answer. "It's okay, you can think about it first." Then Eugene Kaspersky said goodbye to Henry. Henry looked at Eugene Kaspersky's leaving back and murmured, "What's the matter?" Why did Eugene Kaspersky suddenly change his attitude? Henry shook his head. He was not satisfied with such a good offer by himself? IQ is not enough money to collect. We can't use the technology to make money! Antivirus software engine technology is not good. Then spend money to build the world's largest virus database! I will use the world's largest virus database to make up for the shortcomings of the antivirus software engine, which can also be awesome! On the other side, Eugene Kaspersky walked out of the hotel and came to a newsstand. A few different financial newspapers. It is good. Mail. Kaspersky bought a total of 7 different financial newspapers. Mentalnovel.com and then came to the cafe to sit down, drink coffee while reading the newspaper. His eyes moved quickly across the newspaper. He thought it would take some time to find news about Henry Williams. However, the front page headlines of the newspaper are the reports about Henry Williams. Henry Williams, $100 billion super rich, stops in Moscow. Forbes rich list marked $94 billion US. But now newspapers and media like to call Henry 100 billionaires. The difference is less than $6 billion US anyway. And Eugene Kaspersky was stunned when he saw the title! $100 billion super rich? Eugene Kaspersky felt that his brain suddenly became unusable. How could anyone be so rich? After that, he read the newspaper carefully, and then read several other newspapers. In the end, he had to believe that there are really hundreds of billions of people in the world, and that he is the one who met him before! The newspaper said that Henry Williams is now staying at the Moscow Marriott Hotel, and he still has all the hotels. Both the name and the address are all right! There is no doubt that he is the billionaire Henry Williams. Eugene Kaspersky was stunned for a while, then suddenly recovered, annoyed. Oh, God. What I did just now, I didn't have such a generous offer immediately. Eugene Kaspersky has a look of regret! Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 197. Mr. Williams, there is a gentleman named Eugene Kaspersky outside who wants to see you. The hotel attendant dialed the hotel phone and told Henry. Henry was slightly surprised, and immediately thought about it. He couldn't help showing some faint smiles on his face, and muttered, "It seems that Eugene Kaspersky must have figured it out." He decided to come over to sign the contract. Otherwise it would not be so fast. Just turn back. Bring him here. Henry told the waiter. Okay, Mr. Williams. The waiter answered, and then hung up. 10 minutes later, Eugene Kaspersky came to Henry's room. When he saw Henry after knocking on the door, Eugene Kaspersky's face was slightly embarrassed. Please sit down, Henry said. Thank you. Eugene Kaspersky was a little stiff. Drink some red wine? Henry asked. Huh? I heard that you Russians like to drink vodka the most. I happen to have a 10,000 rubles bottle of the top vodka here. Would you like a glass? Oh, okay. Let's have a drink. Russians are good wine. Eugene Kaspersky is no exception. When I heard the top vodka, I was unconsciously greedy. Henry took out a bottle of vodka from the wine cabinet next to him. After opening the bottle, he filled Eugene Kaspersky with a glass and poured a small glass himself. Henry tried it to see how it tasted. It is said that drinking vodka makes a mouthful. Henry asked curiously. Of course, it's cool to drink this way. Eugene Kaspersky responded. Henry nodded to express his understanding, then raised his glass and said to Eugene Kaspersky, cheers. Cheers. Henry wanted to have a boring sip. But when the wine glass reached the tip of his nose, the smell of vodka was so strong that Henry frowned. So I took a sip first. Oh. The taste was fierce, and the throat was irritating like fire. Henry's face turned red involuntarily. When he looked up at Eugene Kaspersky, he didn't change his face when he saw him, and he was really bored. Come on. Henry decided not to drink with the Russians. It was a shameful act. Henry put down the glass and said to Eugene Kaspersky, you Russians are really good at drinking. I will give you this bottle of vodka, and take it away when you leave. Eugene Kaspersky knew that Henry was a super rich man, and a bottle of wine was nothing to him. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Henry moved, sat up straight and asked, "Mr. Eugene Kaspersky came back here so soon, has he figured it out and decided to sign the contract?" Seeing Henry ask about business matters, Eugene Kaspersky unconsciously sat down right, nodded to Henry and said, "Yes, I have already thought about it. Going to the United States may be a good choice." Henry laughed. "Of course, especially Silicon Valley in California, close to the West Coast, where the climate is pleasant, belongs to the Mediterranean climate, mild and rainy in winter, dry and hot in summer, sunny all year round. It is the perfect weather for residence or vacation. Many famous entrepreneurs and new immigrants all over the world like to live there, such as William Shockley, the founder of Shockley Transistor Lab, and Ellison, the origin of Oracle Corporation. They all admit that the climate of Silicon Valley attracts them to start a business here. Hee. Even some local government city publicity slogans are "a good climate is better than government efforts." Oh, isn't it? That's great. The weather in Russia is really hell. It's terrifyingly cold. Henry smiled, took out the contract from the drawer and handed it to Eugene Kaspersky. "After signing the contract, you will move to this hotel to live in. After a while, we will go to the United States together." "Okay." Eugene Kaspersky nodded, then looked at his contract, scanned it roughly, and signed his name. Henry closed the contract and said, "At present, there are very few people studying computer viruses in the world. In this circle, you should know a lot of people. I think Russia should have a lot of like-minded people. You look. Can you persuade them to join our new company?" "No problem." Eugene Kaspersky channeled himself. "I do know a lot of people who study computer viruses. As long as you have good conditions for driving, plus my persuasion, ask them to join. The problem should not be big." "That's good." Henry nodded happily. Because Henry knew that in his previous life, when Eugene Kaspersky joined the Russian Kami Computer Company, he brought a team in. This team not only created the famous Kaspersky antivirus software, but also another world-renowned antivirus company DR.Web! The team led by Eugene Kaspersky went straight back then, and no one dared to touch its edge. Is technically the pinnacle, and even feels lonely and seeking defeat! However, the success is also the failure. The failure is the failure. It is precisely because Eugene Kaspersky's team only pursues technology, and is lazy in developing the market for a long time. So for a long time, there are not many users, and the result is very big. Some developers are lost. The main members of Big Spider are basically team members led by Eugene Kaspersky. When Dr. Spider was at its best, www.untlenovel.com occupied almost 95% of the antivirus market in Russia! The disintegration of Eugene Kaspersky's technical team, in fact, not only the Big Spider came to dig people, but also McAfee, the world's second largest antivirus software company, also came to dig people. It can be said that Eugene Kaspersky's technical team has made three famous antivirus software companies. One is Kaspersky, the second is Dr.Web, and the third is McAfee. It can be seen how powerful Eugene Kaspersky's team is technically! Henry wants to recruit Eugene Kaspersky's team and let them pursue the peak of technology. As for the development of the market, there will be more professional people to do it. Back then, the reason why Eugene Kaspersky's team fell apart was mainly because of the wrong master. The whole country of Russia is in dire straits. How can the Russian Kami Computer Company have the money to develop the market? The smell of wine is also afraid of the deep alley. It's not that bad money drives good money out. If there are no users, there is no money. Developers are almost unable to support themselves. Can they not change jobs? In the final analysis, it is because of money. But money is the least problem for Henry. Henry couldn't help thinking, if Eugene Kaspersky's technical team had not been disbanded, how awesome would the antivirus software in the future be? Is it possible that hackers who make computer viruses will be frightened? Untlenovel.com remember to collect it, and recommend not to stop. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are available at www.mentalnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 198. Henry left Eugene Kaspersky for a Chinese meal in the hotel. After the Chinese meal, Eugene Kaspersky left. "I hope he can bring surprises next time," Henry murmured as he watched him leave. Next time, Henry wants to meet not only Eugene Kaspersky alone, but a bunch of technical talents who can stir the situation in the field of computer security. At 8 o'clock in the evening on October 2nd, Sean Houston came to the Soviet Union. Along with him was the 400th member of the Blackwater. 400 Hai Shui members are distributed in various places, and they are on their orders at any time. And Sean went to the Moscow Marriott Hotel to personally report to Henry. This time Hai Shui dispatched 400 members, so naturally he wanted to do a big job. Before the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the Blackwater Company must get in touch with the Russian military and reach a special cooperative relationship with them. The best way is to bribe the top military officers. Once the Soviet Union disintegrated, let them sell weapons to the Blackwater Company. Of course, at the same time, you have to dig the wall. Forewarned is forearmed. Without prejudging the waste. The Russian government is not going to eat anything. It is impossible to just ignore it. Then, only after careful planning can it be foolproof. Anyone doing arms business will face two major problems. First, where can I buy weapons? Second, how to transport it away. Both of these points must be resolved with the support of the military. No incense is burned at ordinary times, and the people of the Russian military may not kill you. There must be a lot of people who beat him to pay attention. Whoever sells it is not selling it. Why not sell it to someone who has a good relationship with you? In addition, Henry must be very fast in order to rob and plunder the wealth of the Soviet Union among many competitors in Europe and America. If they and the Russian government do not respond, they will quietly transport arms or scientific and technological talents. This requires a lot of manpower and precise planning! In the hotel, Henry met with Sean Houston, the CEO of the Blackwater Company. "Boss, our people have arrived in the Soviet Union and can act at any time," Sean Houston said solemnly. "Very good." Henry nodded slightly. "The first priority is to open up the Russian military relations, and it is best to buy high-level military personnel. In addition, I need you to conduct comprehensive monitoring of some scientific and technological talents. First of all, aerospace scientific and technological talents, followed by munitions and weapons development talents. If there are not enough manpower, you can spend money to ask the local gang for help. The situation in the Soviet Union is very unstable, and once there is a change, earth-shaking changes will occur, and at that time, you must be in the first place. Time will gather these scientific and technological talents, especially the development talents of arms and weapons. If they disagree, they will directly control them and secretly them to the Blackwater base," Henry said. His tone was cold in vain. "If you want to become a big Blackwater company, you will undoubtedly have to be cold-blooded, understand?" "Well, that's it. You rushed over as soon as you got off the plane, and you must be tired. You should go to the hotel room to rest first." "Okay, then I will leave first." Henry nodded and waved at him, indicating that he could leave. Sean Houston got up and walked out of Henry's room. Henry looked contemplative and muttered, "Blackwater must have its own munitions company to be more deterrent." In any case, Soviet munitions and weapons development talents must be grabbed, even if the methods are a little shameful. Henry's expectations for Blackwater are very high. He has already planned to merge Amgen Biopharmaceuticals and Blackwater in the near future to form an umbrella company. The red umbrella represents cutting-edge medical technology, and the black umbrella represents force. Henry hopes that one day, the umbrella company can become a real umbrella for the entire planet, surpassing all countries in the world! The next day, Henry wrote Sean a check for $100 million to open up military relations. After Sean left, Henry waited for Eugene Kaspersky to bring the team over, and then flew to the United States. There is still a year before the disintegration of the Soviet Union. After Henry's layout is completed, he will only wait for the harvest in the coming year. After 15 days, Eugene Kaspersky brought more than a dozen people to Henry's hotel. Henry carefully looked at this group of people. They are worthy of Eugene Kaspersky's friends. They gather in groups and people are divided into groups. They are all the same as him. They don't like dressing up, and they don't want to be slick. Henry looked at them as if he saw Jinshan Yinshan. "Welcome to you." Henry greeted. "I am Henry Williams." "Hello, Mr. Williams." After greeting, Eugene Kaspersky briefly introduced these people. There are 13 of these people, of which 12 are from Russia and 1 is from Ukraine. Among these people, the oldest is less than 35 years old, and the youngest is less than 23 years old. They all walk together because they have the same interest, and this interest is to study computer viruses. Henry arranged a splendid dinner for them. At the dinner, they were drunk. What's interesting is that after a few cups of vodka, these people are really happy, dancing or singing, and singing and dancing. Henry couldn't tell that these programmers could sing and dance, and Henry had to admire. The next day, after they were sober, Henry took out a contract and signed with them. The content of the contract is naturally not as good as Eugene Kaspersky. You are reading www.uukanzu.com also has option rewards, but the amount is much smaller. Each person can get 0.1% to 0.5%. After signing the contract with them, Henry intends to return to the United States with the talents dug from the Soviet Union. This time Henry dug not only Eugene Kaspersky and his party, but also other talents. Although the Soviet Union has not yet disintegrated, there are still a small number of people willing to work in the United States. The number of these people adds up to 70 or 80 people. Then Henry called Boeing and chartered a flight to the United States. As for Solomon, another great doctor who studies computer viruses, Henry sent his men to Europe to invite him to join his company. There is no way Doppelganger lacks skill. Henry can't make a special trip to Europe for him, right? He is also a super rich person anyway. The main purpose of coming to Russia is to obtain loans and layout, and the collection of Eugene Kaspersky is just easy. But the Dr. Solomon refused Henry's invitation, and he was ready to set up his own company. After Henry heard the news, he just felt a little pity, but everyone had their own ambitions. Since they refused to come, then forget it. Dr. Solomon is from a good family and has great ambitions, so naturally he is unwilling to become a migrant worker. Henry returned to the United States and immediately created an antivirus software company. The name is 360 Antivirus Company, which is 360-degree antivirus without dead ends. Sorry, Zhongyai is so big. Let's steal the name first. If you start a company, think about a good one for yourself. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join. Chapter 199 360 Antivirus Company's current task is to produce security defense programs for PayPal and Williams Online Banking. As for 360 Antivirus own products, they can be developed in the future. In addition, Henry issued an application for a formal acquisition of McAfee. McAfee was established in 1987. And the company address is also located in California. In 3 years, outstanding performance. However, the current antivirus software is generally manufactured as a CD-ROM for sale. Due to the limited channels and expensive prices, the CD-ROM of the antivirus software is actually not sold much. If you can sell 100,000 CDs a year, the results are already very good. A CD-ROM is $100. That is $10 million, except for channel sharing and costs and expenses. McAfee's annual profit is less than $4 million. Henry valued his company and gave an estimate of $50 million! In 2010, Intel, the world's largest chip manufacturer, spent $7.68 billion to acquire it. Henry felt that winning the McAfee company as early as possible was a profitable business. Not only that, but also consolidate one's own strength. McAfee agreed to Henry's acquisition application, and the two parties intend to enter the negotiation stage. There is no way. Money is moving. McAfee makes less than $4 million a year, and with the rise of the internet, CDs are getting harder to sell. Everyone copied it, and even pirated it on the internet. As a result, McAfee's performance began to decline. At this moment, someone is willing to pay a high price of $50 million to acquire it. As the major shareholders of the company, they are undoubtedly excited. Then, Henry sent someone to contact McAfee in order to suppress and force McAfee to agree to the acquisition as soon as possible. Under Henry's instruction, McAfee's pirated software on the internet is increasing, making the sales of McAfee antivirus software CDs plummet in reality. Within a week, the sales volume of McAfee antivirus software CDs in the United States only sold 100 copies. In the past, at least more than 1,000 copies could be sold. The entire McAfee company was hit by this data. The company immediately launched an investigation and finally found that various pirated download sites on the internet have McAfee antivirus software. Isaac searches for antivirus, and then the next row is full of pirated websites that download McAfee software. NEMA, the people from McAfee Incorporated saw this, and their hearts suddenly became cold. However, misfortunes never come singly. Newspapers, TV, and the internet are all screaming bad at McAfee, thinking that antivirus technology is not good, antivirus and killing are not clean, and there is no use! This time, it is like sprinkling salt on the wound. Henry, as a salt spreader, did not hesitate to spend money to buy a lot of salt. How can McAfee resist it? Under internal and external troubles, McAfee is forced to submit! In fact, the people at McAfee naturally realized that someone was deliberately suppressing themselves. Just after Henry initiated the acquisition, so many things happened. How could it be such a coincidence? However, they are weak and unable to wrestle with the super tycoon. In addition, Henry's price is very fair. The major shareholders of McAfee company held a meeting and finally decided to sell the company. 2 weeks of negotiations. The blitzkrieg usually wins McAfee. Subsequently, Henry merged 360 antivirus and McAfee. It is necessary to dilute the shares. As a capitalist, you must learn this skill. Even if you give you 40% of the shares, you will have to be diluted to 10% in the end! However, Eugene Kaspersky's shares are only 1%, Henry only diluted his shares to 0.5% generously, and the option award can only get 2.5%. In fact, McAfee's market value is $50 million, and 360 antivirus is only $10 million. Eugene Kaspersky's shares should be reduced to 0.167%, and the option rewards should be reduced by 6 times. But Henry was worried that he would have too few shares. It would be a bad idea to work hard. And this time, Henry merged the two companies, but did not dilute his shares to a corresponding degree. This undoubtedly shows that Henry attaches great importance to him, and Eugene Kaspersky almost burst into tears. He died for his confidant. Eugene Kaspersky was very grateful to Henry. Even if someone paid a high price for digging people, he would never quit! Henry also found that Eugene Kaspersky showed more respect for him. It seems that buying people's hearts is also a must-learn lesson. After the merger of the two companies, The name is 360 McAfee, named 360 Antivirus Company. I am afraid of being harmonized. Eugene Kaspersky serves as the company's CEO and concurrently serves as the Chief Technology Officer. After the acquisition of McAfee, the newly merged company will have extra manpower to develop its own antivirus software. McAfee only sells CD-ROMs with antivirus software, and this obviously fell through. Free is king. Internet antivirus client is the key to the hegemony. What's the point of selling CDs? Henry's first order to acquire McAfee was to cancel the sale of CD-ROMs and instead develop antivirus clients. Henry called Eugene Kaspersky to the office. Eugene Kaspersky, you now want to make an antivirus client for users to download and use. And this client must be free. When Eugene Kaspersky heard this, he couldn't help but stunned. He looked at Henry and hesitated. Mr. Williams, you said it's free? If the software client is free, how can the company make money? Eugene Kaspersky was puzzled. Yes, it is completely free. Our antivirus client does not charge users a penny. You know, in the internet age, traffic is the most important. And free can bring huge traffic to our antivirus client. After that, you can open various value-added services to make money. Henry explained briefly. Eugene Kaspersky thought for a while, and it seemed to make sense. Okay, then I will arrange for the development of the client side by hand. Henry nodded and said, go ahead. By the way, the security testing procedures of online banking and PayPal have also been added to the client to protect users' online property. No problem. After Eugene Kaspersky left, Henry asked about the situation of Tanshin Music Company. Tanshin Music client has been officially launched on November 1st. The client is linked to the ICQ chat software, and the user can click on it to open it. In addition, www.mp3.com website has a separate download option for Daily Music client to provide download. After the Tanshin Music client went online, it ushered in a frenzy of downloads. Especially ICQ has promoted it, and the huge traffic has made the Tanshin Music client more than 100,000 downloads in just 1 week. Tanshin Music will soon become popular and become the preferred player for playing music. Because Tanshin Music has the largest music library, users can listen to music online. At the time, this function was so awesome! Other music players are just players.mtlnovel.com. Everyday music is already on the top, and you can play it online. However, there is one thing that Henry expected, and that is www.mp3. The number of song downloads from the COM website and Tanshin Music client is not satisfactory. On the one hand, it is because of the inconvenience of recharging music coins. On the other hand, users mostly choose to listen to music instead of downloading music. Think about it too. If you have the internet, you can listen to it online. Why do you want to download? Therefore, after users spent all music coins, the number of downloads of songs dropped to the bottom in vain. The major record companies in the United States did not see Tanshin Music Company creating benefits for themselves, but caused huge losses instead. I only try to listen to them one by one, but don't download them. How can I play this? Since everyone is listening to music online, the physical records of record companies are not selling well, and there is no money on the internet. As a result, major records have protested, asking Daily Music to ban the audition function. Henry considered it for a while and refused the record company's request. When online banking has not yet developed, users will not spend money to recharge music coins. If the audition is banned, it will destroy the city wall and lose a large number of users. In the end, the major record companies felt that they had been pitted, and they couldn't help cancelling their contracts. The previously authorized songs were regarded as tuition fees, and then they stopped licensing the latest record songs to Tanshin Music Company! Henry's head went big when he heard the news. Fuck, you guys don't talk about credit! Wait for Brothers MP3 to be listed. You can make money! Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 200. Henry also has no good solutions to the issue of record company termination. For record companies that did not terminate the contract, Henry promised to strongly recommend the songs of their company's artists. When the song becomes popular, the people become popular. When the people become popular, you can make money. You can also make money by engaging in concerts, receiving advertising endorsements, making movies and TV, etc. The Lost Mulberry, the East Corner. The money lost on the record can be made up elsewhere, or even more. Doesn't have to sell records! Exclamation mark. However, most record companies are not very interested in what Henry said. They think they have been pitied once and cannot be pitied a second time. Besides, no one has walked this road before, and they don't want to pay the tuition again. Henry shook his head, and secretly said, "A dog bites Lu Dongbin, and he doesn't know good people. This way is more than 1 point better than selling records?" The record company's vision is so low. Henry let Tanshan Music Company operate well, hoping to make stars by recommending songs, and finally create a typical example. On the one hand, let Silicon Valley Electronics Group develop better MP3 as soon as possible and launch it on the market as soon as possible. However, the R&D staff told Henry that flash memory technology cannot achieve a leapfrog breakthrough. In a short time, the capacity of flash memory storage will not increase too much. Henry heard the news and could only shake his head helplessly. Finally, after thinking about it, I don't use flash memory at all, and use hard disk as a storage tool. In fact, Apple's iPod is a hard drive MP3. However, new problems have come again. Hard drives have large storage capacity, but they are also large and expensive. If it is installed on MP3, wouldn't it be a big guy? Big guys are big guys. You can store songs anyway. Henry thought for a while and decided to make a hard drive MP3. In 1988, Hitachi launched the first 9.5-inch hard drive, which has a capacity of 1.89 gigabytes. Henry has dug a lot of technical talents from Hitachi and Toshiba to develop hard disks. Henry does not require the storage size to reach 1G, even if it is only 30 megabytes, but the hard disk should be reduced to at least 1 inch, which is almost 2.5 centimeters long. When such an MP3 is made, it will be a lot smaller than Sony's CD Walkman. And MP3 also has an advantage that can completely defeat Sony's Walkman, that is, MP3 can download songs from the internet at any time, and the cost is much cheaper than buying a CD, and more convenient. The size of 30 megabytes can store about 10 MP3 songs. If users don't like a song, they can delete it at any time and download other songs. Once MP3 is launched, it will be a disaster for the Walkman market. Henry consulted the technicians whether he could make a 1-inch hard drive. The technicians considered the answer and said that it can be done, but it will take some time to study, and the storage capacity of the hard disk must be small. Can do it. This is the answer Henry wants to hear. Immediately, Henry told them to develop such a small hard drive. In fact, this kind of small hard drive can also be called a micro hard drive. In 2000, IBM first introduced a 1-inch micro hard drive with storage sizes of 340 megabytes and 512 megabytes. Today, it is 10 years behind technically. If you want to make such a small hard disk, you can only make concessions on storage. At present, it is not that micro hard disk cannot be made, but that it has not been developed in this direction. The storage size of the hard disk is naturally bigger and bigger. With the current technology, the storage capacity of the micro hard disk is definitely small and pitiful, and this obviously does not meet the market demand. Therefore, no company is currently developing micro hard drives. At least it has to wait until the technology is mature before it can develop a hard disk with a size of several hundred MB like IBM. In this way, It has a wide range of uses and can have commercial value. But MP3 needs a micro hard drive, so Henry decided to develop this technology. While developing micro hard disk technology, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will also develop a USB universal converter. Nowadays, there are various interfaces on computers. The expansion interfaces on computers of various computer manufacturers such as IBM, Apple, Hewlett-Packard, and Dell are different. There is no unified standard, which is really troublesome. Henry intends to promote USB and form a standard. The first step is to make a USB universal converter, which can connect the interfaces on the current mainstream computers through the USB universal converter. In other words, you can use its extended functions on various types of computers at will by using the USB universal converter. Once the USB universal converter is on fire, it is possible to form a standard. Computer manufacturers will naturally realize the benefits of USB, and most of them will directly use USB as a computer interface. Is it possible that you will leave the short distance and make a new standard? The computer companies are competitors to each other. It is impossible to say that everyone sat down and reconsidered a new standard together. Seeing that USB is very popular among users, of course it is the first time to develop this kind of USB interface computer. Other computer companies' computers have introduced USB port, but the computers you produce don't. Obviously, they are lagging behind in terms of product competitiveness. One of the laws of business: no company will be a stupid company, but they are not smart enough. Therefore, if USB becomes popular, under Henry's promotion, the formation of standards is inevitable. Then, Silicon Valley Electronics Group was able to collect patent fees and received softness. Can USB fire? It seems that the problem is not big. What's more, there is also MP3 as a combustion aid, which can make it extremely hot! Any purchase of MP3 will include a USB universal converter. MP3 is on fire. So will the USB universal converter, because you must use the USB universal converter to connect MP3 to the computer. When Yashin comes out, who will fight for? Little Japan's Walkman will be cut off by MP3 sooner or later! Now, let Little Japan go wild first. Henry estimates that it will take at least half a year for the micro drive technology to be successfully developed. Therefore, within half a year, Tanshin Music will face a huge challenge. There is no new song. Metalnovel.com. Henry is too embarrassed to take down his face and do piracy. I have already stated clearly to the outside world that Tanshin Music is a company that makes genuine music. If it makes pirated music again, it is tantamount to slap oneself in the face. Therefore, in any case, pirated music cannot be continued. But the source of new songs is a big problem. After thinking about it, Henry finally opened his mind. At www.mp3, an independent music upload channel has been opened on the COM website, which is dedicated to providing a platform for those talented individuals or groups who independently create music to show themselves! This platform, Henry named it Voice of America. There is a little like function under the song, and there is also a comment function. If the song is good and the like rate is high, there will even be a record company looking for them to sign. In addition, in order to encourage everyone to upload their own music to the Voice of America, the top 10 songs in the number of monthly likes will be rewarded from low to high, ranging from $1,000 to $10,000. In addition, the 10 most popular songs will be selected at the end of the year, and the top 10 songs will receive a bonus of $10,000 to $100,000. Henry even decided to build Voice of America into a music brand, and in the future will launch a variety version of Voice of America. If you don't have a source of music, then create your own platform and source. What's so great about the record company? Don't beg me in the future. Henry looked at the pile of contract cancellation documents on the table and said lightly, "The update is late. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting. Please recommend and collect." The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome everyone to join.metalnovel.com. Welcome to visit and read.